Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second annual CaRMS CaMSIGN session this year. My name is Saman. Before I continue, I'd like to encourage you to turn your cameras on so that we can have a very interactive session. We're glad to see quite a wide number of people joining from different provinces across the country. And as you will likely notice on the top left, the session is recorded. And we're really glad to see this level of enthusiasm in our colleagues and the fact that program directors have agreed unanimously to join us tonight, I should say, and tomorrow. And so we're very delighted and pleased to see all of you. So again, please turn your cameras on. Brief one-liner. I'm a medical student at McGill, third year, one of the co-founders of CaMSIGN, and I'll pass it on to my colleague, Mohammed.
Hey, everyone. My name is Mohammed. I'm medical student MS54 at UBC, and I'm one of the co-founders of CaMSIGN. I'm glad to have all of you here, and we are honored to have all the program directors of neurosurgery programs in Canada tonight and tomorrow here. I hope you enjoy the session.
Hey guys, my name is Pedram. I'm the other co-founder of CaMSIGN. I'm also a fourth-year medical student at UBC. It's a pleasure to see everyone here tonight. So thanks so much for taking this time to join us. And of course, we'll have another session tomorrow night as well with other program directors.
Awesome. I'm seeing tons of thumbs up. That's awesome. Okay, well, I'm literally going to just give you a bit of a rundown about our program, our faculty, our residents, as well as a little bit about Saskatoon and Saskatchewan, just because not many people know about what we have to offer here. And if you want, you're welcome to just interrupt and ask questions, or you can save your questions until the end. But yeah, let's get started. So for those of you who don't know, I am talking to you from Saskatoon, kind of in the middle of the country. It's pretty easy province to draw. In Saskatoon, we have 4 main hospitals, basically 3 adult hospitals and 1 children's hospital, which is brand new. This one here in the top left, that's where I'm talking to you from, actually right about there in this office, right there. This is our neurosurgery neuroscience hospital. It's also the main trauma hospital associated with the main campus. We have 2 other hospitals of which neurosurgery residents don't really participate in many rotations in. We have 8 neurosurgeons in Saskatoon. We do have 1 other neurosurgeon at 9th, but he's actually going to be done his tenure as department head. That's Dr. Mendez, just here at the end of the month of December. So if any of you are interested in applying for the department head of surgery, better speak up. Regina also has a neurosurgical site. It has 5 neurosurgeons down there. Our residents do rotations by choice in Regina. They love going down there. It's basically just nonstop operating. I think even rounding is a little bit optional. They do tons of complex spine and cranial neurosurgery. They don't have all the super subspecialties down there. So all the vascular is here in Saskatoon, as well as all the peds. Okay, so our neurosurgeons are all fellowship trained. We've trained from all across the continent. I don't know why that popped up. We cover all of the main specialties in neurosurgery. So we do everything from complex skull base, spine, cerebrovascular, endovascular, functional, tons of pediatrics as well, and adult hydrocephalus. We have all sorts of different programs. Like I said, we have a brand new peds hospital. This has given us a new helipad, which is kind of cool. We never had that before. We are getting some new ORs as well. Never mind the fact that our neurosurgeons don't look super happy in this photo, but we are getting brand new operating rooms. So that's pretty exciting. With that comes equipment, and much of that equipment is coming sooner rather than later, meaning new microscopes, new neuronavigation, O-arms, endoscopes, all sorts of things, all the fancy toys that every neurosurgery program needs to take out crazy tumors. We like taking apart heads and brains and doing all sorts of crazy operations. We like doing some first in Canada and first in the province cases. So this is first time after doing nerve root DRG stimulator, dorsal root ganglion stimulator. So that's the team. Dr. Vitale here in the middle. One of our functional neurosurgeons, one of our residents, Nicole Pendleton over here. She's the president of ARDA, so got to watch out for her. We do all kinds of cool trauma because we're the trauma center for the province. A lot of it comes to Saskatoon, and people like to stab each other. We're not so much into guns in Saskatchewan as much as like more blunt objects or stabbings. Occasionally we get to do one in the head, so that's kind of fun. We have a pretty prolific endovascular program. So some programs you're going to see are very open, cerebrovascular heavy. Although we do cerebrovascular, we're very much kind of on the forefront of endovascular technology. We feel really strongly. Dr. Kelly and myself, this is him here. He's our current division head, likely future department head. Run this program. It's a super fun program. We do crazy big aneurysms and all sorts of nasty diseases. In terms of our research, we do both clinical and basic science research, and it just depends on which faculty you're talking about. Most of us are involved in randomized controlled trials and quality improvement work, and there's a lot of work in terms of our electrophysiology department. We have a pretty prolific group here. We do basic science work in terms of stem cell research, synchrotron research, big data, AI sort of stuff, and we have a lot of basic science collaborators. So although you wouldn't think of Saskatchewan as having like a pretty robust research program, we do, and we're lucky to have a lot of opportunities there for both the faculty and the learners as well. So these are just some of our faculty here. This is Dr. Norton. He's one of our electrophysiologists. This is Dr. Forty. He's one of our spine surgeons. So both are very productive in terms of research work that they do. Dr. Kelly has been a stroke researcher for a long time. I like to tease him about how old he is. Mostly because he had to get bifocals and I don't need them yet. So that's a big thing in our group. There's Dr. Mendez. He's all about telemedicine and robotics. And so he unfortunately is departing from our program because he's moving on to bigger, better things apparently. But certainly his legacy of telemedicine will not be lost in the province. Our resident research program is pretty standard. We basically follow what the Royal College recommends, which is a minimum of a 1-year research rotation. And that isn't really set in stone. Some people do use that time to embark on clinical electives as well, or research electives in other places outside of Saskatoon. And so there are lots of opportunities. And the nice thing about our program is the flexibility that we have and contacts all over the world to connect you with whatever it is that you're interested in. So if you're not able to do the research that you're wanting to do here, then we connect you with the right people and try to get you set up other places. In Saskatoon, we do have the option of doing the clinical investigator program. And if any of you have ever done a master's or PhD, you know that those students don't get paid very well. So the benefit of a CIP program is that you get paid at the level of resident which you're taking your time off to do your research. So if you want to do an enfolded master's or PhD and you need to take 4 years off in the middle of your residency, you get paid as a resident and not like the tiny amounts you get paid as a master's or PhD student. So that's pretty awesome. There's lots of funding opportunities and research awards and travel funds, and the program really highly supports resident research. We want residents doing research. We want residents showcasing their research all across the country and across the world at meetings and things like that. So we do try to support our residents as much as we can, as well as medical student learners in terms of projects and showcasing that in all sorts of meetings. So this is just a photograph of one of our PGY4 residents. This is Dr. Marcinek. So she has a PhD, and many of you probably can understand what this means. I do not, but that was the title of her PhD thesis. Dr. Pendleton is currently doing some work in my lab, doing some animal research using the synchrotron technology. It's one of the unique things in Saskatchewan is that we do have the synchrotron, which is a cool research opportunity and facility to be able to do all sorts of work, biomedical work. And so she does a lot of brain imaging and stroke imaging. So that picture of her with a mouse was creating a hemorrhage, intracerebral hemorrhage model in a mouse. And so she's been doing some work on that, looking at kind of the hemorrhage zone and some of the elemental and biochemical changes that occur surrounding the hematoma. Our residents have presented at national and international meetings. So here you see Dr. Persad, who I see is on the call as well. So he's around to answer some of your questions. And our residents have presented at both local research days as well as things within Canada, as well as interprovincially. So what is it like to be a resident in our program? And at the end of the day, you need to ask the residents. And I look forward to many of you attending our information nights, and our residents will be there, but our residents are also good at throwing axes. In addition to neurosurgery, there's a ton of operating experience. And at the end of the day, that's what you want to do. That's why you go into neurosurgery, right? Is to learn how to operate. And you can see here is a photo of, on the left is one of our PGY1 residents and our PGY6 resident operating together. So there's a lot of residents working with residents. So it provides lots of opportunities for residents to operate. Kylie is on the call. I saw her there. This is her putting in screws in the cervical spine. She's a Med 4 resident doing screws in the cervical spine. So, and being supervised by our PGY2 and R6 residents there. So tons of both clinical opportunities to learn all the skills that you need to become a neurosurgeon. So in the junior years, you know, a lot of work that has to be done, and this is no different in our program, but is the standard across Canada, is to be enrolled in surgical foundations. And that's a simultaneous program that all surgical residents in Canada are enrolled in and has its own exam. We have a very robust surgical foundation program, and the good news is that we have good outcomes, meaning our residents actually pass the exam, which I think is a good thing. They also provide surgical boot camps. We do about 18 months of or blocks of neurosurgery within the first 2 years. We do some off service, and that's kind of, again, mandated by the Royal College. Most importantly, our residents do not insert Foley catheters. So if you go to Toronto, you're going to be putting in Foley catheters for every surgical case. You will not be doing that in Saskatoon. And I can very safely say, I started my medical school career in 2000. Many of you probably weren't even born yet. And I have never inserted a Foley catheter in 22 years, and I plan to continue that. We have a very graduated sort of experience when residents first join the program. We don't want to overwhelm them, and that's really important part of our program, where they don't do call like day one. The whole idea of like junior residents and first year residents doing call in July 1st, that's not a thing in our program. We buddy them up with a more senior resident for a second block, and then by the time you get into the third, fourth blocks of neurosurgery, you're starting to do some more independent call, and the faculty are very, very highly supportive in your call experience. The scary thing is, of course, you're the resident on call. The awesome thing is that if a cool case comes in, guess what you get to do? You get to do the subdural, you get to do the post-fossa case, you know, the acute spine case, whatever it may be. You have kind of first dibs on that. Maybe not if Persad's around. He likes to lurk around and do all the cool cases if he can. The U of S rule is 1 in 3 max call, but our program has a very specific protocol where our residents don't do more than 1 in 4 home call. And that's just to help with resident wellness and improve their kind of work-life balance. Intermediate years, you know, it's just a continuation. You're doing tons of neurosurgery, some other rotations like cerebrovascular, your clinics, pathology, and then that's where your research and elective years are kind of built in, is in PGY 3 and 4. And then senior years, well, guess what? You're operating and studying for your exam. So this is Persad and his video of him clipping a previously ruptured, previously coiled aneurysm. So you can actually see the little coils almost kind of herniating out of the vessel, and you can see this nice steady hand doing a good job clipping those aneurysms. So we don't have fellows, open surgical fellows here at the in our program. We have had spine fellows in the past, but that's a number of years ago, of which we don't anymore. Tons of surgical independence, tons of cases. You do call, again, that kind of 1 in 4 call. And of course, the exam prep, right? It's all about exam prep. And fellowship preparation. So all of our residents have been successful at the exam. We've not had any residents that have not passed the exam. And our residents have done very well in terms of matching to very good prestigious fellowships. So Persad is doing 2 fellowships. He's going to Stanford for a year for neuro-oncology and then doing a year of epilepsy at Western. So we've had a good history there. We are involved in CBD, enough said. We have a very robust half day. So it's every Friday. It's from 7 a.m. to about 1 in the afternoon. And it's a combination of all sorts of things. One of the unique things about our program, and you'll hear this about Winnipeg as well, is that we do our curriculum rounds with them. So that's a virtual combination. The benefit of that is that with a program of only 6 residents, it can be a lot to have to present. You know, week after week after week on topics, you know, cervical spine fractures, lumbar spine fractures, you know, when you're doing your spine module, there's so many presentations. And we join up with Winnipeg, which is another similarly sized program. So they share some of the burden. And then you also get a mix of other faculty that you can learn from as well. It helps bridge relationships. It gives you other faculty that you can learn from, and also do practice exams when you're studying for your exam. So we have a ton of other rounds in kind of all the different variety of areas. So this was up in Winnipeg a few years ago. COVID has kind of reduced our ability to go there for some of their research day and academic activities, but we're hoping that we can continue with that and continue with some of the surgical simulation that we've been doing with them as well. Resident travel is a big part of our program, and we try to support this as much as possible. Dr. Kelly, our division head, is all about, you know, Air Canada status miles. So he tries to encourage that in amongst all the residents as well. And so we have a number of mandatory courses that we have the residents attend and try to support our residents in anything that they're interested in doing in terms, you know, in terms of travel for courses or research or resident retreats. We all went to Montreal together this past CNSF, so it's pretty cool. Okay, a couple minutes about Saskatoon. This you might think is what Saskatoon looks like, but this is actually Churchill, Manitoba. So you know, although there is prairie, I know for a fact that there is prairie all across the country. It's not just a cold tundra. We do experience all the seasons, so you don't come here thinking it's going to be, you know, 25 degrees like in Maui every day. We experience a full plethora of seasons. The Northern Lights are amazing. The food is amazing. There is a ton of activity to do in Saskatchewan and Saskatoon. There's tons of festivals. There's tons of outdoor activities. So whatever it is that you like to do or want to take up, there are tons of opportunities. Very multicultural in Saskatchewan. You wouldn't necessarily think that, but we do pride ourselves in a very growing multicultural sort of environment. Family friendly. So if you have a family, have kids, or want to have kids, definitely we've had residents who have had kids in residency or come into residency with kids. Saskatoon's a great place to raise a family. There's tons of fishing if you're into that. You know, regular fishing, ice fishing. Dr. Kelly is just, I think, building maybe an ice fishing hut. I don't know if I would trust that. The nature in Saskatchewan is pretty crazy. Like, depending on where you go and you explore, it's not just prairie land. There's like Northern Shield, there's beautiful lakes. Everyone is constantly going to the lake. And if you come here and you don't know that, you think we're all like just going to the one lake. But we just say we're going to the lake, but there's like a million lakes all across Saskatchewan. It's just how it is. And then it's actually really easy to get to the mountains from here as well. It's a bit of a hike. It's close enough that I'm building a cabin in the mountains. But Saskatchewan people are pretty used to driving. It's not like in Ontario. I say this because my husband's from Ontario. I know what it's like living in Southern Ontario. For you guys who live there, it's like driving an hour is like a long ways. Not in Saskatchewan. We do that in a day. We drive to Calgary and back in a day. My cabin's 9 hours away, but that's okay. It's a good retreat. So very quickly, please contact me if you have any questions whatsoever. Here's my email. Here's my phone number. You can call or text. This is our program admin. Her name is Carissa. This is her email as well. And then our Instagram page, you can use our little QR code. And then we are having a virtual open house on December 13th. So more details to come about that, including the virtual links, and keep an eye on our Instagram page for that information.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pilling, for a great presentation. Now I'm going to open the stage for questions and invite Dr. Persad to join Dr. Pilling to answer any questions. So I want the audience to either raise your hand if you have any question, or type it in the chat box, and then we're going to call your name one by one, and then you can ask your question, open your mic and ask your question. Okay, so please raise your hand or type it in the chat box if you have any question. Okay, I can start maybe my first question. So is there any chance for the residents at Saskatchewan to do elective in other provinces or even other countries during the residency?
Yeah, absolutely. So depending on your research interests or clinical interests, if you are interested in doing an elective outside of Saskatchewan, that's absolutely doable. What some of the challenges related to that is completely unrelated to our program, but things like getting a work visa in the US, for example, that can be a difficulty. So oftentimes our residents choose to do, instead of a clinical elective, they choose to do a research elective. So we've had residents that have gone to NYU and done research electives there. And Dr. Persad was supposed to go to Stanford to do a research elective there as well. But unfortunately, COVID kind of kiboshed that. So he got stuck staying here in Saskatchewan. Despite that, he still got his fellowship. So.
More questions? Maybe we can also pass the mic to Dr. Amit Persad to say some words of wisdom or any comments, since I know he's active in the chat.
I like to quip in here and there. But I don't have much to add to Dr. Pilling's presentation. It was awesome. It's a great program. The thing that I like to tell people is that I'm not actually from here. I'm from Edmonton, and Saskatoon wasn't so much on my radar, but I'm here and I would not trade it. It's a really good program, and Saskatchewan doesn't naturally attract attention the way that Vancouver or Toronto do, or Calgary, but it's underratedly, I sincerely think underratedly, probably the best operative program in the country. You come out of this program being able to do, I can confidently say now at the end of the residency, being able to do, and when I say do, not just with assistance, but to run the the standard operations, but the subspecialty standard operations in every subspecialty discipline of neurosurgery with some degree of confidence. So I'm quite confident to say that I could go from clipping an MCA aneurysm to resecting a skull-based tumor to fusing a spine to doing a pediatric fourth ventricular tumor without it being too much of an exertion on the system. Obviously, the more complicated things are subspecialty operations for a reason, but you're well prepared to conduct general neurosurgery in its truest form, meaning all of neurosurgery, by doing this residency.
I think certainly one of the things that we're very proud of is just the culture of our program. We're generally, we have malignant personalities in the fact that we're neurosurgeons. That's just a given. Everyone is like that. But all in all, we're a very collegial group. The residents are happy, which, when you're looking for residency programs and looking for a match to see where you're going to fit in, look for that. Look for how happy the residents are, how satisfied are the residents, because that's going to be your life. At the end of the day, all residencies are hard. I used to think that anesthesia was like a walk in the park. My husband just completed an anesthesia residency. It's just different. It's not actually any easier. The hours seem easier, but it's just different. You're shifted at home, you're studying at home, you're reading papers at home, preparing for your cases, whereas the surgical residents are in the hospital operating. So it's not any better, it's just different. So it's a shitty time of your lives, but it's all worth it in the end. So pick something that you love to do that's going to make you happy for the rest of your life. Megan has her hand up.
Megan, did you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes, I had a question. Sorry, I was having problem turning my micro on. So yeah, I was asking myself, like you said, the residents are happy. How is the team working together in Saskatchewan? Are people close to each other? Do you organize group activities? And what are you looking for in an applicant? Like, since the applicant is going to be part of the family, what is the main points you're looking for?
Amit, do you want to speak to kind of the culture in the program?
Yeah, I'd love to. It's a really good culture. Like Dr. Peeling already alluded to it, but I don't know how better to say this than this. In some programs or when you're on some electives, when you go to work in the morning, it's hard sometimes to get up and go because you're dreading seeing somebody or the other. You're not sure who you're going to conflict with that day. And it's just not like that here. Like you get out of bed and you're happy to go to work because you're going to hang out with your friends all day, basically. I just turned 30 last week, and like a bunch of my friends had a party for me on the weekend, and like 5 of those friends who were there at that party were the other 5 neurosurgery residents. Like it's you hang out with these people by will, as opposed to just having to be there at work with these people. It's really good. And that actually extends to the faculty too. Like Dr. Peeling and I joke all the time, like probably my most frequent phone calls, aside from to like my family members and like my, I don't know, even maybe more than my friends actually, is to Dr. Peeling. And like I go and sit in the offices with the different faculty and just chit chat sometimes just for fun. And the other residents do it too. And it's just a close relationship. It's such a small program. Go to Christmas parties with these people, like the residents and the faculty, and just get to know everybody like a second family over the years. It's really close. I wouldn't change it. And there's not really so much conflict. Like part of being a small program is that there's only generally 1 person per year, and some like at maximum 2. And so everyone fits in very naturally into sort of a like defined relationship with people 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, whatever, higher than them, and with the faculty. So there's not really any arguments or anything like that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
In terms of, what we're looking for someone who wants to do neurosurgery, who's dedicated to spending the next 6+ years, dedicated to the craft. I strongly feel that anyone can be a neurosurgeon if they want to. Like literally anyone can do it. There's nothing special about me. Even Persad, there's nothing special about him. He thinks there is, but he's just super dedicated to becoming a neurosurgeon and learning the trade and the tasks at hand. So at the end of the day, that's what we're looking for, someone that is interested in neurosurgery and wanting to dedicate their time and lives to learning the trade.
Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we have 1 more minute. We have time for 1 more question. Maybe I can quickly ask a question on behalf of the applicants once we apply for this program. Is there any like a maternity or paternity leave considered for the residents in your program?
Yeah, it is definitely available, and it would just match the provincial standard of 12 to 18 months. We've not had anyone in our program that has taken maternity leave. We have had some fathers take a paternity leave, but they were short-lived by personal choice. So absolutely, we would 100% support that and navigate what that would look like for a resident very easily. So.
All right, so it's just me tonight. Hopefully, if you guys come to CaRMS applications, we will have some residents available to talk to you guys on the night before the interviews. I wanted to give you a very, very, very short presentation about McGill. There's nothing that's rocket science in here, so just give me a second. And then questions, of course. All right, so I just wanted to go through some stats, nothing super complicated. We have currently 15 residents, as you, I'm sure, know. The Quebec programs are currently limited to 2 CaRMS applicants per year. There's 4 programs in Quebec, so that means we get 1 CaRMS applicant every 2 years. That's by provincial mandate. It's in discussions with the professional associations, and the overwhelming reason for that is to limit the number of neurosurgeons available to employ, because there are too many neurosurgeons and not enough jobs. At least that's the opinion of the Quebec government and the provincial association. I think it's actually hard to argue with their logic. And you should ask yourself why no one else in the country is doing that. So that's that. And what it does mean, of course, is that we don't have a lot of CaRMS residents. We do have 15, though, which is a bit different than the other programs in Quebec. We have 12 IMG residents, and they're distributed as follows. We have 3 PGY1s, 2 PGY2s, 2 PGY3s, 3 PGY4s, 2 PGY5s, and 3 PGY6s currently. In my brief effort to explain inclusivity and diversity, we only have 2 women in the program currently, to my great shame. We have 3 female staff, by the way, out of 19. So that needs fixed. So this is a particular program that's going to be different from others that you encounter in the rest of the country. However, not as different as you think it is. We also have 6 fellows. Currently, we have 2 PEDS fellows, one who does only research, so really just 1 clinical PEDS fellow, 1 neurotrauma fellow, neuro-onc fellow, a functional fellow, and an epilepsy fellow. Plus, we have a combined spine program with the orthopedics department, and they have a bunch of fellows that rotate around various hospitals, some of which are neurosurgery, some of which are ortho, various things. So faculty, so I didn't add it up, but most of the training is done at Montreal Neurologic Institute and Hospital, where we have an epilepsy surgeon who also does oncology, a functional neurosurgeon who basically only does that. 2 dedicated neuro-oncology surgeons in addition to the epilepsy surgeon, 3 vascular surgeons, one of whom also does skull base and one of whom does endovascular. We have 2/3 other endovascular doctors who are radiologists. And we have 2 spine surgeons at the MNH and a peripheral nerve surgeon whose entire practice is peripheral nerve. The second one, which is a mistake, should have been Montreal General Hospital, which is just down the street. I'll show you in a second. And we have 3 neurotrauma staff. 2 of them have a general practice. They operate at MNH and do general cases, but cover neurotrauma. One has only a neurotrauma call. I'll explain that in a minute. The Jewish General Hospital has 2 spine and 2 skull-based surgeons. And then at the Children's Hospital, there's 3 of us currently. There is a bit of shift going on here, as a few people are retiring and we're going to hire some people, but that's how it is currently. Of this group, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them have 50-50 research clinical practices where they are half-time surgeon scientist. Everyone has some academic interest, but those 7 do it at least 50% of the time. So we organize the program like this. At the Montreal Neurologic Hospital, we have a spine rotation, and we actually break it up. So a little bit unlike other services where you would be at the Montreal Neurologic Hospital and just be on a big service with a bunch of residents. You're actually on an individual service where you're just doing spine with the 2 spine surgeons, or in the oncology service, doing that with the 3 oncology surgeons, or one with peripheral nerve service, or vascular with the 3 vascular surgeons, or epilepsy, and those would all be defined rotations of somewhere between 3 to 7 blocks over your residency, usually once as a junior and once as a senior. Montreal General Hospital, you would go to do neurotrauma. We also send you to the combined spine service there to do a little bit different spine experience, since the one at the MNH is entirely elective, so a lot of degenerative stuff, whereas the trauma is mostly seen at Montreal General Hospital. The Jewish General Hospital, as I said, has 2 spine surgeons, one who does almost exclusively MIS, so very different experience than elsewhere, and 2 skull-based surgeons who do a lot of pituitary and acoustic work. And then children's, 3 of us who do a variety of things, including one of us who does a real lot of epilepsy, actually probably as much epilepsy as the adult service is doing. Okay, so because I was bored, this is Montreal. I'm sure most of you know about Montreal. So it's an island in the middle of St. Lawrence. And the 4 training sites really aren't that far from each other. Montreal is obviously a relatively big city by Canadian standards, but not that big by international standards. The Montreal Neurologic Hospital is up here on the hill, right beside where the Alouettes play their home games. Used to actually be able to sit on the roof and watch them. That access has been closed, unfortunately. Just down the street is the Montreal General Hospital, and that's the trauma hospital for the entire, one of 2 trauma centers for the entire island. This serves the south end of the island, all of downtown. Across the mountain, if you want to call it a mountain, I apologize for those of you from the west for calling that a mountain, is the Jewish General Hospital, where I'll explain how much time you spend there. And then the brand new hospital in Montreal is the Glen site, which includes the Montreal Children's Hospital, which is this yellow building, the Shriners, which is this white building, and then other things which are less neurosurgical, the Royal Victoria, all of this, the Montreal Chest and the Cancer Institute, and then the Research Institute, all of which are at this brand new building, which was opened in 2015. They're not that far from each other. Seems a bit overwhelming, but I think many of you in cities where you move around won't be too offended by any of this. The biggest one is the neuro to the Glen site, and it's 6 kilometers basically. It takes 13 minutes, and he said, oh, I picked a time where there's no traffic, but actually really doesn't make that much difference in Montreal, that transit actually. The general is really down the street. You can walk, it's like 1.5 kilometers, and then the Jewish is sort of around the back of the mountain, and it's again about 5 to 6 kilometers away. So everything's relatively close. I showed you driving distances, but of course you can walk, you can bike. In the winter, you could ski across the mountain. There's reasonable transit in Montreal. There's certainly lots of buses and metros. Whether they work or show up on time is another story. All right, so here's how our program works, and I don't think anything is really radical here. This is just to show you how we kind of organize things. Like everyone else, there's going to be a boot camp with surgical foundations, and then you're going to spend some time at the MNH. Going to do a bunch of SF type rotations. And for us currently, I'm only asking people to do ICU, ER, and vascular surgery and nothing else. There's actually no requirement to do anything else beyond ICU and trauma rotation. Then we kind of send you to the trauma hospital, and there's reasons for that related to CBD, which I won't go through today, but this is really organized to try and be as efficient as possible as getting you guys through EPAs, right? So I don't need to talk about that now, but if you have questions about it later, I can talk about it. The MGH spine, same reason, neurology and neuroradiology, all of these early type foundational EPAs fit into these rotations. PGY3, so traditionally this has been a time largely at the MNH. Sometimes we sent people to Jewish a bit. We're talking about a neuro ICU rotation, which I'm still debating. And then most people were doing research in their 4th year. I'm going to come back to that a second. Pretty much the large majority of our residents are taking at least 1 full year of research, if not more. We have a few who've decided not to and have done some clinical time based on their practice pattern, particularly those who are going back to community practice in Saudi, but the majority we've gotten through at least a master's. We can do extra time. Of course, we've had several extended to do PhDs and other things. PGY5 path, we're coming, I won't talk about why, but used to be at the end. It's now there because the exam's there, right? and then spine, M&H, and peripheral nerve, and all that kind of stuff. So these are just the stages of training for CBD. You don't need to worry about that yet. And those are the exams, right? So, okay, option 2 is just to show you that I have had a couple residents who've decided to do research in their 30, and I just want to point out we're pretty flexible about that. The residents have come to me and said, look, I really think I'd be better off getting my research done my 3rd year and do more clinical work before my exam. That's okay with me. I have no problem with it. So we've scheduled that pretty much how people have wanted it to be done. We've also had some residents take leave of absence, both to do research and some other training. I have one who's going to go off and work at an industry actually for a year probably as well before coming back to complete training. Okay, that's the same thing. You don't need to see that again. This is just the overall thing, right? So where do you do everything? And so there's a whole bunch of neurosurgery is this blue area, and this is all this other stuff, pathology, neurology. It's just how the program's organized. And it's not that different from university to university, right? There are some requirements. I do want to show you what is a little different. As I said, you're not just going to be doing neurosurgery at the M&H for 3 years. You're actually going to be on dedicated services that are specialty specific. So this is kind of how that's broken up. And ideally, we're trying to get people a relatively even distribution of their experience in all the various areas of neurosurgery. There are obviously some reasons why some might be more important or have more time associated with them than others. For instance, spine, the M&H is not that long, but you're also going to do spine at the general and spine at the Jewish. So you're going to do a ton of spine, which is quite representative of neurosurgical practice, right? And this is just to show the actual blocks. And again, I can answer questions about, you don't need to memorize these, but these are just an example of how a resident might go through trajectory and how many actual blocks of neurosurgery they do. You can see the M&H has these large blocks, but they're going to be in a service, and that's where they are. So, you might do oncology and then functional and spine, and then come back and do some more spine, some vascular, some more oncology near the end. Again, trying to divide it into kind of a junior senior experience. I don't want you to look at this too closely. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to show you our master schedule. And my point about this master schedule is that these are all the different individual rotations that people are going on. This is research down here. You can't read it. Radiology, neurology, and pathology at the bottom. But the rest of these are the clinical rotations. My point is that we're trying to, in general, have very few residents per clinical rotation. So it is likely, if you excluded the fellows, and I didn't, the fellows are here too, right? So you don't get excited about the fellow names. You're going to be either on a clinical service by yourself or with one other resident most of the time. So if you're at the M&H, you might be there with 5 residents, but you're going to be doing vascular by yourself. Okay, so why would you want to come to Montreal? Here's why you don't want to come to Montreal. I don't think this is different than a lot of places you've been, but at least several months a year, it looks like the bottom 2 pictures. It always looks like the top 2 pictures, always, 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 and it's miserable. Why might you want to come to Montreal? Apart from me being great and the staff were just lovely people, but apart from that, it's relatively cheap, right? These are the cheap place to live. This is the ranking of average rent. So Montreal ranks 25th in the country, right? Equivalent to places that are quite a bit smaller and quite a bit cheaper than lots of cities that have neurosurgical programs. And then, of course, this is a good reason to come too. It's a beautiful city. Okay, so that's all I wanted to talk about. But hopefully, we have some questions. And I'm happy to talk about the structure of the program and all that kind of stuff if you want, although I don't know how many of those details are really that interesting, to be honest.
Dr. Atkinson, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. That was great. And yes, for sure. If anyone has any questions, just like last time, feel free to raise your hand using that function, or you can type in the chat and we'd be happy to read it out.
Yep.
But if you have any questions, feel free to go ahead.
While you're thinking, I may just speak a little bit about language. So for those of you who don't spend a lot of time in Montreal or haven't been, Montreal is obviously a relatively multicultural city. It's not Toronto. Toronto's like I went to medical school in Toronto, right? Toronto's really multicultural. Montreal's not, but still quite a lot of Europeans, but a good representation of people from all over the world, and everybody in Montreal will speak some English. That being said, the official language of the province is French, period, right? In the hospital, you can write and use French or English, although that's legally somewhat more complicated recently, but it's still true. The language of instruction at McGill is officially in English. But I would say that probably 50% of our patients would prefer to speak French to you. There's probably another 30% who can speak French or speak French better than English, but are happy speaking English to you. And then 20% would be happy speaking English or another language. So some knowledge of French is a really good idea. Is it essential? It's not. I mean, I have 2/3 of my program is IMG residents and none of them speak French, right? That's not actually true. To be fair, by the end of 6th year, I have several of our residents from Saudi who are very, very good in French. So anyway, that being said, if you speak some French, if you want to learn to speak French, it would only make your life better. Is it a criteria? No, but am I unhappy if you apply and you speak French? I'm certainly not unhappy about it.
All right. Anyone have any questions? If not, maybe I can start the first one.
Sure.
So Dr. Atkinson, maybe about that. Do you find that typically like the residents who recently finished their neurosurgery training, do they typically work in Quebec, in the province of Quebec? Do they work in Montreal?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think like everywhere else in the country, you know, probably about half go elsewhere. I think overall in Canada, about half go to the States, right? In Quebec, I don't think that's as true if you look at the province as a whole. The other 3 universities in language of instruction is French, and there's a lot of candidates who have grown up and lived in Quebec their whole life and speak French and as their primary language, and so often try to get a job in the province. McGill, I would say, is a little different. We have quite a number of people who graduated from McGill. So I graduated from McGill. I went to medical school in Toronto, but I graduated here. My 2 colleagues at the pediatric hospital both graduated from this program. Our 2 newest hires at the Jewish both graduated from our program. And we have an oncology staff coming back soon who will also have graduated from our program. We have a couple new, in the last 5 years, we have somebody from Toronto and somebody from Calgary as well who work with us. But there's a lot of people who will work. And I think the other thing that's probably important to think about, because I think getting a job in Canada is a big issue, right? And we obviously want you to graduate and get a job. That's our goal. That McGill, at least, and I know many universities are pretty much only going to hire surgeon scientists from now on. I mean, I wouldn't get a job anymore, almost certainly. I would have to change a bit what my training was like. So I think if you're looking to work at an academic center in Canada, you should really concentrate heavily on how you're going to make yourself palatable or able to do research as part of your job. Not just like occasionally, but 50%.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Atkinson. Any other question from the audience? Okay, maybe I can ask the same question I asked from Dr. Fillings as well. Do you have any opportunity for maternity or paternity leave in your program for the residents?
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to look up the exact policy, but absolutely. So we recently, within the last couple of years, have had a resident go on maternity leave twice. Paternity leave is also available. There is a very good resident association in the province, the FMRQ, who have a website. You can look it up, and we follow their policies exactly. I mean, it's not like we have a choice, but we would anyway. The woman who went on maternity leave twice had 6 months once and almost a year the first time. So we're able to arrange that however people want. The law and the contract deal with how you get paid, right? So there's a certain amount of that's funded and a certain amount of that's leave of absence, but the leave is not a problem. we'd be happy for people to, to do that. I think in addition to, telling you that you got to get a job and I want you to get a job because that's super important. I think you should have a good balanced life too, right? And if your life is just sitting in the hospital all day, then we've also failed in some major way. So we very much interested in people doing things, including family things outside of the hospital. It's easy to lose that though on a day-to-day basis, right? So we have to keep on top of that.
More
I think
questions?
this program generally is pretty, pretty friendly. Most people, look, there's people, everybody's different, but I think generally it's a small program, small-ish program in that way.
Dr. Atkinson, how many of your residents do a PhD in residency?
Yeah, so a few. I would say more recently, the majority have done master's degrees recently. So I think I have 7 currently that have completed their masters. PhDs, we've had 3 who have graduated in the last 5 years. I have no one in the program currently who is doing a PhD, and we have 1 who graduated with master's who is now completing a PhD post-fellowship. But currently no one is doing a PhD. I do have 1 MD PhD in the program who had a PhD prior to coming into residency. There are enormous opportunities for research at McGill. I mean, it's not, look, we're a big university like everywhere else. I don't want to tell you that we're better than anywhere else, but neuroscience research is quite easy to find and get mentors for at the, specifically at the MNH, but all the other hospitals as well. There's no trouble finding a project and a mentor for that.
I have someone just messaged me hoping, Dr. Atkinson, if you can elaborate a little bit on the current 1 year on, 1 year off CaRMS applications.
Yeah.
And if this is something likely to change in the coming years.
Not sure. It's been on for quite some time. I don't remember the last time all the universities took 4 residents. I don't know the answer to that. I don't see a change in the near future. It's evaluated quite regularly. I don't totally understand the politics behind it, but it has to do with many things. One is the government of Quebec would like to train 55% family doctors and 45% specialists. We're nowhere near that target still, I think, despite years of trying. So there's unlikely to be increased specialist positions overall in the coming years. And as I said, from a neurosurgery point of view, I don't remember how many neurosurgeons in the province, but in the order of 60 or 70. The association has thought that it's still enough, like we have enough neurosurgeons, so they're not trying to get more. Now, the downside of that argument is that that assumes everybody's going to train and work in Quebec, which is not true at all. And that the only place we get people is from Quebec, which is also not true at all. So, I think what we're doing is there's a problem in Canada, and the universities in Quebec are proportionately shouldering a burden that the rest of the universities should also be shouldering, if you want to know the truth.
Thank you. Marie-Lou, you're next, please. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. I was wondering if it was possible for students from across Canada or Quebec to come and do like a clerkship in neurosurgery in McGill, like maybe after everything with COVID, but in the future?
Yeah, so it always had been in the past, and the only reason it hadn't been was the restriction on electives and travels amongst the universities in Canada. So it's really been a university, in Canada agreement. I think it's changing. We certainly have residents doing electives in and out of the country and in and out of the province again now. So I'd expect medical students should be able to do that shortly. I don't think it was true for this CaRMS cycle, as I recall, but I'm hoping it will change, yeah, for sure. And we have lots of space. We could accommodate 5 students at a time easily, no problem.
There's a question in the chat from Ali. He's asked, speaking of research, what are some opportunities for global health, global surgery?
It's a good question. So from a neurosurgery point of view, none of the faculty have been super involved in global health. However, McGill has a faculty of Global Health and a global health initiative that's quite active. And there's a variety of surgeons, both at the children's and in the general surgery department, who are quite active in global health. So there is absolutely opportunities to make that happen. But the neurosurgery department itself, we haven't been too good about it. We have a couple guys who've gone on various things to Haiti and stuff, but in terms of actually being there. But McGill has an actual department and program of global health, and we could absolutely do, you could spend research time doing that, for sure.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks everybody for joining today. I'm just going to get my slideshow up and going, and I don't know what the other program directors have been doing, but I'm going to give you kind of a brief overview of our program and McMaster here, and then take as many questions as you guys want. I don't know where you want it to go, but we can be organic about it. All right. Excellent. So firstly, I'm just going to cover a few different things, just to tell you a little bit about our staff and our residents and a little bit of our program and our city. I know we've got people from all over the country and some people from all over the world today. So just want to introduce you to Hamilton. So in Hamilton, we're part of McMaster University. And so we have a hospital system that consists of multiple hospitals spread out throughout the city, and the majority of the neurosurgical work actually happens at the Hamilton General Hospital, and then the pediatrics at the Children's Hospital. And I forgot to update here. Epic is coming June 22. We have gone live with Epic as of June, and we are now fully on an electronic medical record. So I'm a pediatric neurosurgeon at McMaster. So I actually spend the majority of my time at the Children's Hospital, but the adult activity is at the Hamilton General Hospital. This is where we are in the corner of the world. So this is our approximate catchment area here on the left. So we're just kind of at the edge of Lake Ontario, just kind of the top half of the Niagara Peninsula. And we cover most of the Niagara Peninsula. So that goes all the way from, if you guys can use your imaginations here. So this is actually, here's Niagara Falls and Niagara on the Lake. This is Lake Erie down here, and this is Lake Ontario. And so here we are in Hamilton, just kind of at the edge of, or at the end of Lake Ontario, and Toronto is up here. And so that's where we are. Here's who we are. So this is just an overview of the staff that we have here. So this is Dr. Senek. He's one of our spine staff who did his residency here and then did spine training in Calgary before returning. Dr. Ketcher, who is also one of our spine staff. He did his residency in London and then his fellowship in, well, I can't remember where his fellowship was, London or elsewhere, but then came back here afterwards. And actually, I'll skip over to the other side here. This is Dr. Guha, who's our newest addition, who's the third full-time staff faculty who trained in Toronto and then a fellowship in Pittsburgh. Dr. Reddy is our senior neurosurgeon, our senior most neurosurgeon. He does mostly skull-based and oncology. Dr. Sharma here is one of the few people in Canada who's a combined or dual trained neurosurgeon and intensivist. So he actually has dual certification, and he does neurocritical care and trauma and general neurosurgery. Up here are our three vascular people. So Dr. Vandal is actually a neurologist, but he belongs mostly to our division because he only practices endovascular surgery. So he does aneurysm coilums and embolizations and thrombectomies. Dr. Wong, who is from London, then trained in Swedish for a vascular fellowship, has been here for a few years now. And he does combined, he does open and as well as endovascular, and then Dr. Algierd, who does vascular, endovascular, and skull-based neurosurgery as well. So that's the complement of our regular adult team. To add to the rest of the team here, right now we've got one locum, Dr. Alison Bull, who does general neurosurgery, and Dr. Zador, who is a clinical scholar, meaning he is part-time working, doing neurosurgery, but also part-time working in the lab and doing research. And on the left-hand side here is myself and my two partners, Dr. Singh and Dr. Ajani, and we make up the pediatric complement over at the neurosurgery side. In addition to that, we have usually about one spine fellow, 1 or 2 INR fellows per year, and often one skull-based fellow per year. We are currently recruiting another oncology staff on the adult side, and that adds out right now. So if any of you guys are interested to apply and are fully qualified neurosurgeons, throw your application in. And then we're looking in the future to get a functional neurosurgeon here as well. This is our complement of residents. So we've got 4 PGY1s currently, David, Rami, Nadine, and Victoria. And so they're just settling in a few months into residency and doing well. And then our PGY2s are Shannon and Asil. Our PGY4s, right now we have no PGY3s. We have a few PGY4s, but mostly because that's their research year. So we have Hassan is actually one of our PGY4s who's doing a master's this year in health resource management. Dr. Alhan Tubi is currently on service, but he's leaving next in July for a master's degree and going to be working on simulation with Dr. Del Maestro. Dr. Kesserwan is at the beginning or partway into an extended research leave. He's going to be pursuing a PhD in like computational neurosciences and AI. And then Dr. Duda and Dr. Lannon, they are both off on research. They're actually wrapping up their research. Dr. Duda has been gone for a couple of years, and he's returning after completing the CIP program. Melissa is, again, one of our PGY4s. She's been off doing research, and this is her second year, but she's transitioned to a PhD, so she'll be gone for another couple of years. And then our graduating residents, Hanan and Imagine, are PGY6. And then Dr. Zegzug is PGY5. She's also been, will be returning to service in July after completing her PhD. She just defended her thesis, I think, last week for her PhD. So she'll be rejoining the program in July. I think probably a lot of this is similar from the other program directors in terms of the program design. We're 6 years competence by design model. And as some of them may have explained to you guys, that is where we complete what we call entrustable professional activities, and in small portions of what you need to know for neurosurgery, and demonstrate competence in those things to progress throughout the program. The first couple of years, residents are also enrolled in something called the Surgical Foundations Program, which is a half day per week where they study just the general principles of surgery and then use those and have an exam after or in the second year. They also have a CBD model and have EPA similar to our own program. And then there's that surgical foundation exam that happens in second year. Overall, what the program looks like over 6 years is a lot of neurosurgery in PGY1. Mostly that's to get you into being a resident and learning the service and everything. But we also have other off-service rotations to fulfill kind of the obligations for principles of surgery and get you guys some exposure to how things are done in different programs as well. PGY2 also includes, again, mostly neurosurgery, but also vascular surgery, neurology, and ICU as well. And then we move into kind of the core years of training, PGY3, which is pretty much mostly neurosurgery with 3 blocks of pediatric neurosurgery. PGY4 is, again, often can be divvied up into a few different things, from general neurosurgical training, but research as well as electives, and many have opted to pursue a master's degree either directly during that single year in a course-based master's, and then a number have pursued it over a couple of years in thesis-based masters, or through what we call the CIP program, which is actually a Royal College clinician investigators program, where they actually get a additional college certification, or an area, what we call an AFC certificate, or an area of focused competency in research. PGY5 is changing a little bit because we are transitioning now into the CBD model. It used to be that the exam and everything was at the end, but now that's moved up to PGY5. So at the beginning of PGY5, you're writing the first time for your Royal College written exam. And so we moved neuropathology into the PGY5 block, so you can do the written exam. And then there's options for electives and doing things like a senior pediatrics rotation in either PGY5 or PGY6. And then PGY6 is all about the home stretch, which is the oral exam and really getting ready for what we call transition to practice, which is that last section of our competence by design model. In the program itself, we got lots of different things that we do for educational activities. So we do what other places we refer to often as brain school, our Friday mornings, where we do our academic half day, which consists of case rounds, neuroscience grand rounds, and then a mix of didactic and practical topics that cover the breadth of neurosurgery. We have a curriculum that we cover. It's about a 2 to 3 year rotation of a curriculum. So we just kind of go on a cycle and cover all the core topics of neurosurgery. We also occasionally do growth pathology. And what we've been doing a lot recently is getting back into the anatomy lab. After a long stretch of no anatomy lab for COVID, we're making up for it now, doing a lot of gross anatomical teaching. There's also things like other programs like monthly M&Ms, journal club. This is a microscope session I held for the junior residents to work on their microscope skills. We sacrificed a poor pumpkin because it was right around Halloween that I did this last. So they didn't make it. They tried their best. We also do other educational things like oral and written exams, research day every fall, pituitary education day, which is a medical and surgical session covering kind of topics related to pituitary abnormalities and skull-based surgery. We also do an actual hands-on skull-based endoscopy course run by Dr. Reddy, as well as a minimally invasive spine course, which is run by Dr. Reddy and soon to probably be Dr. Guha. And then we also have things like divisional research rounds and regular case rounds for exam prep. We also find time to do other things during the year. This is a bone drilling course that we did to work on our drilling skills. I think we even in the end had I don't think I have it here. We had a friendly competition of who could drill off more of the eggshell without breaking the membrane on the inside, and who could do it fastest. We've also been, as I said, doing a lot of anatomy lab. This was Dr. Duda earlier last month, doing a endoscopic view, but of a transcallosal approach. So these are actually this is the corpus callosum here, and this is the ACAs coming up. In terms of clinical work, we've got 2 clinical teams at the HGH and one at the pediatric team at the pediatric hospital. And we kind of break those teams up into spine, vascular, endovascular, and then skull-based endoscopy oncology. So everybody has opportunity to do a little bit of everything. We have about, at the single site, about 2,200 operative cases per year on average. And about 10% of those are pediatric over on the children's hospital side. This is Dr. Kamita, who was we just had 3 residents graduate last year. She's doing a pediatrics fellowship in London at Great Ormond Street. And then in terms of positions, we've got 1 CaRMS resident per year, and we usually take 1 visa trainee per year as well. I put this in the wrong spot. This was to help find Hamilton itself. So this is where in the world we are. We're just here at the corner, as I kind of mentioned before. If you haven't been to our city, we've got kind of 2 sides to it. One is the Bay, which is the industrial side here. And this is kind of the foundation of the development of Hamilton. It was really an industrial city and kind of a port city and a steel part of kind of the steel belt. But it has transitioned into its number one employer is now healthcare. And between the hospital systems and everything, we now have a very different Hamilton. And so this is downtown at night, and this is actually looking out the back of the general hospital. This is an overview of the downtown area in the kind of West Hamilton area. We live in an area that is, as I showed you guys on the map, kind of in between Toronto and Niagara Falls. And so we've got everything in between, from being part of the wine belt and having nice access to wineries, to kind of a downtown revival with a lot of concert activity, a whole bunch of new restaurants and everything that are happening as well. So it's actually a lovely place to live. I've been here since 2005, I guess, in Hamilton, and it's really a nice and lovely place to live because it's got a lot of different culture, but also it has access to the city and country and everything in between. In terms of the strength of McMasters, we're a high volume concentrated, mostly concentrated a single center for our adult experience. And as a result, we have a lot of varied pathologies and full subspecialty expertise. We see a lot of trauma, both the adult and pediatric side as level 1 trauma centers. We have what we call a neuro step-down unit and a neuro ICU. So one portion of our ICU is dedicated mostly to neuro patients. And we actually have a step-down unit, which is run by a individual intensivist staff with neuro expertise. And actually, some of our neurosurgeons are the staff who run the unit, but the residents also have participation and involvement in the step-down unit as well, in terms of learning how to deal with critical illness and high acuity patients. We've got a procedure room actually where our residents get a lot of experience learning some of the basic skills. So a lot of our procedures are done by residents pretty early on in their training. Things like twist drills for subdural hematomas and external ventricular drains, which are often done on the ward or in the ICU, depending upon the acuity. And there's a lot of room for graduated independence doing those over time. And other things, we have a very well-established research program. So as I mentioned, our research day, we just had that just a couple weeks ago. So we have a full research committee, which helps to kind of define and help residents complete research with some excellent research assistance. And as part of the research committee itself, we also have a few different interest groups for neurosurgery. So Dr. Sharma runs what he calls the CRANI group, which is a group looking at kind of often kind of systematic review and evidence review of a number of different important topics in neurosurgery. And then on the pediatric side, we have another study group called the Pediatric Brain Tumor Study Group McMaster, where we try and pull in, we have a database of our operations and patients over the past couple decades, and we use that to help with refining and finding research questions. We also have some mid-level supports for PAs and NPs for the clinical teams, both on the adult and pediatric side, and then a well-developed kind of PGME program. When I always talk about strengths, I always want to talk about weaknesses. One thing of note is that we don't have functional neurosurgery on site, and as part of our training, we usually send them to another site to get some functional experience. It's a smaller corner of the neurosurgical world for functional neurosurgery, but it's still one of those kind of core competencies that everybody gets exposure to. And we're working to hopefully have someone to come in and do that locally over the next few years. And then we're a busy place. So there's no doubt that our residents are very busy. We try and keep it so they're not too busy, but they certainly do work hard and earn their stripes. For those of you who will be participating in CaRMS, we're, as everywhere, doing Zoom interviews. Many people haven't been able to make it for electives. And just a reminder that reference letters are about you and not about neurosurgery specifically. So I always read reference letters with interest, trying to get to know people beforehand, rather than whether they can, hold a scalpel. And then so I'll just put my contact information up here. You're welcome to reach out to me or a program assistant. We've got a couple town halls coming up that I'm just working on finalizing the dates, and we'll send those out if you guys have specific questions for the program. And that's about all. So I will stop here because I didn't want to kind of bore you guys with too many slides. And really, I want to allow allow you guys to please ask questions, and any questions are fair game. Questions about me, questions about the program, questions about being a neurosurgeon, questions about being a pediatric neurosurgeon. I think you'll notice a number of the program directors are in fact pediatric neurosurgeons. It's I guess we have a proclivity to like to interact and educate. So.
Thank you, Dr. Yarascavitch. Wonderful presentation, as always. Floor is open to questions. Please raise your hand. Mike, and I see Sydney already, so go ahead.
Jump in there. Hi. So I have a keen interest in education. So I was just wondering if there's any kind of up and coming innovations or changes with the program that you're excited about.
Yeah, so I mean, for education, so I will say just from, I have participated a lot in the PGME. We have a very well-developed kind of educational expertise here at McMaster, and we have something which some of the residents are participating in. Now, not the neurosurgery residents. We have something called hold on, it's going to come. Not the clinician investigator program, but the clinician educator program. So we're one of the few sites across the country right now that have that specialty certificate program. It's another Royal College program, and you do it concurrently, either as a resident or as a staff. So it's open to people who've finished residency, but some people actually do it during residency. And I know a number of people who have done it, and I have experience with the clinician educator program. And it's a fantastic program because it teaches you about education, and then as part of that program, they work in educational development, which is always nice to have that participation in the program itself. So the clinician education program here is great because there's a very heavy interest in education, not only just from the university, but from actually a PGME level. So a number of the people who are leaders in clinician education and clinician education program across the country are actually here, like Dr. Sherbrooke, Dr. Chan. They're heavily involved at the Royal College level, and they have a few different podcasts. They actually run something called the Key Lyme podcast, which is the Key Literature in Medical Education podcast. It's an excellent podcast if you guys are interested in looking it up and listening to it, but it's all about medical education itself. So there definitely are a lot of resources here at McMaster specifically, if that's something you're interested in, that can be easily tapped into.
Thanks much.
Perfect. I think Irene has her hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Pedro. Thanks so much for hosting this session, and Dr. Yarascavitch, thanks for your.
Blake is much easier. No one calls me. I encourage people to just call me Blake, because it's so much harder it's so much easier than Yarascavitch. All my patients are just Dr. Blake.
Yeah, perfect. Great. Yeah, no, I'm a PhD student at U of T and interested in applying to neurosurgery, obviously, this cycle. I have an interest in functional, and it's great to hear that you'll be expanding the program with that. I'm just wondering, so you talked about that, but what is your vision for the future of the residency program at MAC, and what changes, if any, do you anticipate in the next years within the program?
Yeah, so really, in terms of change in the program, we're at a relatively steady state. I think a lot of the changes that are going to be happening over the next little while are on the clinical side in terms of recruiting more staff actually to work with. From the residency program, there's two things that I'm working on right now. One is potentially working on the clinical model for residents to have a little bit more, what's the right way to explain it? I think one thing I mentioned in terms of the workload for residents is that our residents is that it is quite high sometimes. And so in terms of shaking things up in the program, we might be moving to some models to ease some of the clinical burden in the next little while. And those are looking at two different things. One is potentially kind of concentrating our expertise into teaching teams and non-teaching teams. And the other thing is increasing our community reach. So right now we have we are working on the clinical side to start to have like a satellite campus essentially for neurosurgery. Our medical school here has satellite campuses. So the McMaster Medical School has a campus in Kitchener-Waterloo and St. Catharines. We are working to have the Kitchener-Waterloo Hospital and the Grand River Hospital have some clinical neurosciences affiliation with us over the coming couple of years, and that might be a spine focused and simple cranial. So some of that is one of the things that are coming down the pipeline. The other thing is making sure that, as I said, you know, what our program looks like right now is a whole bunch of R4s who are doing research. And so one of the other things that may happen over the next little while is overall increasing our numbers to help with some of that flexibility as people take research or research time.
Great. Thanks so much for that. That's great.
Okay, is there any other question? If not, I can ask the next question. So for people interested in global neurosurgery, do you have any plan in your program for like maybe doing research in global neurosurgery? We've been having some elective like in low resources countries.
Yeah, for sure. So actually, I think I caught the tail end of the last talk. And so we have something similar. We've got something called MacGlobus, which is a global surgery program. So even on the Department of Surgery and the Department of Pediatric Surgery both have agreements and have outreach that happens. Most of it is sub-Saharan Africa, but there's also with Haiti as well as trying to remember the other place. I can't remember off the top of my head, but so there already are places right now that which we do exchanges for. And one of our residents, so Michelle, just at the start of COVID, she went to Uganda to get some pediatric neurosurgery experience there, where they've got a well-developed pediatric neurosurgery hospital. So there are opportunities. There's excellent facilitation for those things to happen. I mean, it's one of those things that not everybody's interested in. So not everybody wants to go and do that. But for those people who are interested, it's definitely supported, both at a PGME and departmental level with these exchanges. So there certainly is opportunity for outreach. On the other side, we do have occasional people who come here through the MacGlobus program. So we actually have someone who's supposed to, I think, start. There have been lots of COVID delays, but I think they're going to be starting in January to come as a kind of a general neurosurgical fellow and participate within the program here, having come from another country.
Thank you.
We have time for a few more questions. Anyone
so there were just two things in the chat. Number one, Keyline podcast from the Royal College. That is the link. And then for CaRMSIGN, we have one CMG spot. We do not have an IMG spot. So we used to be one of the universities that were alternating 1 year on, 1 year off. But as of the last 3 or 4 years, we've been taking someone every year, which has been really nice.
So I can ask. Oh, Irene, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I'll ask a quick question. Just wondering if you guys have a formal mentorship program and what that looks like, whether that's junior to senior residents or also, staff to residents.
So that's an excellent question. So yes, we do. So we actually have a wellness committee. And as part of the wellness committee, everyone has a senior mentor. So each junior, 1 or 2 juniors, is paired with a senior mentor. And so we try and pair the, PGY 1s with the PGY 3s. And so they kind of progress through residency, and then as they reach PGY 4, then they take on someone themselves. So we've just formalized that this year as part of our wellness committee. And then for staff mentorship, you'll find that most of the programs do something similar. We now have something called an academic coach, and that is part of the CBME model. So an academic coach is someone that you actually you meet with a few times a year, and usually before every composite committee, and they look through your progress. They sit down, they talk with you, reflect on your on the documentation of your evaluation and how things are going. And the messaging is between the messaging is we call them academic coaches, but they're very similar to mentors. But the coaching is more so a role which they provide opportunity to ingest the information or the feedback around you, and then help you reflect and improve yourself based upon that. So it is similar to a mentor, but we actually use the term called academic coach.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, do we have any other questions? If not, maybe I can ask a quick question. Maybe you had actually talked about this a little bit earlier. I apologize if I didn't catch it, but typically, when the residents go from starting to finish, how many cases do they roughly typically get to do? And how much of that is during like their chief year?
So yes, so the chiefs do anywhere from 800 cases or so, sometimes more, during their kind of chief experience, your chief year, the more senior year, mostly because they spend most of their time in the OR, or a large portion of the time in the OR. As you transition through, you do more. So, as a junior, you're doing more of the independent things like the twist drills and the subdurals, and assisting, but we really have a graduated experience here. So most residents are, averaging anywhere from 300 to, because we don't, not separate from kind of OR experience. If you're counting like EVDs and twist drills, we're talking, 300, 400 often a year in the first few years, in terms of at least getting the exposure, but also doing those individual procedures.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. There's no more questions. I'll just say, anyone here on the fence who wants to be a neurosurgeon, you should do it. It's the best job in the world. I love my job as a pediatric neurosurgeon. I love adults too, but I love kids way more. And just a plug for the specialty overall is that it really is a wonderful specialty. You work hard, but it is extremely rewarding. And, I am very enthusiastic about neurosurgery. I have found ways to, be able to have a life and live a comfortable life, and I've got, 2 children, and, they're young, but I find lots of time to be able to spend with them and enjoy them. So, you can have, people sometimes get scared off by neurosurgery to say that, you'll never be home, never see your family, etc. That's not true. I mean, you make the decisions that you make in life to, that are important to you, and you prioritize those things that are important to you. There's no doubt that anyone who wants to do it all, have it all, and really experience and have a fulfilling career, neurosurgery is 100% one of the ways to do it. So that's all I have to say. I'm going to put my contact information in here. I think that someone asked. And then I'll let you guys go on to the next person who probably is here any moment.
Thank you, Dr. Blake. Maybe one last quick question. So how do you compare the job opportunity in pediatric neurosurgery compared to other subspecialties in neurosurgery in Canada?
So the reason I like pediatric neurosurgery is it's a generalist experience. So I get to do everything just on kids. So I do tumor, I do spine, I do vascular, I do AVMs and aneurysms, trauma and hydrocephalus. What I love about pediatric neurosurgery is that it's the breadth of neurosurgery, but it's a different population. I enjoy interacting with patients and their families. Family care is a very big thing in pediatrics. And I often, we have a longitudinal exposure. So, I've got kids who I operated on day of life 1, and I get to see them until they're 18. So it's truly different, because most people, when you think about neurosurgery, it's episodic. And you may see some person, you treat them third disc, have a nice life. Hopefully I'll never see you again. That's not true for the majority of my practice. The majority of my practice, I get to see until they're 18, and some of them even longer. We run what we'll call a combined neuro-oncology clinic, where we continue following kids who have had brain tumors or neuroaxis tumors as a child, and we continue to care for them even into adulthood. Basically, we see them as long as they want to see us. When they stop wanting to see us, well, they get to move on with life. But we see we see patients who are in their 20s and 30s and 40s who have had and survived, medulloblastomas and ependymomas and stuff that they need because of the treatment lifelong monitoring for. So it's a fantastic way to really see and get perspective on the effect that you have as being a neurosurgeon for children and young adults. So it's different. In the adult side, they typically kind of, you do your specialty, and so it's more pigeonholed. And as I said, there's kind of that episodes of care rather than that longitudinal experience, and then less family interaction, give or take. Anyway, I've got over my time, I think, so I should get out of here.
Thank you.
Bon, donc notre programme de neurochirurgie, qu'est-ce que la neurochirurgie? Il y a beaucoup de gens qui sont un peu dans le processus de considérer à le faire pour le CaRMS, c'est pour ça que vous êtes ici à cette heure-là. Mais pour les gens un peu qui ont un questionnement sur est-ce que je devrais faire cette spécialité ou non, qu'est-ce que c'est la neurochirurgie également, c'est sûr que le plus important, le truc qui va le plus aider pour vraiment réaliser c'est quoi cette discipline-là, c'est pas seulement en lire, mais c'est vraiment venir faire des stages. C'est sûr que c'est quelque chose qu'on encourage. Découvrir un petit peu c'est quoi la neurochirurgie en tant que telle. Donc, si on pourrait la décrire un petit peu d'une certaine manière, comment je le vois, c'est une spécialité très variée, dans le sens qu'il y a énormément de surspécialités, que oui, ça concerne le cerveau et la colonne, qui sont relativement similaires, mais en même temps, les interventions en tant que telles qui sont propres à chaque spécialité sont tellement différentes qu'on pourrait quasiment considérer la neurochirurgie comme un ensemble de différentes spécialités. Donc, c'est une spécialité très scientifique aussi. Donc, on a mis une petite image d'une salle d'opération typique pour une chirurgie de neuro-oncologie. On voit, on a la caméra infrarouge, la neuronavigation qui nous permet de nous repérer dans le cerveau, l'IRM pré-op qu'on peut consulter au besoin et les reconstructions qui nous permet en plus de voir avec la neuronavigation on est où, le dossier clinique du patient, des imageries avancées comme la tractorégraphie que vous pouvez voir à l'ordi numéro 4 qui nous aide à voir un peu les différents faisceaux pour être capable de s'orienter, pas seulement dans l'anatomie structurelle, mais aussi dans l'anatomie fonctionnelle. Sinon, bien sûr, il y a toutes les autres technologies, les scans intra-op, les microscopes, l'échographie, des aspirateurs spéciaux. Bref, on est gâté en termes de technologie. Je pense que c'est une des beautés de cette spécialité-là. Maintenant, un peu pour les différentes spécialités. Souvent, en neurochirurgie, en tout cas, moi, personnellement, quand j'ai réalisé que je voulais faire de la neurochir, je n'avais pas réalisé qu'il y avait le volet spinal. On pense souvent au cerveau, mais il y a aussi ce volet-là qui existe, qui est une bonne partie de notre carrière, qui est encore là très différent. On parlait un peu que la surspécialité, c'est vraiment quasiment une spécialité à elle tout seul. Donc, la chirurgie spinale, que ce soit le dégénératif, le traumatique, différentes interventions qui existent. La neuro-oncologie, qui est un petit peu le bread and butter de la neurochirurgie. Quelque chose à Sherbrooke que je trouve qu'on fait bien, c'est quand même une partie importante de notre programme de résidence. Donc, pour les gens qui sont plus intéressés pour un programme de neuro-oncologie, je pense vraiment que c'est une de nos forces, une des raisons pourquoi il faudrait considérer Sherbrooke. On a 2 neurochirurgiens on est un peu du centre quand même de 7 chirurgiens, 2 neurochirurgiens oncologues qui font ça à temps plein, avec un intérêt, une petite vidéo rapide. Là. Donc, ça, c'est pour une chirurgie de quelqu'un qui a une tumeur au niveau de l'insula dominante. Donc, on peut voir un petit peu le repérage préopératoire que vous avez peut-être vu pendant vos stages. La planification, on voit la tumeur insulaire qui est à un endroit un petit peu critique. Puis après, ça monte, c'est Dr Fortin avec le bandana bleu. Après, un peu les imageries avancées dont on parlait, tout ce qui est tractographie pour être capable de voir les faisceaux de la matière blanche pour pouvoir mieux se localiser, guider notre approche et faire le moins d'attente structurelle. Donc là, on met le cadre à la patiente. On la peigne pour pouvoir raser, on navigue, on trouve la tumeur et où pour notre point d'accès. Après, bien sûr, on va voir, on met le drapage stérile, on ouvre la peau, comme standard, de manière standard. Ce qui est surtout intéressant, c'est que je vais montrer un peu la chirurgie éveillée. Donc, on voit la patiente qui est réveillée, à laquelle on pose des questions pour voir comment elle réagit avec les différentes aires qu'on stimule. Ça, c'est un stimulateur cortical qu'on voit. On voit si on a une perte de fonction. Ça permet un petit peu de faire un mapping du cerveau. Et après, une fois que la fonction est délimitée, patiente endormie, on fait le reste de l'opération. On est content, il ne reste pas beaucoup de tumeurs, même si c'était en zone relativement éloquente. Une petite image finale. On fait un petit montage, on me remet l'os. Donc, bref, comme une chirurgie un peu classique, un peu un classique de la neurochirurgie, je dirais, une résection satisfaisante à 80%. Donc, bref, la neuro-onco, pour le monde qui se demande c'est quoi exactement la neurochirurgie, ça, c'est un peu un des exemples qu'on a de chirurgie quand même assez cool, je dirais, là. Sinon, aussi, une des forces à Sherbrooke, un peu pour les gens, justement, un peu que je disais, notre force, c'était dans la neuro-oncologie. On offre des traitements de chimio intra-artérielle qui sont un petit peu expérimentales dans le sens qu'on va faire comme une sorte d'angiographie pour faire une ouverture de la barrière hémato-encéphalique pour injecter des produits. Ce qui est le fun, c'est un des patrons, Dr Fortin, il a fait un fellow en oncologie médicale. Donc, une des particularités de Sherbrooke, je trouve qu'on a, c'est qu'on a quand même une bonne exposition à l'oncologie médicale. C'est une particularité de milieu que normalement, c'est plus les oncologues médicaux ou bien des neurologues qui font un fellow en oncologie qui vont s'occuper de plus le management médical. Mais à Sherbrooke, on a tellement d'exposition à ça un peu à cause de la surspécialisation de nos patrons qu'on a l'opportunité quand même de découvrir ce domaine-là. Puis ça nous permet quand même d'aller en pratique assez confortable avec pas juste l'aspect chirurgical, mais aussi pouvoir un peu étendre nos connaissances et avoir une bonne connaissance de c'est quoi exactement un traitement médical optimal, qu'est-ce qu'on pourrait faire exactement. Donc, c'est bien d'avoir un peu cette approche globale, je trouve. Sinon, une des autres forces au Québec, on est le seul centre avec un gamma knife. Il y a d'autres centres de radiochirurgie stéréotaxique, mais le gamma knife qu'on a obtenu, c'est quand même quelque chose qui nous permet d'avoir une bonne exposition à la radiochirurgie qui va probablement prendre de plus en plus d'ampleur dans le futur. Un petit peu, on voit un article de la presse, opération cerveau, dodo, boulot. Ça montre un petit peu le caractère non invasif, que maintenant, ça vaut quasiment plus la peine d'opérer une tumeur de moins de 3 cm. C'est sûr, il y a des exceptions. Je parle plus pour les métastases, pour ménangiome, ce genre d'affaires-là. Mais quand même, ça montre un petit peu… on a une exposition un peu multidisciplinaire et aussi très variée à Sherbrooke. En tout cas, pour l'oncologie, je pense vraiment que c'est un peu un de nos points forts. Sinon, neurochirurgie vasculaire, anévrisme, malformation artério-veineuse, des cavernomes et ainsi de suite. On fait des chirurgies ouvertes ou de l'endovasculaire par angiographie en collaboration avec les radiologues. Donc là, on voit un gros anévrisme. Après, bon, les visages, je le cache, là, je vais essayer de cacher ça. Et on peut voir après, il y a un traitement de coiling, puis on voit il y a un coiling complet de l'anévrisme. Sinon, différentes reconstructions. Bien sûr, il y a le volet ouvert qu'on peut voir. Je vais l'accélérer un petit peu. Donc, encore là, l'endovasculaire, c'est sûr, malheureusement, l'approche ouverte espère de plus en plus avec l'avancée technologique, mais je pense qu'on aura encore le temps d'en profiter pendant notre résidence, là. Sinon, il y a bien sûr tout ce qui est endoscopique, donc des chirurgies plus par le nez, des approches étendues. C'est quelque chose qu'on fait à Sherbrooke. Donc, on a quand même une exposition adéquate à ce domaine-là. Puis finalement, la chirurgie fonctionnelle, en collaboration avec les neurologues, on a quand même beaucoup d'exposition à ça. Donc, on a une dame qui souffre d'un tremblement essentiel qui est incapable de faire une spirale. Donc, vous pouvez voir une spirale un petit peu décevante. Après différentes épreuves, on voit un tremblement d'action marqué. Puis après la chirurgie, la stimulation, le DBS, on peut voir qu'il y a une restauration de la fonction. Donc, encore là, un autre domaine de la chirurgie qui est quand même assez proche de la neurologie, mais en même temps, un volet plus interventionnel qui nous est propre, qui est très intéressant. Sinon, bien sûr, le gamma knife dont je parlais un petit peu plus tantôt avec les interventions stéréotaxiques, ça se prête bien aux interventions fonctionnelles également. Donc, bref, beaucoup de choses différentes dans le domaine de la neurochirurgie. Puis encore là, un petit peu l'image miracle d'une chirurgie fonctionnelle qui a bien fonctionné où la patiente elle a une restauration de sa fonction à sa main droite. Encore des exemples. Maintenant, ça, c'était un peu plus pour le volet clinique. C'est sûr, je pense que c'est de quoi qui est un peu disponible dans chaque centre, à part un peu les particularités dont j'ai parlé qui nous sont propres à Sherbrooke. L'autre force de Sherbrooke, je trouve que c'est tout ce qui est recherche. Donc, à Sherbrooke, on a un domaine quand même assez étendu de recherche. On peut passer par le fondamental avec, par exemple, dans le labo de Dr Fortin, des études qu'on va faire directement sur des cellules de gliome de haut grade. Sinon, différentes interventions sur le RAC existent. Plus récemment, de la recherche en physiologie avec des expériences sur les chats depuis qu'on a un neurochirurgien fonctionnel qui est revenu de fellow. Donc, par exemple, c'est des stimulateurs épiduraux chez le chat pour lequel on fait différentes stimulations pour tenter de reproduire un patron de marche. C'est par exemple un des exemples de recherche qu'on mène présentement. Sinon, comme j'ai dit, on est un petit programme, 7 patrons, 3 résidents présentement. C'est sûr, on est des noms un peu moins élevés que le reste du Canada. Par contre, ça ne veut pas nécessairement dire qu'on a un peu moins d'opportunités ou fait moins de recherche. C'est un exemple un peu rapide de différentes études qui ont été faites. Vous pouvez voir, il y a beaucoup de stéréotactiques là-dedans, vu un peu l'intérêt du centre pour tout ce qui est radiochirurgie stéréotaxique. Encore d'autres études là, dans différents journaux. Encore. Sinon, aussi, je pense une des forces de Sherbrooke, c'est une université, pas juste au niveau du programme, mais c'est une université qui a un peu à cœur le développement, un peu l'innovation. Donc, il y a différents développements de logiciels qu'on est en train de faire afin de plus automatiser différentes choses, comme par exemple en colonne, la segmentation, calculer un indice pronostic pour les TCC de manière plus facilement accessible. Sinon, il y a différentes collaborations avec les départements de génie que tout le monde peut s'impliquer, que ce soit résident ou patron, ou vu qu'ils sont un peu mieux équipés que nous pour bâtir de nouveaux logiciels ou même, par exemple, des nouveaux outils, comme par exemple ici, c'est un fixateur pour les monitorings de pression intracrânienne, plus maison. Il y a différentes possibilités de collaboration. Donc, je pense que c'est une force. On fait beaucoup de recherche, aussi de la recherche. On peut se permettre un petit peu de sortir des bornes, un petit peu, pas rester un peu dans les chemins déjà tracés. Sinon, un peu, c'est le membre des services. La photo, il faudrait qu'on la mette un petit peu à jour, là. On devrait prendre une photo relativement bientôt, mais je pense qu'on ne voit pas mon curseur, mais on voit, si on part de la photo en bas, tout à gauche, le docteur Yorio Morin, le chirurgien fonctionnel, docteur Mathieu à Persad, qui fait de l'oncologie, docteur Effendi qui fait de la vasculaire. En haut à droite, docteur Blanchard, le directeur de programme qui fait de la colonne. Sinon, docteur Pimenta qui fait de la colonne également. Maintenant, pour la structure du programme, donc, un des trucs que j'ai aimé, en tout cas, que j'ai apprécié de mon R1, c'est qu'il y a certains centres où il y a un peu moins de neurochirurgie qui est faite typiquement dans la première année. Mais même si le R1, c'est l'année où on a le plus de stages ectopiques, il y a quand même une certaine exposition à la neurochir. Donc, comme vous pouvez le voir à l'écran, on fait comme cette période sur 13 en neurochirurgie, ce qui est quand même assez bon. Stage d'urgence qu'on a récemment modifié qui va se faire au MGH à Montréal pour avoir une bonne exposition à la neurotrauma. Des stages de soins intensifs qui est un peu une exigence de Collège Royal, du bread and butter. Après, il y a des stages qui sont un peu plus optionnels. On est un petit programme, comme je l'ai dit. Donc, ça veut dire qu'on a beaucoup de flexibilité en termes de comment organiser notre programme, comment organiser les différentes listes. Donc, selon les intérêts, on peut un peu moduler les stages. Comme présentement, je suis dans un mois de recherche que j'ai pris parce que je voulais un peu débuter un projet que j'allais poursuivre pour le PhD. Donc, en voyant que j'avais un ectopique qui m'intéressait un petit peu moins, j'ai demandé ce que je pouvais échanger, puis la direction de programme a été plus couverte pour ça. Donc, les objectifs du Collège Royal sont respectés, bien sûr. Donc, il y a un stage d'infectiologie, sinon, il y a un peu les stages plus, entre guillemets, obligatoires, point de vue ectopique, qui est la neurologie, la radiologie, sinon on fait un peu stage d'anesthésie, ortho, colonne pour avoir une autre perspective, et ainsi de suite. La particularité aussi, c'est qu'au niveau du R3-4, on a maintenant des stages sectorisés. Donc, dans le fond, une des choses qui était remarquée dans les années antérieures, c'est qu'en neurochir, on est excellent à gérer les problèmes intra-hospitaliers. Par contre, on avait plus ou moins d'exposition à tout ce qui était extra-hospitalier. Donc, par exemple, pour donner les kystes pinéaux, entité qui est vue fréquemment en neurochirurgie en clinique. Par contre, si on fait que de la pratique à l'hôpital, on fait une résidence qui est purement à l'intérieur de l'hôpital sans clinique externe, c'est quelque chose qu'on ne va pas nécessairement voir et seulement lire là-dessus. Donc maintenant, le R3-4 est plus dédié à avoir une exposition pas seulement chirurgicale et hospitalière, mais aussi en clinique externe. Puis je pense que, surtout avec le Collège Royal qui est de plus en plus tôt, maintenant il est rendu R5 avec le nouveau programme et les APC et compagnie. C'est bien que ce soit plus tôt, ça aide à un peu structurer l'étude. Puis en plus de ça, point de vue salle d'opération, on a une exposition qui est quand même, je trouve assez exceptionnel en termes de… On apprend à faire quand même beaucoup rapidement. Par exemple, fin du R1, on est pas mal autonome pour tout ce qui est opération de base, donc drainage d'hématomes sous-dural chronique, mettre une DVE, mettre une dérivation ventriculo-péritonéale. Assez rapidement, on est confortable à faire des craniectomies. On commence à enlever de la tumeur vers la mi-R2. Je commençais à faire ça bientôt. Donc, c'est quand même, on a une exposition assez accélérée, c'est assez bien. Puis en plus de ça, il n'y a pas de fellow. Donc, on a vraiment un peu, quand on est au bloc, c'est un enseignement directement avec le patron. Puis surtout, c'est quelque chose qui est plus important quand on est senior. Mais commerciste, c'est un petit peu the king of the place. Là, c'est toi qui vas faire ton opération. Il n'y a pas quelqu'un avec qui négocier. Donc, ça permet vraiment d'avoir une année un peu, une chief year là, de qualité, je trouve. Sinon, pour les activités académiques, il y a des lectures dirigées entre résidences, quelque chose d'assez flexible qu'on organise entre nous. Sinon, il y a les demi-journées académiques le vendredi matin où il y a des cours conjoints entre les 3 universités francophones. Il y a des cours de neuroradiologie, on a des cas cliniques. Plus récemment, on a instauré un cours de révision d'anatomie, donc tout ce qui est un peu la neuroanatomie de base comme nerf crânien ou différents réseaux fonctionnels. On la révise en groupe, ça aide un petit peu à être motivé à le faire. Sinon, un peu standard comme partout, mortalité, morbidité, des clubs de lecture, des présentations qu'on fait de résidents ou de patrons. On révise certains cas de la semaine qui sont un peu plus compliqués. Sinon, comme dans tous les programmes, il y a les cours de fondements chirurgicaux qu'on fait une fois semaine pour avoir cet examen-là qui est une exigence du Collège royal qui coûte beaucoup d'argent pour pas beaucoup de raisons, malheureusement. Donc, ça, c'est un petit peu un horaire typiquement la journée. On commence à tourner quand même assez tard. Là. On est quand même chanceux. Là. Veux pas, c'est quand même bon pour la qualité de vie. On commence à tourner à 7 heures. Là. C'est le fun. Ça permet de dormir un petit peu plus, d'être bien motivé pour le reste de la journée. Sinon, les activités annuelles, un petit peu comme partout, il y a les congrès nationaux. Au Québec, c'est la NCQ. Internationaux, on a beaucoup d'opportunités pour y aller. Les patrons sont très flexibles pour le temps off qu'on prend pour des activités académiques. Sinon, il y a différents cours organisés. Il y aura le Rookie Camp que vous allez avoir R1, bande de chanceux. Moi, c'était en ligne à cause de la COVID. Sinon, le cours de révision d'Ottawa et ainsi de suite. Puis, on a des pratiques de Collège royal qui aident un petit peu à… mais pas juste la pratique écrite qui est commune au pont canadien, mais aussi des simulations orales où on fait vraiment une simulation comme si on était au Collège royal, comment on répondrait. Ça aide à se pratiquer, ça aide aussi à voir ce qu'on ne connaît pas, donc c'est quand même assez positif. Sinon, on a des examens formatifs plus locaux qui nous aident à assimiler la matière. Puis les vendredis, on a quelquefois des quiz dans des ambiances agréables. Donc ça, c'était rapidement, c'était un petit peu tout sur le programme. Je pense que l'important pour les portes ouvertes, c'est surtout répondre aux questions, voir c'est quoi un peu vos interrogations, vos attentes. Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez?
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Douri, d'avoir présenté le programme de Sherbrooke au nom du Dr. Blanchard qui n'a pas pu être là ce soir. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, si vous avez des questions, n'hésitez pas à nous les adresser. On vous écoute.
J'en aurais un pour commencer.
Oui.
Alors, merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. Moi, je suis quelqu'un qui est intéressé aussi autant par la neurologie et la neurochirurgie. Moi, ma question, c'est, j'ai entendu dire que pour les cas d'AVC, maintenant qu'on débloque, ça, si c'est un neurologue qui veut le faire, il me semble qu'il y en a 2 types. Il y en a un, c'est il peut faire une gestion d'AVC en faisant un fellow, mais aussi, l'autre chose, c'est s'il faut faire une neurologie interventionnelle pour vraiment drainer comme le blood clot. Il me semble que ça prendrait comme 2-3 ans, quasiment 4 ans de fellowship de plus. J'aimerais juste savoir comment on départage en clinique les responsabilités entre les neurochir et les neurologues, mettons, sur ces genres de traitements-là. Chirurgie d'AVC.
Oui. En tout cas, ça, ce que tu réfères, j'ai l'impression, c'est la thrombectomie. C'est un peu tout ce qui reste comme chirurgie pour les AVC. Avant, il y avait comme des bypass, comme il y a longtemps, là, avant qu'on soit tous nés ici, qu'on pouvait comme faire un pontage, là, mais ça, l'aspirine, c'est mieux que nos mains, malheureusement. Mais c'est un peu ce qui reste comme chirurgie d'AVC, c'est la thrombectomie. Donc, dans le fond, tu mets un cathéter, tu le remontes, puis tu enlèves le caillot qui fait ton AVC. Dans le fond, il y a 3 manières d'en faire. Là, mettons, c'est absolument ça que tu veux faire dans ta vie par rapport à ce qui est technique. Tu as la radiologie, les radiologues interventionnels, bien sûr, c'est pas mal eux qui font la majorité du temps la thrombectomie. Plus récemment, il y a la neurochirurgie, mais ça, c'est très centre dépendant, dans le sens que il y a des centres qui vont avoir comme une garde d'endovasculaire. Donc, dans le fond, ça peut être par un radiologue ou un neurochirurgien formé en endovasculaire avec un fellow qui peut être de 1 à 3 ans, typiquement 2 ans, qui peut s'occuper de faire ta thrombectomie. Ou bien plus récemment, les neurologues. Mais dans le fond, ce qu'il faut un peu clarifier, c'est, mettons, pour toi, tu vois avoir une pratique, OK, moi, ce que je veux faire vraiment de l'intervention vasculaire. Je ne sais pas à quel point la neurologie, c'est la meilleure option, dans le sens que c'est quelque chose de relativement nouveau. Il y a quand même un pushback de certains organismes, particulièrement la radiologie, parce que c'est quand même un acte qui veulent le protéger. Puis présentement, il y a peu de postes qui sont ouverts aux neurologues pour faire de la neurointervention. Donc, c'est un petit peu… puis par rapport à la responsabilité, c'est la garde justement un peu de stroke, c'est vraiment plus une garde technique, dans le fond, où tu fais une procédure. La responsabilité finale, l'AVC, ça va être le neurologue qui va s'occuper de ces complications, mais ce n'est pas un neuro-interventionnel nécessairement. Dans le fond, ça va être le neurologue qui est de garde, mais pas le neurologue qui est de garde dans la liste de garde de stroke, qui s'occupe simplement de faire l'intervention. Donc, c'est un contexte un petit peu particulier pour les procédures endovasculaires qu'on sait sur la garde. C'est comme il n'y a pas vraiment une responsabilité de ton acte, ce qui est un peu différent de ce qu'on fait typiquement en médecine, mais c'est un petit peu ça qui est ça. Là.
Merci vraiment beaucoup. C'est beaucoup d'informations. Ça me permet de réfléchir sur quelle voie je devrais prendre pour faire ça.
Oh, il n'y a pas de problème. Et en passant, tout le monde, tutoyez-moi, là, s'il vous plaît. Là. Oui, Marie-Lou.
Oui, Marie-Lou.
Oui, je me demandais, là, est-ce que tu crois que vu que Sherbrooke, on est comme un petit peu plus isolé comparé à McGill, les autres universités anglophones, c'est plus difficile de faire un fellow, mettons, aux États-Unis ou dans le reste du Canada par après?
Pas vraiment. Ben, dans le sens, un peu d'expérience. Mettons, je te dis, les personnes plus récemment, notre R5 vient d'avoir un excellent fellow aux États en oncologie chirurgicale. Avant ça, il y en a un qui allait à Vancouver. Ben, il voulait rester au Canada pour des raisons personnelles. Avant ça, c'était Toronto. Il y en a une qui allait directement en pratique, fait qu'elle ne voulait pas faire de fellow. Il y a une couple de gens qui allaient faire pédiatrie aux États-Unis. Ça n'a pas vraiment été un problème pour personne. C'est malgré le fait que, tu sais, quand tu vas au congrès, Sherbrooke, c'est sûr, le monde, bon, c'est pas comme, mettons, Toronto. Toronto, tu sais exactement c'est où sur la carte. Sherbrooke, un peu moins, mais, tu sais, ils regardent surtout un peu t'es qui, les références, un peu, c'est global. Ils regardent ton CV. Fait qu'au final, tu sais, à CV égal, c'est pas mal correct. Puis il y a tellement de bons fellowships qui existent que c'est pas trop un problème. Là.
Ok, nice, merci.
Pas de problème. Oui, Megan.
Salut! Je me demandais, est-ce qu'à Sherbrooke, vous avez un programme là, de jumelage des nouveaux arrivants, les nouveaux résidents avec soit des résidents ou des patrons?
Théoriquement, oui, là, mais, mais oui, on a un match, mais sincèrement, là, comme je te dis, on est 7 patrons, 3 résidents. Là. Comme j'ai un mentor assigné, mais il y en a un qui est comme un peu qui est plus jeune, qui est comme il vient de sortir du processus d'embauche et tout. Fait que je m'en vais juste le voir directement pour mes questions. Il est comme dans la réalité, il a déjà vécu tout ça. Tu peux un peu choisir qui tu veux. Puis, mettons, si j'ai des questions spécifiques à l'onco, je vais juste dire à un patron d'onco, je vais le texter, je vais être comme moi, je peux-tu aller à votre bureau? Il va m'amener, on va prendre un café au local des professeurs. Là, ils ont des bons cafés en plus, c'est nos forces. Mais puis, tu sais, on va juste jaser ou bien une question vasculaire, texte le patron de vasculaire, il va venir te voir. Puis sinon, entre nous, les résidents, on est en bon rapport. Là, fait que, tu sais, même si je pense théoriquement, pour l'agrément, il faut vraiment qu'il y ait quelque chose de très structuré. Puis, théoriquement, il y a quelque chose de structuré, mais pratico-pratique, tu vas juste aller parler aux gens que tu as besoin. Puis, on est vraiment une petite gang, donc c'est pas trop compliqué pour ça.
Parfait, merci. Je me demandais aussi, pendant les stages de neurochirurgie, est-ce que vous êtes assigné à des équipes en particulier ou c'est pas mal la neurochirurgie en général, puis vous allez à l'endroit où il y a de la place?
Dans le fond, R1, R2, puis R5, R6, c'était un petit peu en neurochirurgie générale. Dans le fond, R1-2, tu as plus ou moins de bénéfices à être comme dans une équipe spécifique. En plus, ça, avec notre volume, ça serait plus ou moins bon, là, je pense. Ça priverait d'exposition plus qu'autre chose, surtout que R1-2. C'est surtout des années que tu apprends à ouvrir, tu apprends à fermer, tu apprends ton bread and butter, puis tu commences à faire un petit peu de chaque chose. Donc, c'est mieux avoir le plus d'exposition chirurgicale. R3, R4, d'ailleurs, il ne faut pas oublier R4, j'ai oublié de le mentionner, mais R4, c'est principalement une année. Tu fais un 6 à 12 mois de recherche, donc c'est comme une demi-année à quasiment pas de R4. C'est plus une approche sectorisée. Donc, comment c'est divisé? Tu vas être soit en oncologie, soit en vasculaire fonctionnel ou en spine. Fait que tu as comme autour de 2 salles d'op semaine, puis tu as de la clinique, tu as du temps pour faire de la recherche. Vasculaire, c'est et base du crâne, bien sûr, là, et fonctionnel, tu vas avoir 2. Tu peux aller faire un petit peu d'endovasculaire. Ça, c'est un peu quelque chose qu'on est en train d'organiser par rapport à plus l'exposition à l'endovasculaire à Sherbrooke. Mais au début, personnellement, là, quand je commençais R1, j'étais comme je préférais opérer 5 jours semaine. Moi, je ne crois pas en salle sectorisée, c'est pas bon, blablabla. Mais je suis juste R2, là, j'ai encore beaucoup, beaucoup à apprendre. Mais tu remarques que tu deviens confortable assez rapidement, là. Le bénéfice de faire de la clinique est quand même vraiment là. Comme de plus en plus, parfois, je me vois prendre une journée et demie par semaine à aller en clinique pour apprendre des nouvelles affaires. Donc, je pense que comme volume, c'est très raisonnable. Puis un petit peu, une des forces, c'est l'exposition. C'est comme, tu es avec le patron, puis le patron va être comme, il veut vraiment aller jusqu'à que tu n'es plus capable. Ça ne va pas être limité. Bon, tes R2, tes objets, parce que théoriquement, les objectifs un peu du Collège royal pour le R2, c'est hématome sous-dural, DVE et faire une craniotomie et une fermeture usuelle. Ça, c'est comme les objectifs du R2. Fait que, mettons, un patron pourrait dire OK, mais écoute, ça, c'est tes objectifs, tu es capable de faire ça, mais c'est tout ce que tu vas faire cette année. Mais à Sherb, ils vont juste être comme bon. Tu es capable de le faire, bon, OK, tu peux aller enlever un peu de tumeur. Tu es capable d'exposer un rachis correctement postérieur, c'était ton objectif de R2. Bon, ben, on va passer à la prochaine étape. Commence à faire la laminectomie, commence à faire les approches antérieures, commence à mettre des vis. Donc, c'est un truc que j'aime beaucoup de notre programme. Tu ne te sens pas un peu limité par ton année, plus par tes compétences, là. Puis on a un volume qui est adéquat, puis aussi, surtout comme tu apprends beaucoup de chaque cas. C'est rare que tu te ramasses à faire le piqué. Tu sais, je pense que je n'ai pas fait le piqué de ma résidence. Quand je vois, par exemple, c'est quelque chose que je ne fais pas, qu'on va dire, tu as le senior puis le patron qui est là, il travaille au milieu d'une cavité, puis tu ne vas rien faire. Anyway, il n'y a pas de gêne. Tu te débrosses, tu vas en clinique, tu fais de la recherche, tu fais quelque chose d'autre. Là, tu n'as pas à juste faire le piqué pendant des heures et des heures de manière interminable. Donc, un mot pour définir notre résidence, c'est très agréable. Puis le monde, il n'y a personne de vraiment. C'est sûr, on va tous dire ça en porte ouverte, là, mais il y a une ambiance qui est agréable. Puis c'est plaisant de travailler. Là. Il n'y a pas comme de conflit qui fait que tu te concentres sur autre chose que ta résidence. Là. Donc, il y a cet avantage-là.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. J'avais peut-être une dernière petite question. Pour la recherche, là, étant donné qu'il y a beaucoup d'opportunités de recherche pour les chercheurs à Sherbrooke, est-ce que pendant les 6 à 12 mois de recherche, c'est nécessairement sous-entendu qu'on le fait à Sherbrooke, ou si, par exemple, il y a un projet qui nous intéresse vraiment, un sujet de maîtrise qui se donne davantage ailleurs avec quelqu'un qui est plus spécialisé, c'est possible d'aller faire cette recherche-là ailleurs que dans le centre à Sherbrooke?
Oui, il n'y a pas de problème pour ça. Justement, je suis en processus de organiser des trucs pour le PhD. Personnellement, je vais le faire à Sherbrooke parce que on a comme une expertise en tractographie, puis je vais faire un PhD en tractographie. Mais quand j'ai rencontré un peu notre directeur qui s'occupe plus de tout le volet recherche du programme, Dr. Yorio Morin, il m'a dit straight to the point, on va trouver ce que tu veux faire. Tu peux aller quelque part d'autre au Québec ou même quelque part d'autre à travers le Canada. Probablement, maintenant, il y a un projet aux États-Unis, puis tu as des contacts. C'est juste une question un peu d'organisation. Mais je pense que tu as cette flexibilité là. En tout cas, c'est eux qui m'ont proposé ça spontanément. Là.
Bon, merci beaucoup pour ta présentation. C'était vraiment intéressant.
Pas de problème.
Thank you,
Merci
Keith.
beaucoup,
Thank you,
Dr.
Douri.
Douri, d'avoir présenté. Donc, now I'll be giving back the stage to Simon. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Hopefully everybody can see that. So I'm going to give a short overview of our program in about 10 minutes or so, and then I'll leave the rest of the time I have for questions. So in Edmonton, where the University of Alberta is located, we have a total of 16 neurosurgeons. And as you can see, over the last 10 or 15 years, we've more than doubled our number of staff or faculty. Going forward. Oops. The delay here. Our faculty represents the entire breadth of the subspecialties within neurosurgery, including pediatrics, skull base, spine, functional epilepsy, vascular, and I'm a vascular or an endovascular neurosurgeon. Radiosurgery with gamma knife and peripheral nerve. We even have a peripheral nerve neurosurgeon that also does spine. Our case volumes are as high as almost every other, almost any center in the in Canada. We do over 2,600 cases per year, split over two main sites. The main site being the University of Alberta Hospital, where we do the bulk of the cases, but not an insignificant number are done at the Royal Alex Hospital. And there's always a resident rotating through that rotation too. We have a smaller community hospital in Leduc, and we are also including the pediatric cases in our hospital within a hospital, the Stoller Children's Hospital, as well as our endovascular procedures. Our equipment is state-of-the-art. We have an intraoperative 3T MRI. We've had it for probably at least 8 or 9 years. We have a new clinic building, and we have gamma knife. Other things such as we're developing a brain center, which will centralize all of the neurosciences, neurology and neurosurgery into a certain part of the hospital. As it is, it already is fairly centralized, but we're going to expand our observation unit and expand the number of beds in the very near future. The equipment we have in the operating room also state of the art. We have the newest microscopes. We have something called an exoscope as well. Although across Canada, everybody has transitioned to CBD starting in 2019, we still expect most residents to finish their program in 6 years. In that 6 years, 42 to 50 months will be neurosurgery. For instance, in the first year, even though you're in surgical foundations, you still do a fair amount of neurosurgery, 7 months. And then year 2 is some neurosurgery with ICU rotation, neuroradiology rotation, and neurology rotation. In year 3, it's dedicated to 3 months of neuropathology, a month of interventional neuroradiology, and 9 months of neurosurgery. And we have our year 4 as our flex year, meaning that if you want to do research, you can do research for the year. If you're not interested in research, you can do clinical electives. And so we're flexible, allowing the resident to pursue whatever interests they have. If you want to get an advanced degree like a master's or a PhD, we will extend that year to additional, it could be 2 years. We've had a resident recently finish with a 5-year PhD in the middle of their training. In year 5, you come back on neurosurgery. So it's almost all neurosurgery, and then year 6 is your chief year. Currently, our program is has 9 residents with 1 chief resident. But because of the flexibility of some people taking 1 year for that flex year, or some people taking 2 years or 3 years, some years will have 1 resident, like this year. Previous year, we had 3 residents finish at the same time. So it does fluctuate. Currently, we have 1 resident on research, and he's doing a sort of a hybrid research and clinical combined 4th and 5th year. So he's taking parts of his 4th and 5th year to do research because he's doing a MPH at Harvard. So it's like a part-time classes for 4 months of the year, and then the rest of the year 4 and 5, he's doing clinical rotations or doing actual research for his master's. instead of classes. So we have 2 CaRMS spots for 2023, and for the foreseeable future, we've had to increase the number just so that we can, the more residents we have, the less the workload will be. That has been a concern with our PGME, that we are maybe overworking our residents. So we're actually getting more and more spots. So they're granting us more spots. We used to take 1 a year, and now we've gone up to 2 funded spots, so that will only make life easier for the residents in the program. It will reduce the number of exposure to cases, but then there's a fine balance. Our academic curriculum is on a 3-year cycle with 2 blocks per year. We cycle through the 6 blocks of trauma, peripheral nerve, vascular, oncology, peds, functional epilepsy, and spine. There's a written exam at the end of each block. Annually, there's a mock oral exam, and the national practice written exam written by all the residents in the neurosurgery training programs across the country. So it allows you to measure yourself against other neurosurgery residents at the same level of training as you are. Our academic curriculum, our half day, is on Friday mornings. Usually it begins with the residents present to each other in this half-an-hour resident lecture at the beginning, followed by case rounds, which involve the whole division. That means the faculty. And we essentially ask questions around cases that are presented. And next hour is neuroscience and rounds, which is including neurology. And our residents take their turns to present for half an hour, and the neurology resident will present a case for half an hour. The neuroradiology rounds started just before the pandemic and has restarted since the pandemic. They're in-person, short 15-minute rounds that residents seem to like, and it's a couple of our neuroradiologists are keen to teach our residents, so they give focus talks on small topics that can be covered in 15 minutes. And 10:30 to 12 is where we have our faculty didactic lectures. That's where the case material is covered in the different subspecialties. In addition to the protected half day, this is not really protected time, but we often have academic program on Wednesday afternoons, which include our version of M&M rounds, like QA quality assurance rounds. And we have journal clubs as well, every 2 months. And then we have a couple times a year research rounds or presentation discussion of the ongoing research that we expect of our residents. Within the academic half day, sometimes the didactic lecture will be replaced with a simulation lab. And that's well equipped. We have our own microscope there and our own drills there. We have various instrumentation for spine, microsurgical instruments, and various. Each time we have a lab, pictured in the picture there is Dr. Richard Fox, who's one of our spine surgeons, but he has taken upon himself to create these like 1.5 hour, 2 hour sessions based around certain skills that he thinks are important in neurosurgery. As I mentioned, residents are expected to produce research. Usually it's just one fairly short, relatively short scholarly project per year, developed through the research round. So it's something that is not is easily accomplished in a year. We do also encourage longer longitudinal research projects that are completed over 2, 3, 4 years through your residency. But we want at least one project that you can put together without too much effort in per year. The 4th year, if you're really interested in dedicated research time, you have the whole year, and then we have the CIP, or clinician investigator program, where you can have an extra funded year funded by our university, so you can have a 2 years master's out of that. So the fun stuff. Well, we have a retreat, and the year before the pandemic and this year, we really like going to Kelowna, so we fly out there on a weekend. It's actually the picture from this past September where the weather was great, as you can see, even in September. Everybody's wearing shorts. The Alberta Neurosurgery meeting occurs it's usually April, and it's at the Banff Springs Hotel. So we get together with the Calgary program, and it's faculty and residents. The residents present their research. Each program presents to the group, and then we decide who has the best paper out of all that. And it's also a business meeting for our faculty in the two centers. The Canadian National Meeting, the Neurological Sciences Federation meeting, happens to be in Banff this year in June. Residents are also encouraged to present at national and international meetings. As I mentioned, there is one resident doing sort of a hybrid year 4 and 5 and MPH at Harvard, but there are other opportunities. You can do a 1-year clin epi masters within U of A too. Some of our residents have done that. They don't want to take more than 1 year. And then several of our residents recently have done the medical education, surgical education masters. And a few words about our city. Edmonton has a bad rap. It's considered really cold, and it is at times, but you're spending most of your time indoors, so in your residency, so you don't really notice it too much. But if there's plenty to do even in the winter, as you can see, there's lots of green space, and cross-country skiing in the River Valley is a favorite pastime of many. In the summer, of course, we have very long days conducive to late tea times and lots of golf courses. I guess a fairly short drive away, you can consider 3.5 or 4 hours short. We are that far away from the mountains from Jasper National Park or Banff, which is a little bit further, 4.5 hours. And other things within the city, of course, we have our hockey team, which isn't doing so well recently. And everybody's heard of West Edmonton Mall. We have Edmonton Symphony. We have theater and opera. Lots of festivals every weekend. There's almost like a festival. So over 40 festivals a year. Lots of places that are that have lots of with plenty of restaurants and shops. The restaurants in the city have improved a lot since I got here 18, 19 years ago. So plenty of places to eat. So I'll leave the last little bit of time for questions. We did have a virtual open house, a couple of sessions a couple of weeks ago, and then 2 weeks ago, I think. It was an opportunity to talk with residents, but seeing how many people showed up in this CaMSIGN session versus how many did show up for the open house, I wasn't sure whether or not it was just not well advertised. So we decided to put together an extra open house for the prospective CaRMS applicants, opportunity to talk with our residents. It's going to be next Tuesday. I think we've added that to the schedule at AFMC and at CaMSIGN as well. So it's going to be the same time as what I'm presenting now, 7 o'clock our local time, which is 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I won't present this same presentation again. I'll just leave it up to our residents to chat with any interested applicants. But
Thank you so much.
Now,
yes, I just want to thank you, Dr. Chow, for a great presentation. And I just want to open the stage to questions. As usual, please feel free to raise your hand. Okay, Arian, please go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks so much for a great presentation and giving us more information about Edmonton's program. I'm a fourth-year student at U of T, and I'm interested in applying to neurosurgery this year, obviously. And you mentioned already, quite a few things that are unique to Edmonton. I'm wondering, what is your vision for the future of the program, and what changes, if any, do you anticipate in the program over the coming years?
I think one of the things that you will see big change from what our current residents are experiencing and what our future residents will experience is the amount of work or the amount of ancillary staff that we are in the process of hiring. In the past, we would have liked to have had more nurse practitioners and physician assistants. We have one currently at the main site of the University Hospital. And that has been a complaint that has come up in our internal review. So we are actually now backed with the hiring of at least, well, one in the process of hiring one right now, an NP, and then we put in a proposal for two more. So what that means is that the frequent complaints of junior residents is they never get to the OR because they're stuck doing scut work on the ward. Well, we're hoping to improve upon that by having a bunch of NPs and PAs that will take over most of that, freeing up the junior residents to appear in the OR. And then also trying to beef up the numbers in our program so that we have a more humane call schedule. And I think that will only improve the resident experience. It used to be that you didn't want too many residents because then they would take away all you'd have to share the cases. But I think we have enough cases. We're running 3, sometimes 4 rooms a day that we have. Oftentimes staff are having to assist staff because there aren't any residents to assist because we respect the post-call rules. And so at any time, there might not be enough residents on service that are not post-call to help out with the number of rooms that are going. So I think that's the changes that we're seeing are for the first time real in the 5 years I've been program director. We're finally getting some traction here with our health authority and with PHME.
Great, that's great to hear. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. We have Ajitesh next.
Hi there, Dr. Chow. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. I'm a medical student in the UK, so apologies if you can't see me very well just now, but I was just wondering what considerations do you have for IMGs in your program?
Good question. I went through all this last year, and what I've been told is that we aren't accepting IMGs, whether it's in the first match or second match situation. And Alberta apparently is not at all, either Calgary or us. We may have to, for this upcoming year, that can't be changed. And looking back at last year, the only program in the country that was accepting IMGs that I believe were accepting IMGs in the CaRMS match was Saskatchewan. I know Toronto has a separate IMG match, but the other programs across the country weren't. That may change in the next year or two, because last year there were significantly fewer applicants that listed neurosurgery as their first choice compared to the number of spots open across the country. And with that disparity, I think that may change other programs' minds, including ours, for the future with IMGs. But unfortunately, not this year.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, we have Megan next. Megan, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I was asking myself, what do you look for in an applicant? Like, since you don't do a lot of research, do you look in applicants that already has done a lot of research, or if they are interested, is it good for you also?
Yeah, we have a variety of residents currently in our program, some of which have already come in with a PhD or a master's. and some that have not had any advanced degree. So we're open to both kinds of residents. We can accommodate it if you haven't got an advanced degree and want to get one during your training. And at the same time, if you're not interested in research, for instance, our PhD, our fifth-year resident, one of our fifth-year residents, he came in with a MD PhD, and for his year, flex year, he decided to do a postdoc. So he did some further research because that's his goal, is to become an academic neuro-oncology surgeon, which means you should probably run your own lab if you want to get a good job. And that means further research. But we've had master's students that came in with a master's that decided they've already got their advanced degree. They don't need to they're not interested in a research career. So they just do clinical electives.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, any other question from the audience? If not, I have one question. So, Dr. Chow, since there are two big centers in Alberta, I mean, University of Alberta and University of Calgary, how do you distribute the trauma cases in province between these two big centers?
So there's a dividing line in Red Deer, which is halfway between Calgary and Edmonton. We actually cover all the way up into Northwest Territories. So Yellowknife, we're the closest neurosurgical center. They fly down to us. And Nunavut, we get patients from there. We used to get patients from Fort St. John and Dawson Creek, which are small towns on the BC border. But I think since the pandemic, we've actually not been allowed to to operate on elective patients from that area because they're not covered by our health system. And then we take patients from the border city of Lloydminster, which is half in Alberta and half in Saskatchewan. So we cover an area of 2.2 million. So I think we're a little bit more than Calgary is, even though the city of Calgary is slightly bigger than Edmonton. We have about 1 million in the metropolitan area in Edmonton. And I think Calgary's got a bit more, but our total catchment areas within 100,000 of each other.
Thank you.
Also, there are no other hospitals that have neurosurgeons in Alberta. So you have to go to either Calgary or Edmonton.
More questions?
Actually, great.
Ask a question. Dr. Chow, so usually with your graduates, do they usually stay within the program or do they go to the States? Like, what's usually the historical trend of your graduates as well?
Like the rest of the programs in Canada, we know from our national studies that about 50% of all Canadian neurosurgery program graduates go to the US, and we're about similar to that. Our recent graduates have also been hired internally within Edmonton itself. So our last 3 or 4 hires actually have been U of A graduates from the residency program. But we have had other residents take up jobs, say in BC, and I don't think anybody further east. But the rest of them would have gone to the US in both academic and non-academic positions.
Thank you.
Dr. Chow, I actually have one quick question I wanted to ask you as well, is regarding the number of caseloads that you mentioned. I'm curious, for residents who go through their training, typically how many cases do they cover, and how many of those are in their chief year?
Yeah, that's a good question. It depends on how hard you want to drive yourself in your chief year. We've had some residents that have done like 400 cases in 6 months, which is a tremendous amount, which is like you're jumping from room to room on a certain day just so that you can get even additional cases done, and then coming in at night to do cases that are happening at night too. But that may be not for everybody. So I think if you get maybe 300 cases in your chief year, I think that's plenty. And the chief year is usually when you get to do the most operating. So I'm not sure you can count being second assist in your first or second year as a real experience. But we've in the past had the reputation of providing good clinical training with being able to be hands-on first assist early on. We have often PGY1s now being first assist for craniotomies, just because we don't, as I mentioned, have multiple rooms going and not enough residents to help out in every room. So faculty, staff will just work with PGY1 as an assistant.
Yeah, see a couple nods, great. So I'm Colin Kazina. I'm the program director at the University of Manitoba program. I've been the program director at this program for about a year. I think one of the, like day one was this event last year for me. I remember that actually. I don't know if any of you were on it at that time. But thanks to the CaMSIGN committee and everyone that's putting this on and all the effort going forth. And thanks for everybody for their interest and including those that are attending and, everyone that's got an interest in neurosurgery as well. It's a real kind of kinship going on here. So, I do see that it's a kind of half an hour scheduled time to try and get through, a bit of a briefing on what each program has and that type of stuff. And it's today and tomorrow, but let it be known outside of this process, if anybody else ever wants to get a hold of me or talk further, you're always welcome to contact me at any time. Like it isn't only about this one time. Especially if you have questions about our program or neurosurgery in general, or really anything. I'm pretty easy going with that. I don't know if anybody, if there has been slides presented, but I got a few. So I'll throw those up just to kind of tell you about the structure, like the skeleton of the program kind of situation. I'm just going to share my screen here. All right, what I got going on here? Let's get it to here. Can you guys see this presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, you can see it. Okay, I'll just, again, I don't, in the sake of making mistakes, I'm just going to leave it exactly as this lies and go through this a bit. This was, these are some slides I've been kind of comprehensively putting together over the last little while. I just had a Royal College meeting about this. So the size of our program, I'm just going to make notes on the side too, to make sure I don't forget some things. The size of our program, we currently have 9 residents, not 8. We kind of shifted this up the ladder. This is what we had at a time. And the reason why I presented this data is that we just recently, we're the latest university to receive to go through the accreditation process. So I believe we're a bit of the pace setter for everyone here, because we're the last person to undergo. This isn't just my opinion of the program. This is a very formal Royal College once every 8 years evaluation of the program that has extremely strict criteria, and it went an entire year of processing of evaluating. And we just got our like a fully accredited neurosurgery program. And so at the time of our accreditation, and nothing really has changed since except 1 or 2 people, we typically run a program that's 1 to 2 residents per year. It's somewhat ticked up as the years have gone on from kind of like just a solid 1 per year. With that, that's it basically in concert and kind of linearly correlated to the fact that our faculty positions have been going up steadily over the years. And this is all just back to it initially being underserved in terms of the population, and then now it's kind of catching up, as well as just the fact that Manitoba has grown a little bit and our catchment is about 1.5 million. We serve the population that really is almost like an upside down triangle. So at the bottom is Winnipeg, and at the top is, the north, like in general, that really branches out from Iqaluit to, all the way to the Yukon kind of thing. And then we take a lot of the northern stuff that comes down, a lot of the north Western Ontario, basically from Thunder Bay, and including Thunder Bay, we get that volume comes to Winnipeg. So a lot of people kind of don't really realize that there is quite a bit of a catchment, and it's not just about the city of Winnipeg. And we certainly take everything up to Regina, and if not Regina, especially for things like pediatrics and that type of stuff. So it's a big population, and we have, a real functioning program of 12 full faculty covering essentially, and these are all the questions I was kind of guessing you might ask and stuff like that too. So I'm trying to get to those, as we go through this. Like, we have all the subspecialties covered. Where are the weaknesses? Well, we don't have that, dedicated peripheral nerve surgeon that many of the programs also don't have. But we do have a method of dealing with that. We have plastic surgery rotations, and we have plastic surgeons who perform complex peripheral nerve. And if someone ever had an interest in peripheral nerve specifically, it would be the type of thing where I would work with them to get that experience regardless of what our deficiencies are. Our functional neurosurgeon, what I mean by functional is we got the ends of functional covered, like from MVDs to motor cortex stims to vagal nerve stimulators to baclofen pumps and all that type of stuff. All of that is covered. We just, for our simple implants of DBSs for Parkinson's disease, we have someone that kind of comes in on a Q month or Q2 month basis to put those in. So that's the only peculiarity we have to that type of stuff. But this being said, we have 3 residents that are functionally bound, like, as in doing PhDs in Toronto and doing, planning on having functional careers and that type of stuff. So it's absolutely still capable. And outside of those things, we certainly have a stocked pediatric service. We certainly have a more than stocked vascular service with clipping of aneurysms kind of at a pace that doesn't get seen at other places where we're unusual. And I'm going to take moments in time as we go through this to kind of highlight what's unusual about the Manitoba program. So we have a very high aneurysm clipping group in comparison to what I think goes on in most other centers, where a lot of it's kind of shifted towards the interventional neuroradiology. I mean, in fact, we even have a standing open vascular kind of call schedule, just because of the volume what it is. And it's just, where that equipoise exists between clipping and coiling, we have a very kind of advanced clipping group, and continue to kind of provide that service to the residents, in terms of what they get to experience and that type of stuff throughout their entire residency from PG11 to PGY6. We have one program administrator. So a program administrator is essentially like the administrative person for the residents. It's someone that I work with to, help put out the curriculum schedule, to deal with CaRMS. But it's also basically that admin person to serve the residents as well. So we have a dedicated person that kind of does that type of stuff. In terms of our, physical space, so this is also like one of these unique points of Winnipeg and the Manitoba program. We're one site. So there's the Health Sciences Center. The Winnipeg Health Sciences Center is the one university hospital system in which there's neurosurgery. So years ago, like about 10, 20 years ago, there was this kind of consolidation. There was a Manitoba approach, and they started to put things like cardiac really, really clumped together at another site, and everything that kind of goes with cardiac, and then neurosurgery and trauma all together at another site. And so it's created like all of the neurosurgery in Manitoba goes to one site, one fleet of ORs and even our children's hospital and our adult hospital are really only separated by like doors. They're not in separate areas of the city. They're not places where you have to have a separate rotation for this type of stuff. So it's this part that's really unique, because many people still have dedicated rotations and dedicated areas, but it's not out of because they think it's better for learning. It's because out of physical reality, like it's impossible to have a system. We're very fortunate to be able to kind of pull everything together under one unit, and it's just because of the physical setup and the geography. So you could be at the farthest end of a spectrum, which might be a neonatal intensive care unit. And I would say it takes 5 minutes to get to the opposite end of your world as a neurosurgery resident, whether that's the university itself or the adult emergency room. So everything is very localized, and this stuff starts to really matter. Like when you come to work, you park in one space, and that's it. Like you round in one space, everything is very easy and very close, and there's not a lot of separation of anything. So I believe that applies, that allows you to get a lot of things done and have everything under one roof and very quick to itself. It really cuts down on a lot of the noise in your life and a lot of the inefficiencies that happen. You know, there's not like every day is the same day kind of thing in a good way, like as in like there's not a lot of things to keep you kind of all over the place. So I find like that's very important, and it's also a very big pro, especially when you're a neurosurgery resident. Like, you know, like it's not just your hours of the day matter, like your minutes matter, you know, and you're trying to like count for things. I love this as a resident, and I still love this as a staff. And to kind of throw in the thing about Winnipeg, like, you know, coming here for a type of residency involves you probably being 5 minutes away from the hospital, whether you run, drive, or bike. And you know, all of this world is very, very tight in a good way, like because it just makes everything a lot easier to do. The specific resident spaces that we have, so you know, we have a resident call room. It's a hotel. It's actually pretty sweet, like it's an actual hotel room, like a hotel room that goes through hotel room stuff, like getting cleaned every day with coffee pods put out and like that type of stuff. And so we have that available every day for the resident, and it's part of a hotel that's also under this big one roof of all of our places. So there's no walking outside, you know, for any of this stuff. In addition to that call room, they have like an actual dedicated space within our world of neurosurgery, like where the clinics are and that type of stuff, which is a bit of another like home base, satellite base. And then, you know, with that, there comes the resources of computers and conference rooms and that type of stuff. The department of which we're a department of, when I say department, I know every neurosurgery kind of unit is different. Some of them are departments in and of themselves. Some of them are sections within a department. Some of them are divisions within a department or an academic cluster. Some of them are part of surgery. Some of them are part of neuroscience. So what we're a section within the department of surgery. So our overall parents, so like our siblings, our cardiac surgery, urology, plastic surgery, this type of stuff. So we tend to fall into the resources that come with the department of surgery. I believe this is another wise thing. Like your home is more with the surgeons than it is with the neuropathologists and the neurologists and that type of stuff, you know, for the practical everyday stuff. Like I'm sure when you're reading, you know, neuroscience, there's the other way of clustering our specialties with each other. But in terms of this practical reality, everyday life, you know, we have study spaces that are close to the operating rooms that are just floors above, that type of stuff. We're clustered with surgeons. More often the neurosurgery residents are like that. They're part of programs that involve the surgery residents, in addition to things that we do combine with the neuro people. So in terms, I'm just kind of like wandering a bit, but in addition to the study spaces, we also have like, we're a very big faculty that's focused extremely heavily on wellness and everything that comes with the last 5 years of wellness initiatives. You know, in fact, that we have department accessibility rooms, we have different call rooms, we have you know, places to nurse, we have all of these different things that are set up and dedicated and zoned in for residents, all given allocations for us. So we're quite well stocked with our department resources and the places that a resident can go. It makes it quite comfortable, in my opinion, much better than it's ever been in the past. In terms of, so what do you do? This dances around a little bit, but you know, the way I look at it, so you're doing this residency for 6 years. That's a time-based kind of way of talking about it. And you've probably heard of competency by design, the kind of new way of evaluating residents. And we've transitioned from this idea that like, well, you go through, you know, years 1 to 6, and within those 6 years, you have specific rotations of a defined time, and you're expected to be coming along with your skills in certain epochs of this whole 6-year period. Now, it's a little bit focused on just straight competency versus time. Like when you're competent, you know, whether that takes this many months or that many months. But we're in this world of this transition period. So our PGY3 is the kind of, you know, elder of competency by design evaluation. And our PGYs 5 and 6 right now are still in the old time frame of like the time-based competencies. But for all of the people on this chat, like going into the program within the next year or two, you're kind of in this like, got 2 feet and you've got one in each of these worlds. And this kind of means that what you do is still on a time base, like as in, you know, you'll have a neuropathology rotations, neurology rotations, trauma rotations, this type of stuff. And then in the other foot, you'll be trying to gain competencies and things that fall within these time-based frames. So the exact rotations are aligned with the historical time-based competency. You'll do like 36 to 42 months of neurosurgery, or, you know, months, or sometimes not really months. There's sometimes periods, and periods are 4 weeks versus being like, you know, precisely a month. But all of this type of stuff you can find on the Royal College website. And it'll really like break down for you, like, you know, what in the end does a neurosurgeon need to know, and how is that actually done? And we follow that still pretty religiously. We probably pulled back a little bit on the off-service rotations, but only the ones that have been getting consistent feedback for just kind of being a little bit over the top. So like, as in, like, you know, do you really need 3 rotations of neuropathology or 3 rotations of neurology anymore? Like, is 8 weeks okay versus 12 weeks? So, but we're still pretty by the book with following that whole stuff. So that's just key to know. Like, if you want to know what you're going to do for rotations, it's pretty much what the Royal College has on their website for their time-based competency. In addition to that, though, with that time, I also consider residents coming in kind of 2 worlds. There's ones, and this is kind of really crude and right to the point, but I still think it's the best way to describe it. You're either doing a graduate degree or you're not doing a graduate degree. And that graduate degree could be like a med ed master's, or it could be an MBA, or it could be a PhD, and that's going to take you 3 to 4 years or what have you. So you're in that kind of cluster. That does a certain thing with your time when you kind of try to decide how many years it's going to take and how your rotations are spent. There's this whole other world of people that might not need to specifically chase down a graduate degree, and that's okay. And that's where we're completely open to someone who wants to finish and operate like crazy, and they want to be a surgeon who does as many cases as possible and works in the community, and really aren't like, you know, a full court press on needing a PhD and trying to be famous and be that whole other stereotype of a neurosurgeon. But of course, we still like highly encourage the other way too. So we have patterns for people, depending on which way these things are going to go. With that comes flexibility, and the flexibility can be in exactly how much clinical neurosurgery you do. It might be that you're best served to, you know, not do the extreme end of the number of months that one is required to do a certain neurosurgery, but you're quite fine and you're competent in a certain other number of neurosurgical rotations, and you can do many other things that can kind of maybe take your career into a more interesting pattern and make you a leader in the field, kind of thing. So all of this gets discussed, and we have lots of flex. And I'm very, very passionate and interested in career planning and career development. In fact, like my PGY ones, we already have ideas on how their residency ends, you know. I really believe that judging a program is judging the end of the results. Like, where did they pass their exam, and are they working, and where are they working, and like, or did they get the fellowship they want, like all of that type of stuff. So we are like fairly obsessive with planning this like many years in advance. Like, there is no too soon. So I map the rotation specifically to specific times. Like, I might have you take time early to go somewhere else if you're interested in a career in vascular. I might have you hoard that a little bit longer to be able to be the shiniest star at the time of the match for the pediatric neurosurgery match. Like, all of this is like planned. Like, we're planning the weeks that happen in 5 years from now. So I really sit down and do all this rotation mapping quite seriously, and have a real thing for that. In terms of the evaluation, like I said, there's this whole 2 structures. There's the CBD world, which are full of these things called entrusted professional activities, you know, which are scored based on, like, you know, can turn a craniotomy flap, you know, can make an incision into the carotid artery, like these types of things. We go through all of these in detail. We have many systems and checks and balances and committees that take you through your evaluation properly. We also do the things that everyone else does. I mean, we keep OR logs. We do oral evaluations to some degree. There's the typical exams you find in all the other places. And we embark on the whole separate foundation stuff that the 1s and 2s do in every other program. This is our program governance, not to dwell on this, but the point of showing this is just to show, that each one of these people in this committee, for example, have a very specific role in resident education. So we have a dedicated competency director. So our competency director is going to be Dr. Annie Drapeau. She's a pediatric neurosurgeon, and she's in charge of everything related to evaluations. I'm the program director. We have a dedicated undergraduate medical education director named Dr. Dalhousie. He's a spine surgeon. We have a research director for our clinician scientists in our group. We definitely have a wellness lead that we've been doing wellness for 3 years now, in terms of having a standalone lead, a person that does everything from teaching things from finance to everything within what we call the hidden curriculum to being in charge of planning a retreat or a social event. And so we have a very, very detailed, serious kind of system here, is my point of trying to decide how this or how we steer our entire program. In terms of our teaching, this is kind of what we offer. So we have a curriculum that most other places will have. That curriculum is typically made up of a block system. So you'll have pediatrics, vascular, tumor, trauma, et cetera, and this will be broken up into a series of months. The cycles usually run 2 to 3 years, and the lectures usually run on in our case, Fridays, but they're 1 hour a week. Resident led, it's still staff led, it's just the resident making the presentation, for example. So that's kind of the curriculum that we have. And then on the right, this is the other stuff. So we'll do what we call practice oral exams. This is specifically to gain experience for passing the FRCSC designation for the Royal College. So we do that Wednesday mornings, pretty much 1 and 4. We rotate that with things like M&M rounds, which are the morbidity and mortality rounds, and the surgical grand rounds, which is our department. We also have that other whole blended world where in that academic half day, we spend more time with the neuroscience community. So we have lectures there where the residents do case presentations and the staff do more formal presentations. And then there's a bunch of other stuff. I mean, we do journal club, we do path rounds with microscope slides, that type of stuff. We also are now starting to run a cadaveric dissection in the summer. So this will be year 3 this year, and every year it keeps gaining steam. And we have a new faculty who's a new vascular staff starting in January, and he's got a lengthy experience in doing cadaveric dissection teaching. So this is going to be a feather in the cap of our program, especially as the years have gone by, the amount of anatomy you get has gone down practically. So I think it's very helpful. This is kind of the schedule, not to dwell on it. I already looking at the time. This is an old presentation. Sorry, this is supposed to be like a highlight reel presentation. Anyway, to cut to the chase, we're a fully accredited program. We're one of those mid-sized programs. And what I mean by mid-sized programs is that the juniors get to operate quite early in comparison to the larger size programs. I believe that operating early ends up meaning operating more at the end of it. Operating more, this is a skill-based, experience-based specialty. You are better when you're done because you've operated more. And the operating that you do is almost up to you. Just like I caught the last tail end of what Dr. Chow was saying too. We're not at a point where there's you're running out of cases. There's still rooms that are not really tapped into. And usually it's just out of sheer scheduling or something like that for not being able to have all of the cases that you want to do. So that mid-sized program scenario, I think, leads one to be having a real extreme experience to actual operating. That operating is what gets you your job and your fellowship. And more importantly, when you show up to your fellowship knowing how to operate versus being someone who's finishing their training in their fellowship, this is where it all comes together. And this is when you start, this is how you get a job. And this is how people will start to refer to you when you're not in the room. So I really do believe we're in a position to put people in that position. So their wow factor is huge. And yet we're not like a tiny struggling community either, where we don't have PhD scientists in every corner to be able to, see through all the academic flourishing too. So those are two kind of points that I wanted to talk to. There's other little specific points like Pat McDonald, who is the chair of our department, or sorry, of our section. You know, he's going to be the specialty committee chair. We've had many of us involved with the examination process. We're like quite in tune with what's up on the exam and like that type of stuff. So we have a lot of ways to kind of, I think, give you a little bit of perks along the way. Winnipeg in and of itself, it's an easier place to do residency than many other places in terms of the city you're living in. Yeah, it's cold, you know, it's whatever. Like, I mean, but it was freezing in Ottawa. I just came back from Ottawa. It was horrible in Montreal too before that, you know, like, so to me, it's just like the kind of like, it's almost like a bit of an eye rolling for me, like to be hanging your hat on like those types of things. Like, as far as I know, like I told you, it takes me, I live in the best area of town that I wouldn't move my house one block. And it takes me 7 minutes to get to work, whether I run, bike, or drive. And then everything is very easy. It's affordable. It makes getting your residency done less stressful, and life goes on. And especially with our flexibility, it allows you to kind of dart in and out of here pretty easily, get a lot of operative experience, and kind of really put yourself in a good start to your, your career application process. So sorry, I can't believe I just spoke for 25 minutes, but let's hear what you guys might want to talk about or have questions about.
Absolutely. Dr. Kazina, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. That was great. I think, yeah, and I think that was a lot of great information for our participants here. So maybe I'll open the floor. If anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand, or you can type in the chat.
And
okay,
sorry,
we have...
I'm also.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just want to say hi.
Sorry, Sam. I can't stand when I talk so much, but I end up doing it all the time.
All good.
Sorry. Sam is our illustrious PGYT.
It worked out. I apologize if I looked rude on my phone. I've just been managing some call issues. It's been an interesting shift. So yeah, if you have any questions
for me.
Sorry.
Is that anything for me?
No, nothing for you, but someone's bleeding out from a failed endovascular procedure. Not failed, aborted. Anyway,
that's not good.
She's okay. Feel free to email me. My email's in the chat. And if you have any specific questions for me, I'm happy to field them. But whoever had their hands.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe Irene, I think you raised your hand first, so go ahead.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Kazina, for a great talk and providing us more information on Manitoba's program. Medical student, 4th year at Toronto, interested in applying this year. You mentioned many great things about Manitoba's program. I'm just wondering what's your vision for the future of the program, and what changes, if any, do you anticipate in the program over the coming years?
I think, yeah, like where my head first leaps to, and again, it's kind of a bit of a disclaimer, I just came from the Royal College Specialty Committee, which is like the kind of working group for designing things like curriculum and the exam. And I think that we're going to see a significant tightening up of our didactic lecture series. I was part of the group, for example, that was like writing the structure on what is it that we expect people to know, and then how is that going to match the examination process. But it's also leading to like, how are we going to teach people along the way? So very quickly, I think I'm going to be instituting a more less kind of wandering and very much more structured and correlated to what's going to be on your written exam kind of lecture series. I think that's going to be key. We're also going to be getting, like within this 12-month period, we're going to be adding 3 additional staff. That staff, even though like one might say like, well, the population doesn't change, and the amount of people that funnel into operations shouldn't change, and patients, they do though, somehow they do. Like the more people you have doing the thing, like just somehow creates a little bit more of everything. So I think we're going to become like a bigger program with more stuff. We're also right at the far end of like technological acquisitions. We have an intraoperative MRI scanner. We've got, full functioning new neurosurgical OR suites. We've got everything you need everything you want. I don't know how much you guys are into this already, but I mean, we have all of the stealth navigation stuff that you can have. Everything's brand new. We got the latest ultrasounds. We just got a fleet of them, like literally like 5 of them. Our section head is pretty passionate about introducing lit or focused ultrasound. So that's going to be the next big buy that we have for the group. And also things like stereo EEG. So this comes with robots and, stereotactic navigation stuff. So I think we're going to end up being one of those, and even our microscopes are all the Kinetos now. And like, so everything that we have going on, like from, ICG through the latest microscope to be able to look at the flow of an aneurysm to, intraoperative lifetime ultrasound of details that have never been kind of used before to still doing, MRI, intraoperative MRI scans for our low-grade gliomas and possibly doing lit therapy and all of that type of stuff. So we have that kind of all developing and brewing. In addition, the faculty that I see coming on are kind of in that like first 10-year faculty, very engaging, much more like they're very relatable, very keen, very eager, and kind of like very well represented in terms of like all the specialties. So that's another thing.
Thank you.
Great. That sounds great. Thanks so much.
No problem.
Yeah, Megan, you're next. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I had a question. Since electives were prohibited during COVID, do we have any virtual open house happening? Or maybe do you prefer we write to you or to your resident to ask more questions and know more about the team in Manitoba, since we weren't able to go there?
Yeah, that's too bad. I mean, like now it's blowing open, but it's, it was a horrible set of time that led to this moment for sure. But so what I think is going to happen going forward, we're in November, CaRMS is going to be coming up in February. For sure, we'll do something during that week of CaRMS. Like I'll have another kind of one of these sessions, but longer, bigger, probably 3 hours, probably multi-roomed with different things going on and like getting more staff involved to talk to your resident rooms, that type of stuff, where you can really do a deep dive. Like you can do one of these just for the research, one of these just for the teaching, one of these just with the residents. So I am going to have one of those nights, those kind of like what used to be like social night the night before kind of thing. It'll turn into this kind of thing. But in addition to that, for sure, feel free to reach out to me. I don't know if you guys have my email or not. I'll put it in the chat, and then I'm quite open to anybody contacting me at any time and trying to and meeting over Zoom. It's just so easy to do these days. I'd be happy to take any amount of time to do this process.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Before we go to our last question, which is Sydney, I'm just going to give the floor back to Sam for a minute or two if he has any other suggestions, insight, anything he wants to say since he's been with us. So we'll pass it to Sam and then to Sydney, and then we'll end the session.
Thanks. I don't have much to add. Like Dr. Kazina covered everything and more. I would wholeheartedly agree with everything he said, and obviously we're biased, but I've been all over the place. I grew up in Ontario, did med school in Saskatoon, so worked with that group a lot. They're great, and but I ended up ranking Winnipeg higher because I genuinely wanted to be here for a number of reasons that Dr. Kazina has gone over. So any questions about moving to Winnipeg for the first time? It's not as scary as some people make it out to be. Any questions about the program? I'm always happy to chat. I think that's probably just easier than trying to talk for a while just about open-ended stuff. But all of us in the group are very approachable. If you want a different perspective than mine, I can always hook you up with a different resident's email. So yeah, please, we're all very excited to meet you and look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Sam. Sydney?
I don't know if my question is greatly positioned at this time. I know we're kind of running a bit late. It's kind of a bigger question, but I was just really interested in, you were mentioning the time-based versus the competency-based and the shift, and I have an interest in that area. And if you saw kind of in somewhat of the near future, your program and other programs shifting more towards that competency-based in the sense of maybe diminishing, or could we ever kind of remove that time-based aspect of training? So again, maybe a bit too big of a question for this moment, but what I was
Yeah,
gonna
no,
ask.
it is an important question because it will affect, like, especially this cohort, because it's in the transition. So when does the transition end? It's still, there's still these ends of this competency by design stuff that we don't know where it's going to go because we haven't seen, like, rounds of residents graduate yet who have gone through it. So right now, I mean, like, sure, there's competency in terms of can you do this checklist, these 71 entrusted professional activities or what have you? But there still has to be this practical reality of over how long of a period is this is expected to take, and how many, how much time should you be given to a particular rotation in order to attain these? Like, are the, so we haven't really fleshed out where this is going. So I think until we see, like, it becomes very successful and very obvious that we have graduates coming and, like, there's been no hiccups along the way in terms of, but it still feels like it'll take a long time to get rid of time-based competency, because we're still going to have a structure on, like, what is the guesstimate time that it's going to take to get this stuff done? What is the amount of operations? So that stuff hasn't really changed because we have been graduating residents that are full functioning neurosurgeons and doing fine, under the old way. So I still think, like, it's not like something was going super wrong and then that's the reason for the big switch. It's just that, like, it's about this whole thing called continuous quality improvement. And we're just, the introduction of CBD wasn't to fix a big problem. It was just to continuously be pushing forward, to continuously staying ahead, to continuously be refreshing, how med ed is being looked at by the Royal College. So I think that there'll always be a bit of an overlap. We're still going to have to say, like, okay, well, you have to do a neurology rotation. And then when you say things like that, we're still going to have to decide how long it's going to be. You know what I mean? We can't send off someone to be like, okay, come back when you've gotten your EPA. Like, it's still going to have some kind of structure to it. And because like I said, like, it wasn't broke, I can't see it changing too much. It's just really going to objectify things, like, at the end of it, there really was this sense that, if you went through your time, just what it felt like as a program director, you felt like you were still signing this, like, massive check at the end, which was really just signing off on someone in general. Like, sure, they went through these rotations during these times and they got these evaluations and none of them failed, but then there was still this, like, big leap of faith to just, like, generically sign off on a person on their entire training at the end of it. This has tightened that up a little bit to make it just a little bit more objective, to be like, I don't know, like, you can't just say you've got a sense that they're going to be good because they've been doing it for 6 years and we haven't had any problems. It's only been additive. So we'll see if it really means we're going to drop the whole structure. Are we going to get to a time when you're free to go and kind of do whatever rotations you want, and like, it's because all of that reality still involves scheduling. So it just seems like, time is always going to be kicking around as a variable. So it's hard to imagine us having this big drastic shift. I think it'll just be more of a, we'll stop talking about the transition and it'll just kind of become, just the way it is in general. It'll just be more additive as opposed to a transition. That's my thoughts.
Hi, thanks for the invitation. Thanks for letting us all sign up to do this. I know it's really hard for you guys to pick programs based on not visiting anyone, and you guys already had a whole bunch of rounds of presentations last night. I think one of my PGY1s is going to be joining just in case you have questions directly for one of the residents, which is always helpful. But like I said, I'm the program director. I've been here on staff for 12 years, and I did my residency here. So it's I know the place very well, and I think it's a great place to train. And my PA was nice enough to put together just a few slides before we get to the question period. And I apologize for the obnoxious purple, but it's sort of the Western branding. And if you come here, you'll get used to that and even love it, and maybe even buy a Western sport jacket like I'm going to be buying apparently for the Docs on Ice tournament in May or in March. So I'll just talk about the program a little bit and the rotations, and I'll introduce some of our faculty. I'll show you some pictures of our residents, and you can ask any questions about them. You might know some of them, some of you. We'll talk just briefly about the CaRMS applications process, but there's nothing special about our process that's different from any other university. And then we'll do some questions, I guess. So I think this program is one of the top training programs in Canada. People used to ask us, what are all your graduates doing now? And we used to say, well, they're all program directors. So typically people that train here are very interested in resident education, and that's been passed on to many of our graduates, including myself. We've been a CBD program since 2019. And so now our PGY4s are in CBD, and our PGY3s and under are in full CBD. So we only have 2 years left of time-based residence. And I know you guys are all doing EPAs as medical students in most centers, so that'll be not a problem for transition for any of you. I think that resident learning and success is very important to all of the faculty that work here at Western. We have 12 faculty. And residency program training is very flexible, and we have a lot of trainees doing masters and PhDs throughout their residency. Somebody like me didn't do that. I spent a year on research, but now it seems like all the residents want to go away and do research, and we're letting them all go and do their thing, which has been very helpful. We have, generally speaking, one major hospital, which is our university hospital, which is where all of the adult neurosurgery happens. And then we also have a rotation at the pediatric hospital, which is a combination of pediatrics and trauma. The cancer center is always there, and London's the only center in Canada where neurosurgery is not at the cancer center and not at the trauma center. So we sort of have a bit of an ivory tower thing here, some people think, and that's been an issue from time to time. But to be honest, as neurosurgeons, you can imagine once we're finished our residency, we're not that interested in trauma, and the patients still get very good service from us. But it allows us to do our subspecialty work a little bit more effortlessly. We also have been sending residents to the hospital in Windsor to get some exposure to community neurosurgery, and that gives a chance for them to work with a group that's 100% fee for service and see people do a lot of operations, very well and very quickly, and get a lot of exposure to spine and traumatic spine and sort of the bread and butter of general neurosurgery. So I think our residents get a good exposure to all aspects of neurosurgery because of those 3 centers and sites that we use. Training is probably very similar to other centers. The residents are spending about 4 to 6 months on the neurosurgery service in their first year to get some experience. And there's also some internal medicine, the pre-admission clinic, plastic surgery rotation to get some peripheral nerve exposure, because we have a very excellent hand and upper limb center here in London, and the residents often go back when they're seniors to do some EMG and some more brachial plexus surgery and so forth. They have to rotate through trauma. They get 3 months of ICU, 1 in the medical neuro ICU and 2 months on the trauma ICU. And then there's a lot of pathology. We have the only we had for years, I'm not sure if it's still true, but the only neuropathology training program in the country. So our residents always get top exposure to neuropath. In second year, they spend some time at the Victoria Hospital doing pediatric neurosurgery. They don't really do emergency medicine. I'm not sure why that's listed there, but that tends to be when all the ICU rotations are done, and neuroradiology. They don't do anesthesia anymore. And then PGY3 is just a lot of neurosurgery, a radiosurgery rotation, some time in Windsor to do some spine, more pediatric neurosurgery. And then a PGY4, most of them go away to do their research. And I've actually been very successful at getting a number of our residents onto the clinician investigator program, which is sponsored by Western and allows for some extra funding for some research over and above what you get for your PGY4 salary. And I think we're the only surgical program that's really been able to take advantage of that and do so repeatedly year after year. So I'm pretty proud of that. And PGY5, when you guys come through, you'll actually be doing your written exam in the fall of 2005. So that's kind of shifted, where you do your research time or your community neurosurgery time a little bit. So it might be sort of off cycle a bit, just so you can have some additional time to study for the written exam. But the idea is then you will be board eligible, similar to the way the Americans are. And over time, the specialty committee is hoping that we might be able to get you that board eligibility to work and transfer to the US a bit easier. Because as you all know, traditionally, at least 50% of grads go to the US in any program. So. And then PGY6 is generally for, filling in any holes, clipping the aneurysms, doing the harder cases, in addition to some time on EMG. And like I said, advanced peripheral nerve surgery and some more spine surgery if it's necessary, but tends to be a bit of a lighter year, some more pathology. And it's a lot of fun. And with the CBD training, there's 3 transition to practice EPAs that are required there that really aren't that hard to get as far as running an operating room and running a clinic. As I said, our residents rotate through a number of specialties. For off-service stuff, they very much enjoy working with our otolaryngologists, and we have some excellent neuro-otologists in the University Hospital that they work with. Sometimes they want some exposure to sinus surgery in terms of doing skull-base exposures with the 2 main otolaryngologists that help us with the skull-base surgery and the approach to pituitaries. They don't do infectious diseases. I'm not sure why that's on the slide. Obviously, there's some neurology training required, and typically our residents do 3 months. It used to just be 3 months of CTU, but now my recommendation is maybe just 1 month of CTU or 1 month of stroke, and then the other 2 neurology rotations can be on the epilepsy service or the oncology service or just doing EMG. So we've tried our best to make it as useful as possible for a graduating neurosurgeon. Lots of neuropathology. I think we have one of the best neuroradiology departments in the country. Our neuroradiologists are very easy to work with, very friendly. It's just a lot of fun working with them and doing angiograms and interventional stuff. We have 2 neurologists focused on neurointensive care, and there's a senior rotation through that just to do EEGs and prognosticate in severe head injury and stroke and trauma. Orthopedics is just spine, and the spine surgeons there don't want to be called the orthopedic spine service. They just want to be the spine service. So our training for bones and stuff is very focused on only spine. And as I said, I think there's more than enough exposure to trauma and pediatrics over the course of one's residency here. So this is our faculty. We have Dr. Bolton. He did his neurosurgery in Toronto, and now he does all of our vascular service. He's our current chief, and he does an excellent job at managing the clinical service. Dr. Dougal is one of our surgeons that does spine surgery and pituitary surgery, and he trained here at Western. Dr. Douri Pierre up next is one of our pediatric neurosurgeons. She actually trained in Switzerland and Europe. Dr. Heb is our skull-based surgeon doing a lot of the acoustics and so forth, and he trained in Halifax. Dr. Lau trained here. He was one of my residents, and now he's back on staff here as my partner doing epilepsy and DBS. I'm me. I'm the president of the Canadian Neuromodulation Society. My practice is largely focused on pain surgery, pain stimulation, epilepsy surgery, DBS for movement disorders, etc. So all the weird and wonderful stuff. Dr. Megacy is our surgical neuro-oncologist. He trained in Edmonton and then came home to London here. Dr. Ng is one of our spine surgeons. He also trained in Toronto. He does a lot of the peripheral nerve surgery as well and the complicated syrinx cases. Dr. Ranger is our other pediatric neurosurgeon. She trained here at Western also. Dr. Siddiqui is one of the spine surgeons associated with the spine service at the Victoria campus, and he trained here at Western. Dr. Stephen is our chair. He's currently the chair of CNS, which includes neurology and neurosurgery, and is actually the chair of chairs for the entire clinical staff at Western here. He's one of our epilepsy surgeons and a good mentor for all of us. He's also a former program director, as is Dr. Siddiqui. And Dr. Yang has just joined us from Toronto, where his practice here is focused on spine surgery and vascular surgery and research. And he's been a very nice addition to this group. Here are the residents we have. We have 2 graduating residents here, Dr. Shalil and Dr. Lucar Figuera, who is originally from Lima. Our PGY5s are Mohammed Abbas and Brendan Santer, who both want to be functional neurosurgeons like me because of the exposure they got here. Dr. Karapetyan similarly wants to do functional neurosurgery, and he's just back from his research. Dr. Johnson is our current chief because everyone's away on research and the PGY6s are basically fully cooked. And he's been providing a wonderful clinical service. Dr. Mohammed is actually in Florida doing his research right now. Dr. Wang and Amirti Vivekanandan are our PGY2s, and they're running around taking care of business. And our current PGY1s are Happy Inabunu and Rana Moshe from Saudi Arabia and Dixon Wong. And we've already matched an ISR for one of our 3 positions for PGY1 next year from Kuwait. And we'll be taking 2 through CaRMS because I used to say this was a small program, but it's not a small program or a big program. We're kind of a medium-sized program. So when the residents are on call, we generally have a junior senior model where there's always a junior on call and there's usually always a senior covering them. Sort of if you're a mid-level resident, you might be taking solo call, certainly completely by yourself, and the seniors generally always have somebody to back up and teach when they're on call. And it's worked very well for us over the years. So we sort of myself for CaRMS and some of the more interested residents and parties help me screen the applications through CaRMS. Typically, there's one other staff person and a couple of the residents, and they go through the applications much more detailed than I do. I tend to just read reference letters. And then we offer almost everybody an interview because in general, if there's 18 spots in the country, I figure we should interview 18 residents. And we rank you, I guess, based on your personal letter and your reference letters and your CV, and then you come for interview. And interview this day will be on February 21st, as you all know, or I guess you know now. There'll be typically 3 interview rooms. It's all going to be Zoom. There's typically 2 faculty rooms comprised of 3 or 4 or 5 faculty members, and then 1 room that's just the residents, where I kind of want you guys to ask all those questions, like how much money am I going to make? How much does a house cost? How tired are you when you get home? All the juicy stuff. Because I think that's important. I mean, when I came to Western here, I could see everybody was pretty chill and pretty relaxed. And I thought, well, and I didn't even know where London was before I came here. And I thought, well, this is a place I could work and train and get to know these people because everybody was so nice and easygoing. As I said, we're going to have 3 PGY1s next year, and that's going to continue probably till we grow the program from 12 to maybe 15 residents because we added the Windsor site. So we need some more, and we have the capacity to train more people. We just have so many cases, and opportunities. We still have ORs that are uncovered, I suppose, some days to my surprise. And then, of course, there'll be a Zoom meeting the night before CaRMS, just so you guys can socialize with the residents and ask more questions before get primed. And I think that's all I had. So there's my contact details and my program administrator's contact details, and she does an excellent job. And I think you guys would do well to come here. You would all be very well trained and excellent surgeons.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. MacDougall, for that wonderful presentation. We all enjoyed listening to it. And I see we have Dixon on the call as well. So maybe I can invite him to the stage if he has any words to share along the presentation.
He loves me.
No, I'm just mostly here to help answer any questions if needed or anything like that.
Awesome. Yeah. Great to have you. Okay, yes. So questions, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to use the hand raise function, or you can feel free to type in the chat, and we'd be happy to read it out for you.
Irene,
go
ahead.
The
chair recognizes Irene.
Yeah, sure. Hi. Thanks, everyone. And thanks, Dr. MacDougall, for a great talk on Western and introducing us to your program. I'm a student at U of T and definitely interested in applying this year to neurosurgery. You already talked a little bit about expanding the program in terms of taking more residents. Just want to know what your vision is for the future of the program and what changes, if any, do you anticipate in the program over the coming years?
Well, I think in taking more residents, what I'd like to do is, be able to have residents spend more time on the community service and have an easier time just getting their research rotations and blocks in. Like I said, I think we have more than enough capacity to train more residents. It used to be residents would kind of stick around and maybe only half of them were going on research. And with everybody going on research, there's an opportunity to have more people enjoy the clinical exposure in the OR. So.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Someone, please go ahead and ask a question.
Thank you. Dr. MacDougall, just an elaboration on Irene's previous question. How is Western's representation in international conferences like Dublin, SNO, CNS? Do you attend these conferences regularly? Just curious to know a little bit more.
I don't myself because I'm a functional neurosurgeon. So all of my meetings are very subspecialty. So I'm a board member for the International Neuromodulation Society. So I'm at, typically neurostim and stereotactic and movement disorder and epilepsy meetings. I don't have time for a general neurosurgery meeting, to be honest, but a number of our surgeons are AANS members. And as you may know, it's a requirement to go to one of those meetings every 3 or 4 years or something. It's just not been on my list. Like I have to throw my own meetings in Canada, and we have to throw an international meeting in Vancouver in 2024. I'm going to Vegas for another meeting in January. It's just the meeting circuit's quite full up. So I'm not sure how that influences your perception of a program.
In a good way.
I don't even go to CNSF anymore, to be honest. And I used to really like that meeting, but I might go to the next one. So,
questions for either Dr. MacDougall or Dixon. So you can also ask resident questions too. So I really encourage you to do so. Questions?
Actually, I have one question for Dixon. So Dixon, so you've already been through the first year of residency for the past 5-6 months. So how has been your experience so far, and how much exposure did you have in OR as a R1 resident?
I would say the experience has been excellent. I've had a lot of independent exposure in the OR with a lot of independence given to me. I would say perhaps Western has, is a lot of the surgeons are kind of good with managing risk and allowing you to try things and figure things out on your own. Even with the, say, on call, the junior senior structure, I'm often left by myself. All I do with the senior is review cases with them or consults. The rest I handle mostly on my own. I've just last week, I'd done 2 cases completely on my own. I'm the only one scrubbed in. Dr. Bolton was sort of sitting in the corner. I independently did a brain biopsy and a sural nerve biopsy. So that was a milestone. And that was 6 months into residency. So I've also had time, I think, which is kind of rare nowadays, to be under the scope a lot as a first assist. So the operative exposure has been excellent at Western, and I've had a lot of independence. And I think I'll have even more moving forward. We're one of the programs that allows residents to take outside calls, for example, and that's a bonus, I would say, because you get really, really good at triaging calls and talking to other services and other helping handle cases from a remote kind of distance. And it's a different way of thinking about cases, and being able to do that on your own is a skill that you'll need as a neurosurgeon. And that's something we get at Western as well. So.
And I think it prevents unnecessary consults and emerge, because you're able to control what comes in and what doesn't a little bit easier, when you say. And I apologize for not turning my video on. I didn't realize I had done that, so I'm sorry. I think it's important to see everybody.
Thank you, Dixon.
No worries.
All right, if there are no other questions, maybe I can ask a quick, Sydney has a question. Sydney, go ahead.
I'll jump in. So you talked a lot about how there's been sort of this culture of people going on to being program directors in education, kind of an area of interest of mine. So I was just wondering if there's any sort of formal training that people are doing, like a teach the teacher style sort of thing, or anything coming down the pipeline.
I wouldn't say we have that. I mean, it was always, my program director always suggested, a person get a master's in education and stuff, but I mean, as far as education, that's mostly active, I suppose, at the education committee level, and there's some changes happening there at the department level more than at the division level. I wouldn't say we're necessarily doing anything terribly innovation, except for getting our microsurgical rat lab up and running again, since the surgeon that used to run that moved away. So that should be up and running easily by the time you guys are here. But that's sort of what the residents want most. They want money to go to meetings and time to do research and time in the microsurgical lab to learn surgery. And they just generally want to get really, really good at surgery first. So.
Thanks.
Okay, any other question?
Yeah, I have a quick question, Dr. MacDougall. I wonder if I guess how the program supports, or if it's possible for residents to do away electives, either like in Canada or especially like abroad, like in the US, towards kind of their research year to, to prepare for maybe a fellowship in the States, or I wonder if the program has any way to support residents that way.
Yeah, I would say that typically that's available for sure. Myself, for the research time, which is sort of 12 months or 13 blocks, I did 6 months of research and 6 months of electives elsewhere. And I think that's the natural way to sort of split that up. I think with us growing the program, it'll be easier to send residents away for some of those experiences. And a number of our residents, they sort of go away for research time or an elective, and then that allows them to help secure a fellowship and so forth. So. But I agree. I was talking to one of my residents today, and I did one of my fellowships in Australia, and I said, buddy, you should go to Australia and just see how they skin the cat there, see how they do things, right? Because it's a fantastic experience to go and see how other people do things. I had that opportunity as a resident to do my pediatrics at another site in Canada when our surgeon was on mat leave, and I think that was very valuable. And I would certainly encourage that. We already send our residents to Toronto for 1 block to do their radius surgery. So we don't have a gamma knife, so we compensate for that by having a formal radius surgery rotation. I think we're the only program in the country that spends an entire block with the residents actually doing radius surgery, whereas in other programs, they're expected to pick it up by osmosis. And the residents have found that very beneficial, the couple that have done it so far. So, but yeah, in principle, I would be supportive of that, assuming there's a space in the schedule to allow for that. And like I said, you can always take some of those research months and do that then also. So
yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, any other question? Yeah, someone, please go ahead.
One other question actually for both Dr. MacDougall and Dixon. I'm sort of curious to know, like, what's the volume of operations as it sort of progresses from PGY 1 to 6? Not the exact numbers, but just curious about the trends, because Dixon said he did a whole operation on his own. And I'm just sort of curious, like, how does that autonomy sort of progress as you go through the program?
yeah, I think for like for residents is performing well. Like somebody like myself was able to do almost all the operations independently as a PGY4. And I think if you're showing up and doing the work and paying attention, that's still possible to do an awake craniotomy by yourself as a mid-level resident or a budding senior. I mean, in the first year, it seems to me lately that the residents, the juniors are running around a little bit more, seeing consults, and I would prefer for them to be more in the operating room. They typically get about 1 day or half a day in the clinic a week, but outside of their, call obligations, expect them to be in the OR doing lots of cases. And then as you progress, obviously you're seeing less consults and doing more operations. We have typically 3 ORs a day, except for Tuesdays, which is our teaching day. So that's only 1 OR day. And that's sort of split amongst the faculty a little bit. And I would say that typically with the volume that we do here, 5 residents on the service is just perfect. Because if you have 4 residents, they feel like they're doing too much call between the 4 residents at UH and the 1 at Victoria. And if you have 6 residents, they feel like sometimes they're not operating enough. And right now we're in a space where we could probably use a few more bodies, to be honest, just given the residents going on research and going to Windsor and going to Toronto and et cetera. So, but yeah, residents get lots of operations. I mean, we had a bit of a lull in COVID like everybody, but by the time you're a senior, I would expect you're operating 6 days a week. Your hands will get sore. And you'll get good calluses from the kerosene punch.
Maybe I'll jump in and ask a quick question just regarding mentorship, whether or not you have a formal mentorship program within the residency program, and whether that's between residents, junior and senior, or residents to staff.
Yeah, I did set up a formal mentorship program a few years ago, and I think it's going okay. Not all the staff choose to meet with their mentees, and not all the residents choose to meet with their mentors as regularly as I would like, but I continue to remind them. It's a resident faculty pairing, and I think the pairings are well done. We don't have a big brother, big sister model, but that kind of happens organically anyways. Like I expect a PGY6 to take on the PGY1 and show them the ropes and teach them how to operate and how to sew and handle calls and so forth. And then when you become sort of a mid-level resident, it's nice to have a buddy when you're learning surgery. It's really hard to get through this any residency program without, a good pal, somebody you can count on, and somebody to sort of teach you the higher level skills and higher level tricks when you're doing the more complicated operations. And I go out of my way to try to suggest pairings to residents when I talk to them about their work and their operations and stuff, because I think there are some natural pairings that work, and some residents that are very well equipped to teach the higher surgical skills to more junior learners than others. So
great, thank you.
You comment on that, Dixon? You think that's fair?
Yeah, that's totally fair. I'm paired with one of the staff. I'm paired with Dr. Yang, who sort of has a training profile kind of similar to my own background experience. So they sort of try and match you that way. And you can choose to meet with them directly and however frequent you want as a mentor mentee kind of thing. All of the staff are also very approachable. I would say there's sort of no malignant personalities amongst the staff. So you very organically develop good teaching relationships with them. So you learn a lot from the staff directly. So I've learned from everyone, and I'm able to contact everyone directly and ask them questions without issues. And then in terms of between residents, I think it organically develops from the call schedule, I would say. Generally, I've been paired with the same senior. So I've been paired with Burnett, the chief, as the junior senior relationship. And I've done almost every call with him, and he's really become a mentor for me in that way, just showing me the ropes, what's important, what's not important, and how to be more efficient. And he, when we're on call, we operate together, and he teaches me those skills, and he tells me what to expect moving forward. What should I be able to do independently by which year? And he sort of shows me all of that as we work together. So that all develops very organically.
Well, it's my pleasure to join you, and thanks so much again it's my second year, as you said, joining you guys, and I think a few years more than that, sort of being involved with CaMSIGN. So congrats again to you guys and to everybody for organizing this group, which really has been the voice of medical students interested in neurosurgery over the last few years. So terrific efforts, and thanks for organizing these evenings. So I'll just share my screen here. Let me know if you can see that okay.
Yes, we can see. We can see that. Can you see your slide? Okay, now it's good. The presentation. Okay. Yeah.
Excellent. So, we've had a few open houses over the last few weeks in Toronto. So some of the slides are going to be similar if you had the chance to attend those. So, but I did just want to give an intro to our program, and just at the very beginning. Again, as you heard, my name is Lipsman. I'm a neurosurgeon in Toronto at Sunnybrook, and privileged to help lead our program, which we're tremendously proud of, and you'll hear a lot about in the next 30 minutes. So I speak on behalf of about 30 faculty and 38 residents in a very large, very robust, very old program in Canada. And truly, I think offering a terrific experience for our residents, which is truly our strength. So happy to provide these slides and also answer any questions. We can make it very, very informal. If you want to ask something, don't hesitate to chime in. And otherwise, happy to take questions at the end. So, of course, I don't have to tell this group sort of what neurosurgery is. But I think it's helpful to look at the broad range of who we are as a field and who we are as a specialty, if for no other reason than just to highlight, how robust and diverse we are as a specialty and the directions that things are headed. So, of course, many subdisciplines within neurosurgery, ranging from oncology, spine, functional, which is what I do, trauma, pediatric, vascular, and peripheral nerve. But in many ways, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Our specialty is constantly evolving. It's something that makes it really exciting, and really something that really drives our passion for it, which is that it's constantly evolving. And one of the things that I derive a lot of satisfaction from is that the field that I'm practicing now, neurosurgery, is very different in some respects from how it started. So you see endovascular indications taking over vascular, you see minimally invasive approaches in spine, you see brain-machine interface and sort of less invasive approaches being trialed and tried and adopted in functional. So it's really an evolving specialty. So there's a lot to love and a lot to be passionate about in our field. In Canada, of course, neurosurgery is a 6-year program. Typically across the country, there are 18 to 20 spots. There are 4 in Toronto for Canadian medical graduates and 1 spot each year for an international medical graduate. So we typically take 4 or 5, and this year we'll be taking 5 residents, 4 CMG, 1 IMG. Most of our residents do some research. It's by no stretch mandatory at all. That's the first myth about our program, that everybody has to do research. But most do some kind of research, and that's because they find this of interest, and there are opportunities to do that, which I'll discuss. The research period can be either 1 or 2, or all the way up to 4 years if it's an advanced degree. Almost all of our residents, and this is really the case across the country, almost all residents in neurosurgery will do some kind of fellowship in one of the areas that you see above, or in some other area, or in a combination of areas. So 1 or 2 year fellowship is basically standard for neurosurgery. So this is our program, and this is who we are currently. One of the things that I'll highlight, we're actually the oldest neurosurgery program in Canada, established in 1923. So next year, the year that you guys will start, will be the century anniversary, so the 100th year of neurosurgery in Toronto. So a lot of celebrations planned, so stay tuned about those. We're spread out over 4 main teaching sites. So UHN, St. Michael's, Sunnybrook, which is where I am, and Sick Children's Hospital. In addition, we have a community partner in Mississauga. So this is Trillium Health Partners, where there's a very, very busy clinical service of neurosurgery where our residents often rotate. And also, we've started to send some residents to Kingston General Hospital in Queens, where currently all the staff neurosurgeons are actually Toronto graduates. So oftentimes we have a resident, usually a senior intermediate level resident, that wants to get some community experience. There are definitely opportunities to go to Kingston where they don't have a residency program to really run that service. So a really great experience we have for one of our residents there now. The program essentially is run by the RPC. So that's made up of myself, Dr. Zadeh as the chair of neurosurgery, the individual site directors at each of the sites. So that's Dr. Konkum, Dr. Wilson, Dr. Kumar, and Dr. Ibrahim. The curriculum director who runs our didactic curriculum, that's also Dr. Konkum. Our CBD lead, you'll hear a bit about CBD. That's Dr. Das, and the resident representatives, which if you haven't already met, they're a terrific resource. It's Laureen, Hussein, Yosef, and Alex. The Competence Committee is a evaluation component of our residency. It's 4 years old, and it's comprised of the Competence Committee chair, which is Dr. Das, myself, and the site directors, and just making sure the residents are meeting their milestones and meeting the competence that they need to at every stage of their residency. So speaking of competencies, this is something I highlight every year because it's sort of a new way of doing business in neurosurgery. So traditionally, neurosurgery has been a time-based curriculum, and in many respects, it still is. It's a 6-year residency comprised of a junior, research, and then senior residency, and it all adds up to 6 years. And that's the way it's been for many, many years in Canada, really since the very beginning. But 4 years ago, the Royal College changed how the nomenclature effectively, and imposed competency-based curriculum. So this is now the standard across Canada. All residency programs abide by competence-based curriculum, and the length of residency is the same. It's still 6 years, but it's divided into distinct continuum stages. There's transition to discipline, lasting for a few months, foundation of discipline, up to about the end of 2nd year, core of discipline up until the last few months of residency, and that's transition to practice. So the amount of residency doesn't change, but the specific goals and milestones that you acquire during these specific stages have evolved. So when you match to Toronto Neurosurgery or any neurosurgery program throughout Canada, really, you're really matching to 2 parallel programs. You're matching to your home discipline, which is neurosurgery, but you're also matching to something called surgical foundations, which is the first 2 years of residency. It's a parallel stream. It has its own distinct competence committee and program director and EPAs and milestones and competencies in order to achieve, in order to go on to the next stage of residency. So all of this is to say, we're replacing high stakes summative evaluations that occur at the end of rotations with much more frequent lower stakes coaching type evaluations to really stay on top of residency milestones during residency. And I think this is really a great way not only to collect all this information about how residents are doing, but also to identify those residents maybe who are struggling and to identify those who are excelling and how each can learn from the other. So this is what that competence continuum looks like. Again, you'll hear a lot about this after you match and you start your respective residencies. It's divided again into 4 stages: TTD, foundations, core discipline, and transition to practice. And all of these meant to shepherd you and guide you through the process of developing expertise in neurosurgery. So specifically in Toronto, and there's a lot to discuss and there's a lot to be proud of that we are proud of, but the way that I really think of the things is 3 pillars really of neurosurgical training at U of T that we're really proud of, and the way that I sort of think about how we structure our program. The first is always going to be the main priority, which is to train excellent clinical neurosurgeons, to ensure that the clinical knowledge obtained and the surgical training is excellent and above par, and really prepares you for independent practice, no matter where you practice in the world, whether it's community or an academic practice. The second is research and critical inquiry. We're a large program with a tremendous amount of resources to allow those people who are interested in research to pursue those paths should they want. We have great role models for that, which I'll highlight. And finally, there's the idea of community and global engagement. We're not a big community in Canada or in the world. We're quite connected as a community in terms of neurosurgery. And Toronto is very privileged to have really a major role in a lot of the discussions that are pertinent and relevant right now in the world of global neurosurgery, and I'll highlight some of those in a moment. So in terms of the actual training, the actual clinical training, we really believe we hit way above our weight class. We have really the largest and most clinically diverse training program in North America. So there are between 5,000 and 6,000 cases performed at the 4 primary teaching sites throughout Toronto, and every surgical subdiscipline is covered in large amounts. Oftentimes the gauge of busyness or volumes is the number of independent cases that our chief residents do, or any chief resident does. And in Toronto, it's typically 500 plus cases for a given chief resident. So really a ton of experience, a ton of early experience. And I really encourage you, if you're interested in neurosurgery, which it sounds like everybody here is, reach out to the residents in whatever program it is, whether it's Toronto or Western or any program, really to get a sense of what kind of experience the juniors get, the research residents, the seniors. That'll give you the best sense of the kind of training program and the kind of training experience people are getting throughout the country. So that's really one of the take-home messages I have for you. Reach out, don't be a stranger to any of the faculty or residents, really to get an insider view of how things are like. In terms of research, there's no question it's something that we very much are passionate about, that we value. We have the largest proportion of surgeon scientists and investigators on faculty anywhere in Canada, and I believe anywhere in North America and the world. I'm very privileged to have a large number of faculty who are members of key neurosurgical societies, former presidents and chair people of whether it's Society of Neuro-Oncology or the WNS or the CNS, international leadership in virtually every surgical subdiscipline. So again, very good role models for academic neurosurgery here in Toronto. We have something very unique also in the surgeon scientist training program, which is dedicated salary support for residents, not only in neurosurgery, but other surgical disciplines who are interested in doing research. So if you're interested in doing a master's or PhD, you enroll in the SSTP through the Department of Surgery and have dedicated salary support and resources while you're doing that research so you can focus on that. Many of our residents very successful at obtaining external funding and publishing in some of the highest tier journals. I just wanted to highlight 3 of those just as an example of residents that have recently finished and come through. Newton Chow, who's currently chief resident at St. Mike's, did his PhD in Geneva actually with Gregoire Courtine, neurosurgeon interested in spinal cord injury, and recently published his work on neurons that are restored after paralysis. Dr. Davidson Ben is a chief resident currently at Sunnybrook, did his PhD in my lab, and he conducted a pilot trial of DBS and alcohol use disorder. And we recently published this in Molecular Psychiatry. Jitan Badiwala, pardon me, who did his PhD with Professor Failings, currently doing a fellowship in spine in Cleveland Clinic, published really a practice-changing paper in Lancet looking at surgical decompression timing after acute spinal cord injury. So these papers are really novel. They're tips of the iceberg of the kind of work that our residents are doing. And again, tremendously proud of our research residents and our residents throughout and the kind of impact they're having on global neurosurgery. And related to that are those community and global engagement pieces. So again, we're proud that our faculty and our residents are parts of national, international conversations that are important, that are driving a lot of the agenda in neurosurgery as a global community. So whether you're talking about education, guidelines on things like spinal cord injury and psychiatric surgery, resident well-being, equity and diversity, global agendas in neuro-oncology, ethics, and other guidelines. So we're on the front lines here. We're the ones setting the agenda together with our neurosurgical colleagues and partners throughout the country and throughout the world. So any issue or topic that you're interested in, either we will help you to develop that or help you guide that through your journey. And of course, our city is our strength, our residents are our strength. We currently have 38 residents, so it's a large program, but our strength is our size and our diversity. Every province, medical school, undergraduate background is represented. And I hope I don't have to sell you on Toronto, but we're very proud of our city. So whether you're interested in Michelin star restaurants, professional sports teams, whether you're interested in cultural events like the film festival or other kinds of cultural touchstones, we have something for something for everybody in our city, and tremendously proud of that. And these are our residents, and I would say that in no uncertain terms, and I'm not exaggerating, that they are the reason I enjoy going to work every day. I mean, these are some of the brightest, some of the nicest, some of the hardest working individuals that I know, and we're so lucky to be able to attract excellent people to our program, and they're really the engines that keep our program going. So very proud to work alongside them, to have been a graduate of this program myself, and they're really the secret sauce in our program. And being part of neurosurgery residency in Toronto means you're part of a global community. What I like is that when you go to meetings, whether it's specialty-specific meetings or general neurosurgical meetings, you'll run into people who have done their fellowship here, who have done their residency here, and you're part of that global community. And people look very fondly on their time in Toronto, and I'm very proud of that. When we go far afield and closer to home. Where have our recent graduates gotten jobs? This is often a frequent question. Will I find a job? Everybody's worried about that. So a couple of things I'll say. First of all, don't worry about a job. Wherever you train for your residency, you will find an excellent job. Our residents in Toronto, it's about 50-50 staying in Canada and going to the United States. Wherever they end up, though, it's usually a top-tier excellent program. So our recent graduates have been seated throughout Canada, UFT, within Ontario, within Canada. Within the US, they've gone through some of the best programs really in North America and the world. So whether it's the Ivy League or Northwestern, Miami, Pennsylvania, really some of the best neurosurgical programs. And that's again because of the Canadian brand, the Toronto brand, and the networks that we have at our disposal. So great opportunities have been sought and obtained. So I'll just add another pillar here, purely because I'm a bit of a history buff. I love the history of medicine and the history of neurosurgery in particular. And one of the things that really attracted me to neurosurgery is I think that, I'm biased, of course, but I think we have a healthy sense of tradition and in our background. We know, what parts of our history we need to move on from, and what part of our history we should celebrate and enjoy. And in Toronto, as it happens, is really on the front lines of neurosurgical history. So whether you're talking about, Harvey Cushing there in the middle of this photo, and to his right on the left of this is K.G. Mackenzie. So K.G. Mackenzie was one of the first residents that Harvey Cushing, who was the first neurosurgeon, Mackenzie was one of the first residents, actually, that Harvey Cushing trained. And then Mackenzie went on to found the University of Toronto Division of Neurosurgery in 1923. So he was the very first leader of the first neurosurgical division, directly tracing his lineage to, obviously, Cushing. Immediately after Mackenzie was Harry Bodwell, and Harry Bodwell was the chairman for about 7 years before going on to become the dean of medical school at Queen's University. Thomas Morley then led the program for 17 years, and Thomas Morley trained directly with Sir George Jeffrey Jefferson, who was one of the first neurosurgeons in the UK. So again, tracing the lineage directly to Harvey Cushing, but also to Jeffrey Jefferson. Alan Hudson took over the program from there, and Alan Hudson ultimately, who was British trained, went on to become the CEO and president of University Health Network. So again, springboarding from leadership in neurosurgery to leadership at a more public health and administrative hospital level. Dr. Tatter then led the program as chair, and obviously luminary in neurosurgery and in concussion, traumatic brain injury. And then Jim Rutka took over. And Jim Rutka needs no introduction, of course, former chair of neurosurgery and also chair of surgery in Toronto, former president of the World Federation of Neurological Surgeons and the AANS. So very privileged to have him in the city as a pediatric neurosurgeon. Following Dr. Rutka was Dr. Lozano, who was a former chair of neurosurgery and again, one of the pioneers of functional neurosurgery. And as it happens, the #1 most cited scientist surgeon in the field of Parkinson's disease in the last 100 years. Okay, so an absolute legend in the area of Parkinson's and movement disorder surgery. And our current chair, Dr. Zadeh, who's no slouch, who's an absolute pleasure to work with, who's a star in the lab, who's the president of the Society of Neuro-Oncology, currently the editor of Neuro-Oncology Advances, and a world leader in the area of glioma, weight craniotomy, and neuro-oncology. An outstanding surgeon, scientist, and friend who's currently the chair of neurosurgery. So what I would encourage you is look at this lineage and see, where do you see yourself fitting in? There's room for you here. There's tremendous opportunities at the University of Toronto, ways to make a significant impact, not only on patients, but on the field as well. And certainly encourage you to dream big and think about where you see yourself in our field. So I'll just conclude with showing you what our residency program committee looks like. I mentioned again, 4 sites represented, the resident reps who are an incredible resource for us. Certainly for those of you who are applying this year, you'll have an opportunity to meet all of the RPC, both during interviews and also in the time leading up to them. I do encourage you to reach out at any time. We're very, very approachable. If you have any questions about our program, don't hesitate to reach out. To that end, I'll just plug a open house that we're having on December the 14th. The residents are organizing. It's going to be an Ask Me Anything Q&A. Traditionally, these are driven by the residents in Toronto, but please submit your questions. And if you have anything you want to hear about, what a day in the life is like of a junior resident at Sunnybrook, this is the time to hear that. Unfortunately, this year we couldn't host any elective from outside of Toronto. That's obviously changing next year. We'll be able to host external electives, but short of that, this is an opportunity to learn about what life is like as a resident. And again, reach out, okay? So whether it's on social media, whether it's by email, by phone, Sandy Amaral, who's our program administrator, is a repository of all things neurosurgery Toronto. Please, she's very approachable. Please reach out to her if you need any information administratively, or myself if there's anything that I can do from a programmatic or other level to help guide you and navigate you through that process. So with that, I'll conclude. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lipsman, for that wonderful presentation. Very thorough, lots of great information. I certainly enjoyed, and I think I speak on behalf of everyone here. So we can open it up to Q&A. Yeah, and as before, feel free to raise your hand or type in the chat. I see someone has raised his hand. Someone go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Lipsman, for that presentation. I had a question going to the research slide. So most of the residents in Toronto, from my understanding, do their PhD in the 4th year. My question is that of those proportion that do the PhD in basic sciences, usually how long does it take for them to complete? And how do they keep up with the neurosurgery alongside the PhD?
Yeah, it's a great question. Let me show you this slide over here. So PGY4 is where most of the research. So very quickly, for example, Vincent Yee is doing a master's with Peter Dirks. He's going to be spending about 2 years out. Nebraska is doing a PhD with George Ibrahim. He'll spend a total of 3 years out. Justin is doing a PhD with Dr. Zadeh. He'll spend about 4 to 5 years out, probably closer to 4. Matt Wazin with Dr. Zadeh, also 4 to 5 years. Rishi with George Ibrahim, also probably about 3 or 4 years. Hussein just started his PhD with Dr. Wilson, probably will take 3 or 4 years. Nardine already came in through the MD PhD program with a PhD, so she's doing a postdoctoral fellowship for 2 years. Ali Mogadamju is doing a 4-year PhD with Dr. Failings. and Mansour will do a 4-year PhD with Dr. Riva-Cambrin, also about 4 years. Armand Malhotra with Dr. Wilson, just starting, 3 to 4 years. Kyle Jarashka took about 5 years doing a PhD with Michael Taylor, and Lorene Hatcham's doing a PhD with Dr. Failings, and Dr. Tatter will take about 4 to 5 years. So I would say that, you know, basic science on the average, I would say 4 to 5 years roughly. Most have done it with in either spinal cord injury or neuro-oncology. And more clinical clin-epi, probably 3 to 4 years, and straight clinical about 4 years. Your question is very well taken and a very important one. You know, how to maintain skills when you're doing research. So we're trying, and we've systematically, since I started as program director, introduced a clinical research integration program where residents do call, for example, during research. They attend clinics during research. They attend neurosurgery rounds and hospital-specific teaching as well. We have our didactic brain school curriculum, which is every Friday morning. They attend that as well to get them keep them plugged in from a knowledge perspective. So we try as much as possible to integrate the two. Now, sometimes there is a clash. For example, the statistics class offered at U of T is every Friday morning from 9 to 12, which is exactly when our brain school is. So of course, what we try to do then is record all the lectures and make sure the residents see them asynchronously. So it's for me, it's as important a skill to learn how to balance clinical and research as learning neurosurgery, because that's what academic neurosurgeons are going to try and do. They're going to try to balance the demands of a laboratory, the demands of graduate school supervision with the demands of the heavy demands of a clinical workload. So how to do that requires role modeling and requires, you know, learning time managerial skills. And that's part of what the SSTP offers as well.
Thank you.
Irene.
Yeah, hi, Dr. Lipsman. It's always a pleasure to hear your talk. So thanks for speaking tonight. Just had a couple questions regarding the CBD curriculum as well as the EPAs, and specifically surrounding how often is feedback provided to residents.
So it's as often as possible. So the way that it, is different. So there are, for those of you who don't know, there are 61 so-called EPAs for neurosurgery, and they are divided not evenly throughout residency. So, for example, there are just a handful for the first stage, and then there's about 13 or 14 for the next stage, and then there's about 40 for the third stage, and a lot less for the last stage. So you have to achieve a certain number of EPAs. So an EPA, for example, is a lumbar laminectomy, or it's a craniotomy for tumor. That's an example of an EPA. So the idea is you're not going to pass your EPA, you're not going to achieve competence on an EPA the first time you do it. You're not going to achieve it the second time or the third time. It requires multiple attempts in order to achieve an EPA. And by achieving an EPA means you're doing that independently, competently, as judged and assessed by either a chief resident or a faculty or a staff. So you can imagine that it requires multiple kicks at the can, multiple attempts. And that's the point. You're not supposed to pass the first time. You're supposed to get feedback on how you're doing, the individual milestones, and saying, well, you need to work on this. This you're doing really well, but you need to work on this next time. And over time, you can imagine all this data is accumulated and gives you a big picture of how residents are doing. So when done properly, the evaluations are done. And I tell our residents to do an EPA a day. And it's sometimes a struggle, I won't lie. And this is the case, we recently had our specialty committee meeting in Ottawa last week. It's a struggle throughout the country, because you guys are going to be busy. You're going to be busy running a service. You're going to be busy in the OR, et cetera. So this adds an additional administrative task, but it's key. It's key to making sure that people are on the trajectory that they should be.
Great, thanks.
Okay, Frederick, you had your hand up.
Hi, thanks for a great talk. So I had a quick question about sort of fellowship and how you prepare for that during residency. So how soon do you need to know what sort of subspecialty you're interested in, and how does that gel with, applying for research early, applying for grants early and stuff like that?
That's a great question. So usually I would say that it's okay to be undifferentiated for the first couple of years of residency. Sample everything, see what everything is like, go to every OR, obviously, see what you're passionate about. If you're going to do research, it's important to know that by the beginning of third year and maybe by the end of second year, roughly what area you're interested in, because that'll dictate what lab you're going to go to and what your research questions are going to be. Ultimately, you'll go down that road, and fellowships really aren't it's not worth applying till at least at the most 2 or 3 years out from finishing residency. For the most competitive specialties, which are often open vascular or skull base, those are the most competitive specialties throughout North America. It's worth starting that process 2 or 3 years ahead, because those are the kinds of waiting lists for those kinds of specialties. So applying for one at PGY 2 or 3 doesn't make sense. It's really end of research, beginning of PGY 5 that all that process has started. Okay, Farbad.
Thank you, Dr. Lipsman, for the amazing talk. Just had a question. You already touched on it, the issue with neurosurgeons not having jobs. So I just wondering if Toronto or other universities across Canada are going to have the same approach as Quebec universities, where they limit the number of spots in the future.
Yeah.
Because I'm from Montreal, so that's something that's directly affecting me. So I was wondering if it's going to be
That's a great question, Arfabada, and something that I would say is foremost on our mind. I can tell you this much, that there's not nearly as many neurosurgeons as a society needs. We need a lot more neurosurgeons than we currently have. You see this in the volume of people that we treat. So we should be training a lot more neurosurgeons than we are. So I do anticipate that the numbers will just increase year to year, the number of spots that are available. We see that in orthopedics, we see that in general surgery. The numbers are increasing. I think neurosurgery will go along that trend. We have not had an unemployed neurosurgeon. Everybody that finishes our program, again, most will do a fellowship, not because they have to, but because they want to and they need to get additional subspecialty training, and then they end up working. And the job, I can tell you that they get is a very good one. So that's just the data. That's just the that we have. So I wouldn't worry about it.
So I was just wondering, but so you're not envisioning reducing the number of applicants like Quebec?
I definitely not. In fact, I think it may be going in the opposite direction. Okay. Now, what may happen though, and this is imposed by our PGME, that every year a different specialty takes a hit on the quota. And that just has to do with funding, the global amount of funding that the university gets for residency spots. So one time it could be, gen surg, or another time it could be plastics. So this year it's 4+1. Next year it may be 3. I'm not sure, but if that's the case, it's not being driven by epidemiologic, or it's just purely finances and purely PGME related.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the answer.
Sure.
Yeah, I have one more quick question, if you don't mind. So since you have the largest program in the country, so then I assume that there are lots of residents involved in any call shift or any OR. So I was wondering how much independent exposure especially a junior resident get in your program.
They get quite a bit. I mean, we do have a large program, but remember we have 4 sites. For example, at any one site, there can be anywhere between 4 residents to 7, let's say. And it's a division of labor between junior, intermediate, and chief residents. So I would say that, and again, I encourage you to speak to the residents, but the junior residents get to the OR quite a bit. In the United States, if you speak to US residents, they don't see the OR until PGY 3, PGY 2 or 3. PGY 1s, 1.5, 2, they stay on the ward, they stay in the ICU, trauma bay, etc. We go there, but we also get to the OR quite a bit, and that's because we're spread out over all these sites. If all 38 residents were in 2 sites, it would be an issue, but definitely we're much more spread out.
Thank you.
So I have 2 questions. One is a follow-up, so I'll ask both. So you mentioned the PhD duration. I'm curious to know, because you said 1 to 2 year fellowship is the average for residents in Toronto, how many of them do a postdoc to run a laboratory in basic sciences? And the second question is, you mentioned the volume of residents, seniors, 400, 500 cases. I'm wondering if there's a variation between the 4 different sites for that.
Yeah, so most of the people that come into our program who already have a PhD will spend that 4th year doing a postdoc. And there are several examples of those in our faculty. Sunil Kalia did that, and Nardine Samuel's doing that right now. those are the main examples of postdocs, people that do it, dedicated research postdocs. In terms of the chief experience, we have three main chief sites: Sunnybrook, St. Michael's, and UHN. It's interesting because I look at the logs and I look at all the cases. It's very, very similar throughout in terms of the volumes of cases and the diversity of cases throughout the three sites.
Okay, thank you so much for inviting us and for organizing this opportunity for all of us to speak to you about our various offerings in terms of neurosurgery. So yes, I'm Gwyneth Pickett. I'm the program director in Halifax. We are located in the traditional territory of Mi'kmaq. Halifax is also known as Sherbrooke. And here we have a aerial view of downtown Halifax. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about our program, our center, and be open to questions. So the quick rundown by the numbers: neurosurgery at Dalhousie, we have 10 surgeons. We currently have 11 residents, a mix of CaRMS trainees and visa trainees. There are 2 Halifax sites. These are the adult site and the pediatrics. And we have 3 community sites in New Brunswick and Newfoundland where there are opportunities for community electives. And it is an expectation that people will spend a couple of months at those sites, and they found it super, super helpful and informative, I think, if you speak to our residents. At the moment, we have 2 spine fellows and 1 functional fellow. The mix of cases fairly similar, I think, to what you'll see elsewhere. Spine is, of course, our bread and butter. We're about 30% probably spine, mix of cranial, like general cranial, functional, pediatric, cerebrovascular. We have, peripheral nerve. We have essentially sort of the full range, and we'll talk a bit more about that. I'm going to intersperse with some random photos that are not neurosurgical. This is the public gardens in Halifax. It is literally kitty corner to the hospital, so a great place to go and have lunch or walk around and think about life and things outside the hospital. There's also a graveyard that's right next to the hospital, which really does make you think. But no, some really beautiful green spaces in the heart of Halifax. Coming through our various specialties, so I mentioned spine. 4 of our surgeons, they are fellowship trained in spine. 2 of them do functional work, spinal cord stimulation, so on, and the full range of trauma, deformity, minimally invasive spine. Cerebrovascular. So I am one of the 2 primarily cerebrovascular people. Adrian Weeks is the other. Doing a mix of both open and endovascular cases. We have the standard biplane hybrid room, 2 of them in fact, and on the body vascular side, they've just opened the hybrid room here and hoping to expand that more for the neuro field in the future. Oncology, of course, another aspect. So that's Adrian. She's both the other cerebrovascularly trained fellowship person, but also a graduate of Toronto, PhD, runs a lab. Her PhD is on brain tumor research and runs a lot of, she's the chair of our oncology program and runs a lot of the oncology basic research, coordinates with our oncology team here. That's from when she was giving a TEDx talk at Dalhousie. So one of the really collegial interactions is with the epilepsy team. We have the inpatient epilepsy monitoring unit, and really good, again, this isn't unique, but it really is good team interactions with neurology, neuropsychology, both adult and child epilepsy surgical programs. Functional, so for the Atlantic provinces, and I mentioned the community programs, so there is neurosurgery, not just in Halifax, but in Moncton and St. John, New Brunswick, and in St. John's, Newfoundland. But for some subspecialty things, including functional. We are kind of it for the Atlantic provinces, certainly in terms of deep brain stimulation. And also I'm the primary surgeon in the Atlantic provinces for things like trigeminal neuralgia, hemifacial spasm, glossopharyngeal neuralgia, and so forth. On the left there is one of our 2 pediatric neurosurgeons who went viral a few years ago on social media for fixing up the teddy bear of one of his pediatric patients. But that's Dan McNeely. Simon Walling is the other. So we have a pediatric program, and really, again, that is sort of a quaternary care center for the Atlantic provinces. And we're their primary trauma center. And that's actually something that from the neurosurgical point of view has been really fantastic. In October, so really just over a month ago, Rob Green, who's one of our ICU physicians, has introduced here a really good comprehensive trauma service. So I did med school at Dalhousie. I trained in neurosurgery at Western, which is also a fantastic program. I highly recommend it. And one of the things that was great there was the overall sort of overarching trauma service that really provided comprehensive trauma care, no matter which primary service a patient was admitted to. And it's something that I think we did not do as well here as we could have, and I've been really happy to work with Rob in helping him bring that service. And I have to say, over the last month, it's been a noticeable improvement in how we've managed our trauma patients, and in the honestly making it easier for our residents in terms of the patient follow-up and care, comprehensive care of the different aspects of these patients. I said I'd throw in a few random slides. This is the Halifax Central Library. I think of it as the new library. Most of us who grew up here do. As you can see in the bottom corner, this is a shot from 2017. It had already been completed then, so it's at least 5 years old, but it's not the one I grew up with as a kid, but it's absolutely gorgeous. We rent out periodically some of their meeting rooms for us to have meetings in. It's just a really great community space, and has won various architectural awards. Coming back to neurosurgery, so the full gamut really, I think in research, this was a great year for us. These various specialty programs in research, many of them have fully funded research coordinators. I'm fortunate to have a full-time, fully funded cerebrovascular research coordinator, lateral skull base, pituitary, pediatrics, trauma, a lot of spine. A lot of these programs have coordinators whose funding does not fully depend on grant capture. There is some program support for that, which is really important in terms of the continuity, I think. And the program had 37 publications in 2021, which I think is pretty solid. Oh yeah, this is Pickford in Black. This is one of the various restaurants down on the Halifax waterfront. I just wanted to show a shot of Halifax Harbor. It's been a great, a lot of development along the waterfront in the last few years. It's a lovely place to wander along in the summer. You can rent jet skis and ski on the harbor. This is one of the places where we had a recent resident dinner. Again, not unique by any means to us, but we do have the full range of equipment, microsurgery, microscopes with ICG and fluorescein capacity for cerebrovascular and brain tumor things. That's a shot of myself and Dr. Weeks cooperating on a complicated vascular case. OARM, we have the OARM2, and of course, things like 3D imaging, neuronavigation. I think one of the things I wanted to highlight and strengths of Dalhousie has been the interest in and really leading role in technologies. So, and this goes back to when I was even a resident and first recruited here. Eva Mendez was a driver here in terms of some of the remote communication, robotic telehealth type things, and that interest has continued. And there is a real support and interest in the province in terms of funding innovation. So this was, I mean, this is a couple of years ago now, but one of the Nova Scotia Health Authority's publicity articles looking at how we had been the first to pioneer the stealth autoguide robot technology, and more recently, just this past summer, Halifax was the first to introduce the Mazor robotic arm for spinal surgery. So that's not sure you can see my pointer, but on the bottom right of the picture, Sean Christie, who is one of my colleagues, spinal surgery, performed the first robotic assisted spine surgery in Canada. And among the photos that Nova Scotia Health Authority put out to publicize this, because of course they wanted to promote it, there on the left is Ali El-Wade, who's one of our PGY2s, and got to be part of this historic moment. And I think just, again, reflecting the interest Dr. Clark, my division head, has really had in technology and the promotion of that. Part of this is a photo from a few years ago when we were last able to have the rookie camp in real life, in real time, looking at some of the use of virtual reality simulation. These are really interests that he has and that we have the ability to take advantage of as part of training. I'll be honest up front, the last couple of years, it's been less than I would like. The Sim Center was, during COVID, very much restricted. There was a period of time where we were really only allowed to run sims that were COVID training related, and those our access was less in the last couple of years than it had been before that I would like, but it's now expanding again, and we've been able to start offering some of these situations again. Well, yeah, this is another view of Halifax. This is also downtown on the waterfront. This is quite classic. This is the Wave. It's a sculpture, an art piece that for years, literally, there's a plaque outside it that says, "Do not climb," and everybody climbed on it anyway, and people fell off it all the time. And one of the things I love in terms of embracing just life and what people want to do, and also reducing the burden on our residents, is that a few years ago they accepted that people were going to climb it anyway, and they put in this lovely rubber coating around the base of it, so if you fall off it, you're much less likely to suffer a head injury. But it is a great place to take your family. I mentioned the rookie camp earlier and some of the role of simulation in that. I think it's worth noting, obviously the rookie camp has rotated around a great deal now, but again, major kudos to my division head, Dr. Clark. So the National Neurosurgery Rookie Camp started at Dalhousie. We have been honored to host it a number of years. Really, I think just representing the interest that was here in terms of education and use of the tools we had, the Sim Center and so forth, to support education and really sponsor that introduction in the field of neurosurgery. Again, very like many of the others you'll have heard from, but in terms of residency program here at Dalhousie, of course, as by national standard, it's typically a 6-year program. We are now under the competence by design model, as are all programs across country. So that we're no longer time-based exactly, but usually working within that 6-year model. There is some flexibility. For instance, this past year, we've had somebody enter as a visa trainee who had a number of years of training elsewhere. And I suspect that she will not take the full 6 years to complete, in terms of following through on the competencies, but that's the model we're under. And there allows for a lot of flexibility, I think, in terms of completing the program. As Again, every program we're under also doing surgical foundations concurrently. Typically, there's a year that is the academic enrichment or elective year, and that's super flexible. So we've had people who took far more than that, 2 years to 4 years to do a master's or a PhD, either locally or elsewhere. So, in the last few years, we've had somebody who did a 2 years part of the clinician investigator program and did a master's in ethics with Oxford University in the UK. We had somebody a couple of years before that who did a full-on PhD in the US in brain-computer interface. We've had people who did research locally with some of our excellent local researchers, either a master's in benchwork brain tumor research, PhD in motor neuron control in the spinal cord. So, real opportunities to tailor that to what you want. One of our residents who's currently coming up to their academic enrichment and elective year is somebody who's really, their focus from the beginning has been community and rural neurosurgery and a focus on QI, and they're going to spend their year doing a partial fellowship in quality improvement work and also some electives that will facilitate hopefully them getting the community job that they are looking for in the future. So I think we're very willing to work with people as to what is their individual career goal and what is the best way to accomplish that, and it doesn't look the same for everybody. We typically have one spot annually in CaRMS, and many of the years recently we've taken a visa trainee. That's not always the case, but at the moment, as I said, we're at 11 people in the program. Oh yeah, so this is believe it or not within Halifax city limits. This is the Blue Mountain Trail and Lake System. It is literally about 10 minutes drive from my house, and I live like right downtown near the hospital. And I spent a full weekend this past fall doing a whole backcountry canoe and portage and hiking trip around it. It is ridiculous that this exists literally within city limits, and they're looking at making it a provincial/national park. I think that is one of the joys of being here. It's a relatively small city. It's a good sized program for a small city. You can be out of the city very quickly if you want to, and yet it's also a city that has a symphony orchestra, has an art gallery, has a lot of things that are sort of the hub of the Maritimes and the Atlantic provinces. But I am a backcountry canoeer, camper sort of person, and this is just amazing to me that this exists so close to my front door. Coming back to CaRMS, the protocols. So we tend to interview fairly broadly. All applications we receive, they're reviewed by myself as program director and a minimum of 2 other faculty. We usually get pretty broad uptake in terms of people who want to review. Those are just our minimum terms. The criteria are clear on the CaRMS website. We try to follow the best practices in terms of selection. We were last year one of the programs that piloted the CaRMS self-identification questionnaire, and not everyone chose to fill that out. It is basically an opportunity to identify features that you would like us to consider, and it would only ever be used to advantage applicants. I think in terms of what we find most helpful, the personal letter for sure, reference letter, interview experience. Obviously, these have been a weird few years recently when we weren't able to welcome people for electives. We do tend to feel that you need to have done at least one elective in neurosurgery somewhere because you need to know what you're getting yourself into, but it's absolutely not a thing where we feel you have to have been here, of course, recently, but honestly ever. But I think just knowing that you have had the chance to experience neurosurgery and that spark that all of us who are in it feel and had. And I'm just going to close and a few minutes for questions at the end, but just with a few shots for our resident group, some of the activities. So this was summer before last. We did a tidal bore river rafting experience. There's a few of our residents there, including poor Ali. I think it was his first he'd only been here for a month or so, and we like took him up and got him slapped in the face with muddy water, and he had to like slide down a big mud bank into the river and got dunked on. But he was a really, really good sport, and he's still with us, so you know that says something. This was a camping trip organized. Catherine there in the foreground, Catherine Tournier, she's now a PGY 3, came to us from BC, and she's also a big outdoor enthusiast. So she had organized this trip with a couple of our residents, Renee, the blonde, our charge nurse there. So they went camping in Kejimkujik, one of the national parks. This is an event from just this past summer, organized by Rachel, who is one second from the left there in the blue dress. This was an Alice in Wonderland outdoors scavenger hunt type event. It was kind of like an escape room, only outdoors, and we all ran around downtown Halifax, and she had organized this with myself and Dr. Weeks and a couple of the other female residents. There were something over 200 teams entered, and we had a ball, and we won because we're ultra competitive that way. But it was a really good time. And just a few other of the residents later in summer hanging out outdoors. So final plug, we do have, as you'll probably know, you'll have seen on either the CaMSIGN site or the CanPrep website, there's 2 open houses that we're having next week. So Monday night at 7 p.m. And then Wednesday night at 9 p.m., which we hope is a little more compatible for the East Coast. I will show up briefly and give a short version of this, but mostly it's a chance for you to meet and talk to our fantastic residents who honestly have been the best salespeople for this program the last few years because they're happy and they like it here. So yeah, thank you for your attention and happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Pickett, for the wonderful presentation. Lots of information. We all enjoyed it. Thank you. Yeah, and so we can go to the Q&A section. I see someone has already raised his hand, so go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Pickett, for this presentation. One of the questions I have about Dalhousie, and I'm very impressed, is the representation of women residents across the program. I'm sort of asking you more general comments, both about your program and also across Canada. Where do you see the women of neurosurgery in the next 5 to 10 years?
Right. So I didn't mention that, but as of July last year, we are a majority female resident program, which honestly is unprecedented. I don't think that's happened in Canada before. I'm not sure it's happened in North America. And it's not, I do want to assure all you guys out there that it is not due to, like, we have absolutely ranked some strong male candidates in our top 5, in our top 10. I think part of it is that people have seen, you know, Rachel in the foreground there, Erica, Jenna, who's had 2 babies so far during residency. I think people have seen women in our program succeeding, and that has made our program one that they ranked highly because they felt that they could see themselves succeeding there. When I went through CaRMS, I was the only woman in the applicant group, and that was true across the country, whether it was the 8 people that were interviewed at UBC or the like 24 that were interviewed elsewhere. I was the only one. I was delighted to see the numbers increase over the years. Last year was really surprising. You know, the percentage of women who applied and therefore were interviewed has gone up over the years. I think when I was a resident at Western, I organized the inaugural sort of Women in Surgery, and then we later switched it to Lifestyles in Surgery night. And I made it clear then and now, like, it's not necessarily that I want to see the percentage of women in surgery increase if that's not right for them. What I do not want is that anybody, for reasons of race, gender, sexuality, you know, whatever, be dissuaded from surgery if that's what they really want. Because I was dissuaded by people and I didn't listen clearly. But I think that I think the percentage of women in surgery in general has been increasing. You know, certainly if you look at general surgery, urology, like every program, it's been going up. It will hit a point, I think, where that's what the people applying want to do. But the number of applicants has been going up, and I think that the space that is made for women in training in surgery is valuable. Sorry, that may have gone on a bit long, but I think fundamentally, I have striven to make a program where people felt that if, they really wanted to be a neurosurgeon, they could succeed in that in our program. And we have ended up matching a high number of women. And I think that is largely because people saw women ahead of them succeeding in the program in different models, with or without kids, with or without research, just being who they wanted to be. And
Great, thank you.
I want to reassure the guys out there, I will absolutely rank you. Like, it's not, absolutely. We are not aiming to be a women only program, but we are currently a women majority program, which is new. Yeah.
Irene, please go ahead for the next question.
Yeah, thanks so much, Dr. Pickett, and great to hear that. Just had a question in regards to what the vision is for your program in the coming years, and if there are any changes that you'd make or anything coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, so a couple of things that are relatively new. So about a year ago, we introduced, just over a year ago, we introduced a formal mentorship program. That was something the residents had, really been keen for and asked for. And we've, as I said, we introduced it. We're just a year into that. We're looking at various metrics and evaluating and seeing how that goes. I think in terms of other future directions, one of the challenges that I dealt with, so I came on as program director really around the time that we were moving to competence by design, and it's led to a real re-envisaging of the program and the structure of rotations. We did a very thorough survey, which honestly was largely resident led. So Jenna Smith-Forrester, PGY3, technically, she was part of the first cohort of CBD, but she's had 2 children so far in residency, and so it's a little out of sync, but she really drove that. We did a really thorough survey of all the rotations and the relevant educational value and so on, and that led to a real shakeup in terms of some of the length of time and the number of off-service rotations and things that we did looking at the educational value. Anyway, looking at the shape of the program as we move through the change to having the written, in earlier in the year, and then like PGY5, and then, the oral late in PGY6, and just how we can improve our training setup to let our senior residents really embrace that kind of senior resident / junior consultant role. That's something I've been looking at is just the reorganization of that. And really, I think Dalhousie has always had a reputation of preparing, graduating people who could go straight into practice. And we have done that in the last few years. We've definitely had people who went and did pretty high power fellowships, but we've also had graduates who came into the program saying, look, I have a job lined up in Newfoundland. I just want to become a really solid community surgeon. I want to be independent operating when I finish my PGY6, and we have pulled that off. So I think we are good at graduating surgeons who feel confident and independent, but really trying to improve some of that, I think, in terms of the not just the operative experience, but the whole transition to practice and some of the other skills of running a practice. And then one of the things that I personally have been interested in is on the med ed front is some of the changes that have come with COVID, but which I think are going to stay in terms of virtual care and some of the both practice and learning skills around that has not been a part of our classic medical education. Sorry, I realize I'm pushing time and there's 2 hands up, so I'll stop now.
Mine actually isn't a question, it's a comment. Dalhousie has an open house coming up, I believe, November 20th and 30th. That's on our CaMSIGN website.
Yep.
Just to say that, and also we hope to have you for our Women in Neurosurgery series. I do see Arian has a question too, so we'll just really quickly do that before we move to the next speaker.
Hi, good evening to everyone. Dr. Pickett, thank you so very much for the introduction of your program. I came along several times. You mentioned the visa trainees you have had in your program in recent years. Are you planning to follow that practice? Is it that you might need extra hand coming outside CaRMS case that will be needed in the near future?
Right, good question. So we do not take a visa trainee automatically every year. We have been in the recent years, and so we're and it is absolutely beneficial in terms of the number of hands on deck. We generally offer electives through the year, sort of September through to the match period. And it is our policy in recent years that typically we request someone to have done an elective with us before offering them a spot as a visa trainee.
Is it something we can continue later via emails with you, this conversation?
Yeah, no, you can absolutely. So ge.pickett@dell.ca. I think my contact info, the program admin contact info is all through CaMSIGN. It's all available. So yeah, absolutely. And Dalhousie has its own sort of, there's the Charles Sosen oversees those electives and those arrangements and applications.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's great to see you, Dr. Pickett. It's always, I think my last year also was after Dalhousie. So can you guys hear me to start with? Because excellent.
Yes.
So I just want to start with a comment in regard to Pickett talk about, or because I joined and she was talking about women in neurosurgery. And I will echo her really that it shouldn't be gender related kind of where you decide if neurosurgery is the view you want, is the specialty you want, go ahead with it. Like there has been a lot of changes over the last 10 years or 15 years in training. If you speak to any of women neurosurgeons who have been in practice, they will tell you that, like, depending on where they are in their training, but 10 years, 15 years ago, it was kind of unusual. But right now, I mean, like most program would have them. In our program, we have many women in neurosurgery. We have neurosurgeons as well, who was able to have family, have kids, have their maternity. So the programs and the training is really kind of change, and it's accommodating, and it's really shouldn't be a barrier in my view. Okay, so I will let me see, how can I share my screen? Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, so
it's not full screen though. Okay,
let's
it's coming
see.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can see that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody in here. I don't know what was the format before me. Do people go around, introduce themselves, or do I just go ahead and talk? I don't know. What do you guys prefer?
Usually we have the speaker just go over the presentation for the like maybe 15-20 minutes, and then we have the Q&A afterward.
Excellent. Okay, so my name is Alkherayf. I'm one of the neurosurgeon in Ottawa, and I'm program director. I've been the program director for the last 6 years, because I started the year before the introduction of the CBD, and I've been with the CBD for the last 4 years. So let's see, how can I advance the slide? Oh, okay. Okay, so a few things about Ottawa. I really prepared like more of an informal presentation here, just to give you guys an idea about Ottawa, our program. It's unfortunate that with the medical school decision not to have elective, so it's unfortunate that we couldn't see many of you in person, and we're only limited to our medical student, and I'm sure these challenges exist with every other program. We serve a community of about 2 million population, so our catchment area is really big compared to the fact that we are the only center in Eastern Ontario. Now, what does that mean for residency training is As a resident in Ottawa, you will be exposed to a significant number of variety of pathologies in neurosurgery. And in addition to that, you have a significant high volume. We also serve peripheral regions as well as Iqaluit, but our really main catchment area is the Eastern Ontario. We function as the Ottawa Hospital. We have different campuses. We have the Civic Campus, the General Campus, Riverside, Eye Institute, and Heart Institute. Now, the neurosurgery is only located in one campus, which is, in my view, is a big advantage for our program. So all of our training happened in one center, and so to make life easier for residents, because most of your training is in one center. Now, this is in addition to the Chow Hospital, which is the children's hospital where you do your elective rotation. You do your pediatric neurosurgery rotation. But the rest of your training is almost solo at the Civic Campus, with some off-surface rotation sometimes at the General Campus, but 90% of your training is at the Civic Campus. So this is a picture of the current Civic, and what's exciting about it is for people who is going to start their training with us, they will also live through the time where hopefully we'll be moving to the new Civic, which is already started. So our expectation in about 3 years, we will be moving to a new hospital with state-of-art equipment, ORs, and everything, basically. This is our Chow Hospital, which serves the Eastern Ontario. We have at the Children's Hospital, there is 3 neurosurgeons, and it is only dedicated pediatric neurosurgery. So when you go do your pediatric neurosurgery, you're only doing the pediatric neurosurgery. You don't cover the adult. It's very focused on your pediatric training, and we found that really helpful in a way that our resident goes there, spend 2 rotations. They do one at their PGY 2/3, depending on where, as a junior resident, and then in their final years, PGY 5 and 6, they do another rotation for 3 months as a senior resident. And one of the great things with the pediatric rotation is you are the only resident usually there, with a 3-staff pediatric neurosurgeon. So it's a very, very high, dense education focused. This is our program. This is slightly an older picture. We have 8 adult neurosurgeons and 3 pediatric neurosurgeons, as I mentioned. We cover different specialty, and there are some areas which is really kind of even a strength for us. We have a big endovascular group. We have also open vascular. We have a big skull-based practice. We have a complex spine as well, and we have a functional neurosurgery. We have a radiosurgery with access to the CyberKnife, as I mentioned, the pediatric and epilepsy. In addition to that, we also have a peripheral neurosurgery in collaboration with our colleague from Plastic. In regard to other trainees, we do have spine fellows and endovascular fellows and skull-based fellows. So for the spine fellows, it's a combined program with ortho. So really the reality is there's usually 1 to 2 spine fellows kind of within the neurosurgery environment. For the endovascular, really there is no competing educational challenge with the endovascular fellows, because for our resident, if they do endovascular, it's usually elective choice for them. We do encourage residents to attend to do elective with endovascular, but it's not a mandatory. And if they go there, there is no competing with the fellows. The skull base is very similar to endovascular. Really, the skull base fellows are only kind of get involved in very advanced cases where it's kind of beyond the residency training, but at the same time, it's give the resident ability to really see a big cases like expanded endoscopic and like open endoscopic and with transbasal approaches and kind of very extensive bilateral approaches things. So that's kind of one of the advantage and the strength of our program. We have about 12 residents. Our average is two residents a year. So the last year we had two BGY1 who joined us last July, Ryan and Molot-Toker. Ryan is from UBC and Molot-Toker from McMaster. Latif is a BGY2 who is from Calgary. Ramana is from McMaster. Anna Sophie is from Sherbrooke. Heidi is our BGY4 from McGill. Alec is from McMaster, and Salah is from Kuwait. He's a visa trainee. Michael Teconi is our BGY 4/5. He has been doing his PhD. He's in Toronto now. Janine is one of our BGY 5. She's from UBC. Hakeem and Abdul are BGY 5 as well. They are from from Saudi. They are visa trainee. One thing you would notice here, we don't have a BGY 6. That's because at certain time our resident went to research, so created that. But for any coming resident, then there will be the full spectrum from BGY 1 to BGY 6. So I don't know if you guys are aware, the Ottawa hospital is actually the biggest hospital in Canada. Now I'm talking about as a hospital, and we have a big number of ICU beds. We have 31 just at the Civic campus. We have a neuro acute care unit with a 20 bed, and it's run by the neurointensivist. So when you are on call, there is usually a neurointensivist taking care of the acute non-neurosurgical part of our patient care, which make your education and your calls is mostly focused on the neurosurgery component. And then we have about 40 inpatient beds for a neurosurgery. One of the biggest advantage in Ottawa, we have a really good amount of operative exposure. Every day we have between 3 to 5 ORs on a daily basis, average. So which means that usually really resident, when they are in neurosurgery, they are almost in the OR 3 to 4 times a week. And many of these ORs, they are either the first assistant, or if they are junior, they are the second. But also there are many times where a BGY1 or BGY2 would be the only assistant in the OR. I want to go quickly. The other things we have developed in Ottawa, really we are focused on our residents training. And a lot of our residents, by their BGY 5, 6, they become independent. So if you see most of those pictures, the residents are operating independently, or they are operating and the staff is assisting them. So I don't know if you guys see my mouse, but this is one of our BGY 6 clipping an aneurysm, and the staff is in the other side assisting him. This is another BGY 6 doing a sphenoid wing meningioma with me, so I'm in the assistant side. This is another case where our previous chief resident is doing it with the BGY2. And this is another example where a chief resident is doing it as well with another resident. We have all the support for our resident. They have their own lounge. They have the area to, in addition to a sleeping room, but they have a lounge which fully equipped with like all what you need to help you during your call and during normal days. And also our residents really work hard, and sometimes they sleep wherever they have the chance. We have a lot of teaching activities, and we had at certain time went to virtual, but now we're really mostly in person. We have our difficult case round weekly. We have our academic half day. We have spine round, we have peripheral nerve round on monthly basis, neuroradiology round. We have roton lectures in the summer and biannual OSCE. In addition, we have also a cadaveric dissection twice a year, and we rotate at different aspects. So sometimes we do something related to spine, skull base, and so on. Peripheral nerve, also dissection. We have a neurovascular round, a neuro-oncology, skull base round, and in addition to that, we have a journal club and M&M round. Typically, our journal club is outside the hospital. We do it 4 times a year, and we usually go into a nice place and had a nice dinner, and at the same time review some literature. We're also big in simulation. We, as I mentioned, we have twice a year cadaveric dissection, but in addition to that, we have a weekly simulation where our one resident would be going through it every Wednesday afternoon. And it is a scenario where they go and practice that. And it's a different scenarios. One of the scenarios we had is intraoperative air embolism. So the resident lives on it. We clearly selected things which is unlikely to happen infrequently. So to take advantage of the simulation. The other one is a prone, is an extubation on a spine case, unstable case, where you're working on it and you get exposed to that situation. And then you have the staff monitoring you and kind of you get the feedback after it. We have many research activities, and we have conferences. We support our residents to do research. Despite the change in the training, we still maintained the ability to support our resident for 6 months to a year doing their research. Also, we fund them to go to conferences, and if they are presenting, they also get more funding to attend the conferences. One of also other strength in Ottawa, we are the host for the Ottawa review course, neurosurgery review course, and some of you may not be familiar, but this is the national review course, and it's done every year, and it's attended by all or most of the residents across the country to prepare them for the exam. One of the advantage being in Ottawa, actually, you have the ability to attend this course almost every year, as long as the surface is covered, and we usually arrange between our residents, and so sometimes you can attend the whole course or part of it, in addition to the fact that when you're a senior resident, you get sponsored to attend it as well fully. We have many trainees who has graduated from us, and those are some example. We have some of them decided to go ahead and immediately to practice, or decided to choose a fellowship. And as you can see, for those who choose a fellowship, really they were very successful in securing really high, well-recognized fellowship. So our previous chief resident, she's actually in Harvard now doing a skull-based fellowship, and she will be coming to joining us as a staff. We have one of our graduates went to Stanford to do a vascular fellowship, and we have many of our trainees who also decided to take a job and move. And that's one of, as I mentioned, of the strength of our program. Our residents really graduate ready to do practice, especially in the areas of the strength of our training. So many of our graduates do not really need to do spine fellowship to be able to do a complex spine fellowship. The same thing for oncology as well, and skull base. We do have a lot of activities over the year. I just want to be mindful of the time to allow for questions. So our resident, despite that it's busy time, busy working hours, as well as learning, we have a lot of time to enjoy, and we are actually more like a family. You can see many of these pictures are taken when we are outside of the hospital, enjoying our time. And so why would you come to Ottawa? We have a really excellent operative exposure early in your training. We have almost all the field with neurosurgery is covered. Even our epilepsy program has already started last year. We have an excellent success in our Royal College, and we are highlight and support resident who is willing to take a research path as well. Also, not just necessarily research, we have supported resident who's decided to take educational path as well. And we have some of our trainees did a master in surgical education, administrative also choices, like having a health administration degree is also something we support. So we call it research, but it's really not just purely research. It's anything you kind of see yourself doing after your graduation in addition to neurosurgery. We have also residents who have done international neurosurgery. So all of that, we have been very supportive of it. So I see I have about 7 minutes for questions, if any of you have questions.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Alkherayf. So as you said, we have 7 minutes. Students, please make sure you raise your hands earlier so that we can go through. I see Sydney first, then Irene, then Pedro.
Hi, thanks for the information. I have an interest in surgical education, so that's kind of where my question's going. If there's any kind of up and coming changes to the training program that you're excited about.
Yeah, so I think there is two things I would say, since you mentioned you're interested in surgical education. So from support during residency for our resident, if they are interested in doing surgical education, we definitely support them. We have a research fund, or we call it a research fund, but it's a micro research. So usually we support resident to go take a year or 2 years in during their residency. And that's what I mean by the fund, is really to support them financially, mainly to support their salary during that time. And when it's come to opportunity within the University of Ottawa or within surgery, for someone who's interested in surgical education, we are actually expanding the skill center in Ottawa now, and they have actually a fellowship within surgical simulation where a resident could join it for a year with focus on some practical as well as education. So that's an option, and they are always interested on collaborating with even someone who's doing master in education and they have a project to work with it, or could do both. So you could do your fellowship in surgical simulation at the same time you doing your surgical education.
Thanks.
Great, thank you for your talk. I'm a student at U of T applying to neurosurgery this year. I was wondering if you have a formal mentorship program at University of Ottawa, and if so, what does that look like? Is it between junior and senior residents, or also residents and staff?
Yeah, so we do have a formal mentorship program. Sorry, I didn't mention that on my talk, but we already started this about 3 years ago. And what it is it's a resident to staff. So every resident who join our program, we assign them to a staff, and there is a certain kind of expectation from both. We have already kind of some, if you want to say, guidance for the mentorship program. But the idea is you have someone who is really kind of not just necessarily talk about the neurosurgery per se. It's more meant to support residents during their training, their social life, their support. You have someone who you could talk to. A lot of our mentors would have a dinner with their mentee. They sometimes arrange to have a coffee outside the working hours, or sometimes it can be during working hours. So it's built in to continue with the resident until they graduate. And we're actually have roughly about 12 residents, and we have 12 staff. So almost the ratio is 1-to-1, because we don't want kind of also one staff to have 5 residents as a mentorship, then that's lose the value of it. So each staff will mentee only 1 to 2 residents.
Okay, great, thanks.
Dr. Alkherayf, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. I had a question about roughly how many cases do residents complete in their training, and how many of those cases are in their chief year, just very roughly?
Yeah, so that's a good question. And to be honest, I don't have a very accurate number. However, I can give you a rough numbers. And like last year, one of our BGY2 did 200 cases in a year, participated obviously on them. So from volume point of view, they are really significant number. When it's come to the chief resident, roughly would be within 150 to 200 cases a year, where they are actually the main surgeon.
Perfect, thanks so much.
Now, the other thing is also we have in Ottawa is for our senior resident, where chief, by the time they reach it, they actually have done enough of what we call it intermediate cases. So a lot of time you would see the chief resident are doing bigger cases, i.e. like full case a day. So they would be the one doing the acoustic neuromas, the pituitaries, the aneurysm. There are these cases where they are actually more participating during their chief time.
Hi, Dr. Alkherayf. Great talk. Thank you so much for the valuable information. I had a quick question. I'm one of the IMGs I'm applying this year. I see there is a spot for IMG for Ottawa this year. Is it for the sponsored visa people or the pure IMG?
So thank you for the question. Yes, this year we have two spots as we usually do. One of these spots is dedicated for IMG, not a visa trainee. So we have not actually taken visa trainee for quite a while now. Most of our trainees are either CaRMS or IMGs.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I have another question, if you don't mind. Is there any other event happening for Ottawa? I tried to reach out to the program coordinator, didn't hear back. In terms of open houses, any events regarding CaRMS application and whatnot?
Yes, so I actually was looking on the link I was received, and I was surprised that Ottawa did not have their open house there. So we did have one few days ago. And then we are going to have one in early New Year. So there will be one, and I will be sure that this time it gets shared with everyone.
First of all, I'd like to welcome all of you for getting to this point with an interest in neurosurgery. I think you've all realized having an interest in neurosurgery is a very complicated thing to have. And when you first, kind of admit to yourself and then admit to people around you that you have this interest, there's like a little awkwardness, even with ourselves. Like, really, we're going to do this thing? It seems like it's so many years of service. It seems like it's such a kind of all-encompassing dedication. And I guess I'm here to tell you that that's not necessarily true anymore. I'm not going to bring up a PowerPoint presentation and bore you with a recitation of the number of cases that we do and the kinds of fancy equipment that we have, or the faculty with big names that we have in the University of British Columbia system. I'll touch on that briefly, which is just to say that we have an extraordinary faculty. I trained in a number of places. I went to medical school at the University of Alberta and got a chance to meet the wonderful faculty who were working at that time. I've traveled around and spent a month or two in a variety of different centers. And the longest period of time I spent was at the University of Toronto, which again was a remarkable group of 25 or so faculty people that I worked with during my residency. I spent a stint at Sick Kids, and I did a fellowship at the Children's Hospital in Vancouver, and I'm now a pediatric neurosurgeon getting on 20 years, and the head of the program at UBC, BC Children's Hospital. In all that time, I've met a number of remarkable groups and seen a lot of great surgeons. And I don't think it's any secret or any boast to say that UBC has the best or amongst the best clinical training anywhere in the country. So I know that it's very tough to believe, anything a program director really says when they're promoting their program. But I would invite all of you to spend time chatting with our residents, spend time chatting with medical students who spent time with us. I know during the COVID era, it's been awkward and that we've not been able to accommodate as many of you as I would have liked to, but you can still get a chance to get a flavor of what our place is like by talking to people who are there, and they will tell you the real deal. And I'm pretty sure the real deal is that it's the best clinical training there is. We're blessed with a fairly large population. We're blessed with a great operationalization of all of the different key components of neurosurgery and all the key technologies. I'm going to pause for just a second for Saman, who's got his hand up. Just want to make sure that there's not a tech problem or I can't redirect in some way.
No, this is for later, actually. Please continue. Do you want me to ask a question now, or?
Well, if it's a question that you feel like asking later, then I'll make sure that we call on you right away when I'm done.
Later, of course, yeah.
And so, we're blessed with this wonderful population and this wonderful technology and an operationalization that our health authorities allow us to do. We're also blessed with an opportunity for our residents to spend time doing research if that's what they want to do. Stefano Chang just finished a PhD at the University of Miami and published an extraordinary set of papers on the basic science work that he focused upon. We've had other people who are engaged in clinical research. Mike Rizzuto is headed to the London School of Economics to do a healthcare economics degree with our support, and so on and so on. And then we also have a group of residents who are very focused on becoming superlative clinical neurosurgeons, which I think is all of our goals. But there's some who focus on that as the main aspect of their work and their training, and we support that as well with residents who spend time in Victoria, who spend time in Kelowna or Kamloops, who spend time at Lions Gate, in order to get the full community experience so that they can program their training and calibrate in order to maximize their ability to be effective and mainly clinical or community neurosurgeons. And we have a great regard for that as well in Vancouver. So I think we have this wonderful balance between clinical neurosurgery, between research neurosurgery, and between our sort of right-sized population. And then we have this added benefit that can be described in a variety of ways, but I think the most positive spin on it is that we have a resident-run service. There are a few fellows in some areas that are training in Vancouver, and we're very proud to have them, and we're very excited to train them. But we have resident-run services, and we've always had resident-run services in the University of British Columbia system, which means that our residents, by the time they're PGY 2s and 3s, are doing increasingly complicated operations as either the primary surgeon with the assistance of faculty, or as the first assist in a complicated procedure where the faculty is doing it and the residents learning. And that's a real advantage over other programs that have great research and have great abilities to train, but don't always have fully resident services. So those are the positive attributes. I think everybody knows the great aspects of living in Vancouver. There's one irritating negative aspect, which is the cost of living. And I think for that part, I'm going to have to trust all of you to chat with our current residents and get the lowdown on what kind of lifestyle they can afford on a resident salary, and how that kind of fits in with their training, but also having enough resources to enjoy all the stuff that we enjoy in Vancouver. That's cycling, skiing, backcountry, mountain biking, all the usual things. And you'll find just about all of those outdoor sports represented in our faculty, with a faculty that I find hard to keep up with. And I'm one of those guys who's on his bike, 3 times a week, or on the wall climbing a couple of times a week, or backcountry skiing, depending on the season. And yet, even then, it's a hard faculty to keep up with. So, when you chat with the residents, hopefully you can get a flavor of the balance that we create between work and our personal lives, including our active lives. Hopefully you can get a sense from our residents when you chat with them about how quickly they're able to acquire the surgical skill sets that we think are essential, and the number of reps, so to speak, that they get in doing these operations, so that by the time they finish in our training program, they're fully ready to function as community neurosurgeons or academic neurosurgeons, without necessarily having fellowship training. Many opt to do fellowship training to round out their skill set in a specific focused area, but that's to sharpen up one focused area, not because they're not ready to start. They're almost virtually to an individual all ready to start. I feel obligated to mention something which I hope is obvious to everyone when they think of Vancouver or when they think of British Columbia, which is to say we live in a very liberal society. That's not a tip of the hat to the liberal government of the federal political system, but rather the true spirit of the word liberal, which is that we're very open-minded to people from all kinds of different backgrounds and all kinds of different outlooks on life. And we have a faculty and a university that believe very, very strongly in the same. And I'm beginning to sound like a broken record, but I would invite you to speak with our residents when you do get a chance to interact with them to find out whether that's really the truth. But we've had people in our faculty or people in our residency that cover off most of the major identity groups when it comes to genders, orientations, ethnicities, and other identity groups. And so Vancouver's a big tent. Vancouver Neurosurgery, UBC Neurosurgery, is a very big tent, and all are welcome. In terms of the program itself, we have a 6-year program. It's part of the competency by design system. I have been an active participant in the Royal College for over a decade now. I've been an examiner. I functioned previously as a chief examiner. I've been at the policy table and continue to be so. And so I'll say that our UBC neurosurgery system is very Royal College informed. All the neurosurgery residencies have to be Royal College informed, and they all have to be accredited by the Royal College, but we are very much a education and evidence-based education place when it comes to our residency, when it comes to our postgraduate medical education office, when it comes to our policies, procedures, and our kind of daily interactions with our residents. And so you can be ensured that if you can be assured that if you come to join us in UBC Neurosurgery, that it will be a exemplary and, from a education point of view, a cutting edge approach to your education. Simulation, boot camps, courses, microneurosurgical courses, exams, practice exams, oral exams, and education-informed care throughout the longitudinal period of your residency, I think you can all be very confident that that will be a key component, and not just because somebody like me is involved, but because that's kind of the DNA of the place and has been the DNA of the place for a couple of generations of program directors going back 25 years at this point. I'm going to pause there and take a few questions, and then we'll see where that leads in terms of the nature of the things that you want to hear about our program. And I've got written down that Saman had his hand up and had a question fairly early on, and then we're going to call on Irene after that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singhal. So I'm a third-year medical student applying next year to neurosurgery. I know the way electives are opening up for our cohort. So I'm sort of curious to get your insight about this and just some logistical information, if you may.
Thank you. And I missed what you said. Something is opening up. You're in third year and you're planning to apply for the following cycle.
Way electives, right? So there's electives that are going to be available to the next cohort. And I'm sort of curious to get some of the information from UBC and like perspective on different sites and sort of those information.
Yeah, so I think we, our undergraduate medical education office runs the show when it comes to saying whether electives are on or not on. So they don't, I like to think I'm the king of everything, but I'm reminded on a daily basis that I'm the king of nothing. When it comes to deciding where to do that elective, I think there's really two plausible options. Vancouver General Hospital, which will be the large adult general hospital that has 7 intracranial neurosurgical faculty and an additional 3 spine neurosurgery faculty, perhaps 4. So that site will probably give one the best exposure of what the day-to-day neurosurgery experience is like, and where the residents spend the bulk of their training. If we imagine 36 months or 42 months of neurosurgical training, which is typical for a neurosurgery residency, all but 6 of those months are spent at an adult site, either at the general or at one of our distributed sites such as Victoria or Lionsgate or the interior. And only 6 months of that period is spent at Children's Hospital. I would welcome people spending time with me. I never, I always learn so much from students of all levels and residents of all levels who come and spend time with me. So all are welcome to spend time with me, but that's at a very specialized kind of center, a pure pediatric neurosurgery experience, a lower volume overall, and fewer overall faculty that you would be able to interact with, and fewer or sometimes no residents if you have questions about the way our system works. So you'd be welcome to come and work with me. If PGME will let you chop it, you'd be welcome to come for, I'm just going to make up something, but if somebody had 3 weeks to spend 2 weeks at the general and a week at the children's, if that's allowed by PGME, I think I've seen people in the past do it in the pre-COVID era. So, I think the general is really the maximum bang for your buck, but you're always welcome with me.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think Irene was next.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Singhal, for a great talk and information about UBC's program. I'm a applicant from Toronto this year, and I'm just wondering what your vision is for the future of your residency program and what changes, if any, do you anticipate in the program over the coming years?
Thanks, Irene. That's a fantastic question for people who are applying to become the program director. We're going to write that one down for when we're looking at my replacement. The program director before me was a man named Peter Gooderham, and Peter is now the head of neurosurgery at Vancouver General Hospital. And before Peter was Ryojo Akagami, who's a skull-based surgeon at the General. And I can go back before them, and the program directors before them were actually extraordinary people as well. We added it up, and there are, including myself, there are currently 5 faculty neurosurgeons out of 13 who functioned as program directors. That's extraordinary, because program directors really get an insight into what it takes to make a residency go forward and to make it tick on a sort of daily, weekly, or monthly basis. And so I say that whole preamble as a way of saying, I'm not a big fan of blowing stuff up that's working. And our residency has been working very well for a very long time. I think there are incremental changes that can be made. And some of them are to alter some of our processes so that they become more effective over longer periods of time. I'm going to give you a simple example of something I was just sitting down looking at. The Royal College has an exam which, you know, has a rubric that they use to score it. And that exam is a very high stakes end of residency exam, single day, and it's summative for 6 years or 7 years or whatever of training. And that rubric, to my knowledge, has not been used consistently as a way of evaluating in training exams. And there are public versions of that rubric available. Like, it's not secret sauce that we're stealing. And so as an example, I think we can align our programs with the national standards and start doing that early so that residents get used to that national standard and get feedback as they're doing our, you know, in training annual or biannual exams. We have, for senior residents, biannual oral exams. For the more junior residents, it's once annual for them to benchmark. And by doing that, we have this great added opportunity to teach what it is the Royal College has already emphasized are the important aspects to test. So my plans for the residency are incremental. We're going to keep supporting people to do value-added work, whether that is research programs that are somewhat creative, such as the London School Health Economics program. We're going to keep finding ways to support all of that. We're going to keep finding ways to support residents who are currently in training and facing, you know, a different landscape than maybe many of the faculty kind of faced when they were looking at neurosurgery training and figuring out how to acquire things. And we're going to do that while also incrementally being creative about the way we deliver education. Do I get hired, Irene? I don't know.
Yes, I would say so. Great, thanks so much for that.
I believe, thank you for the really thoughtful question. I believe Mohammed Mashayeki was next.
Yes. Hey, Dr. Singhal. My name is Mohammed. I'm also one of the other applicants. I'm from UBC. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to work with you directly this year. I have a question regarding the spine exposure at UBC. So for those students who are not familiar with UBC program, so we have a separate program for spine and cranium at VGH. And so basically, when you're on call in the cranium service, you don't have any exposure to spine. I was wondering, how do you compare the spine exposure at UBC compared to other programs? And then how do you make sure that all the residents at UBC get like enough exposure of the spine by the end of residency?
So I think that's a great question, and one that I think we've been hearing for many years, from before when I was a program director as well. It is very different because it's very, you know, branched. You're either on the spine service or you're on the intracranial service. And pediatrics, if you like, is a third branch. And some programs, pediatrics is integrated throughout. So you sort of take call, and if there's a pediatric case, you go see the pediatric case. And that has pluses and minuses. If the pluses of longitudinal with regards to spine, I believe, is that you're thinking about it all the time, and you're operating on spine kind of regularly, and it's always in your mind. The minuses are that, or the pluses of the other system, are that when you get to concentrate on one task and one set of learning for an intensive period of time, let's say 3 to 6 months, you really immerse yourself into it. And with fewer faculty, you really form that rapport. And, you know, people don't talk about surgical educational rapport that often, but we all know it's a vital component. You have to have a trainee that you trust, that you're kind of interacting with on a daily or multiple times daily basis. And then you feel much more comfortable on a daily or weekly basis, having them take care of your patients, operate on your patients, and gradually take over your entire service. And so, I think there's pluses and minuses. Our residents tell us that they're trained extraordinarily well for spine. The ones who are going to do community neurosurgery jobs, the community neurosurgery jobs often are about 65% spine in Canada, in terms of their elective work. And so those residents will often self-select into doing distributed site or community, but we use the term distributed site exposures, where they go and spend 3 months in Victoria and get that opportunity. So it's not just the spine rotations, it's the spine plus the distributed. And we are here listening to our residents in terms of what their educational needs are. But thank you, it's a great question. And yes, I'm sorry that we weren't able to have you on the service yet, but I'm looking forward to meeting you in person.
Thank you so much.
Next question was Arion Masabeliu. I apologize if I didn't get the name quite right.
No, it's okay. Thank you very much for trying. I appreciate that very much. I'd like to use the opportunity from the Irene question. That's truly was an outstanding question. So now I'd like to put some numbers. If I am allowed, I have two questions. The first one is the two-part questions. If your quota is out yet, you have one spot on that for the Canadian graduates. With your involvement at the Royal College and in the education, how do you see that number changing? Do you expect that to remain the same in the years to come, or you have a need to increase that number? And further to that question, are you short-handed in the program? And if so, how do you find help for? And my second question is, would you like me to have that now, or
sure,
have that first part? Okay, thanks. So how do you support any research at length, maybe 2 to 4 years graduate basic research during the residency for your residents? And thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So we'll start with question 1A, which is with regards to how many spots we have. It is true, we have one spot. We've long had one spot at UBC, and there's times where we are funded for a second spot. This current intake is not one of those times. The funding for residency positions comes from health authorities and provinces. The Royal College actually is agnostic, or doesn't really take much of a role in defining how many positions there are in any given residency. So they want to know how many positions you have so that they can plan for their exams and all the rest of it, but they don't take much of a role. In terms of being short-handed in the program, I think there are times where we have fewer residents on service, and we have to avail ourselves of other resources from a service point of view, off-service residents, nurse practitioners, clinician nurses, hospitalists, and so forth. There are other times where we seem to have ample residents who are on, for example, the intracranial service or the spine service. The service is not the resident's concern. I mean, it feels like it is. You go and you want to take care of patients, and they're in front of you, and you feel like if you're not there, they're not going to get taken care of. But your education is your concern, and it's our concern as well. And so whether our residency should be larger is a question that's sort of a policy debate that's going on in the boardrooms of postgraduate medical education. I suspect at some point it is going to be expanded, but not for this coming intake year, as far as we can tell. In terms of research support, we have, and I'll welcome Dr. J. Riva-Cambrin, who I just admitted into the room. Jay and I went to medical school together in Edmonton approximately 100 years ago. And we were junior residents together at the Toronto Western approximately 98 years ago. And our our careers have taken these interesting kind of parallel intertwining paths ever since. With regards to supporting research, so the people who want to do basic science research, if they want to do it at the UBC system, we have the clinician investigator program, which provides salary support and allows them to take prolonged research breaks. And at times, residents who do that opt to provide some clinical service in order to keep their hands wet, so to speak. And that's often remunerated. So there's ways to support them in that way as well. Residents who choose to go outside of our program, we do have some funding support up to a level that we can help defray some of their tuition costs. Those who go and do graduate degrees where their PhD students will often be funded for those things from the institution that wants them to do that PhD. So there's a variety of ways that we can find support for residents who are off doing research. So thank you for those great questions.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'll just give a bit of a spiel for Calgary and then try to answer some of your questions, and then hopefully it answers a lot of your questions, and then available to answer more. So yeah, so we're devastated that you can't come to visit, because to visit our program is to love our program. So just in case none of you have been to Calgary before, so 1.3 million, fastest growing city in Canada, one of the youngest, I think it might be the youngest city in Canada. And then I don't know, I just love that fact, the most sunny days a year. Now it can also be extremely cold and sunny, but we leave that out. We're trying to sell Calgary here, yeah, so I should always start with this slide. This is what people think of Calgary, a bunch of cowboy fools in the West, just riding horses around and stuff. But and we do certainly have the Calgary Stampede, and you will get a lot of trauma work during the Stampede, when half the country and half of Texas is in Alberta doing the Stampede, but it's a blast. But it's also a cosmopolitan. It's a big city. People underestimate, they forget how big Calgary is and how cosmopolitan it is. Again, it's I think the youngest major city in Canada, and very multicultural, and has all the trappings of a major North American city. But what else it does? We have Banff, and Jasper's not far either. So right at our doorstep. So that really sets us apart from most major cities to have such a metropolitan center near a wonder, one of the great wonders of the world, basically. And there's Maddie, one of our chiefs, not working and skiing at Banff. Okay, so I love this. So this year, top 5 livable cities in the world. Boom, there you go. Calgary's number 4. That's the whole world. Anyway, I love surveys like this. Totally meaningless, but totally a good slide to show. Okay, the University of Calgary. Yeah, it's a major university. Now, what about neurosurgery? Okay, so I'm just going to break it down to clinical research, I think, and go from there. So Calgary's, like I said, 1.3 million, but we really cover about 2.4 million, because we look after Eastern British Columbia and Southwestern Saskatchewan, as well as a few international things. But case, I'm going to minimize this because it's blocking my screen. There. Okay, great. Caseload. Okay, so one of our monster strengths in Calgary is we have 17 faculty, but we have a huge amount of caseloads. Foothills extreme. It's probably the single busiest hospital center. Like some of the other centers, obviously Toronto's got 4 hospitals, so you add them together, they're going to be more. But at any given time, Foothills, the service is as low as 70 and as high as 120 inpatients. So we run 3 to 6 ORs a day, slowed down during COVID, but now that's back up. Alberta Children's is now, I almost forgot about tonight, so I haven't updated, but we have recent data. Now we're about 250 to 300 cases a year. Our children's hospital is really growing. And we have a policy here really to get the old idea that the residents, oh, you got to learn how to look after patients and then you can get to the OR. That's old. And so you'll learn about Calgary, you'll learn about the West. Is nothing old, is, you know, like there's tradition has its place, but we try to think a little more modernly, a little outside the box. And it's old to think that way. And so residents, just PGY 1 first day, you should be in the OR. And so even we have ways to get residents on call from very busy call to the OR. Foothills, I already told you about Foothills. Some of the fancy stuff, I mean, most places now have a robot, intraoperative MRI, lit. One thing, I think only 2 places in Toronto and us have the focused ultrasound and Project NeuroArm, which we're very proud of. And unfortunately, if you guys came for CaRMS, we give you a tour and see all the robotic surgical robots, the lab that Dr. Sutherland runs, Project NeuroArm. And right now he's working with NASA. He's building an autonomous robot that can put a chest tube on the mission to Mars. So why a neurosurgeon's doing a chest tube? Because he originally was going to do an EVD, and then NASA's like, well, we don't need an EVD. Like, what are the odds of that? You know, so chest tube is a little bit more common. So anyway, just some exciting things. Alberta Children's Hospital, it's a great hospital. It's a freestanding hospital. That's where I work, obviously. Our epilepsy program is one of the clinical leaders in the country, and neuroendoscopy is what my specialty is. It's both in research and stuff, it's world leading. Another thing that we're very proud of is our nurse practitioners. That's an older picture. 2 of them have moved on, but we just hired a 3rd and hiring 1, maybe 2 more. So Foothills has 3, upwards of 5, and Children's, there's Kelly. Can you tell? My joke is always like, can you tell which one's the Children's? You know, anyway, that's Kelly. She works with us. Okay, clinical programs. So another monster strength, in my opinion, I've personally did my medical school in Edmonton, my residency in Toronto. I worked in the US for 9 years and now I'm back. So I've seen a lot of neurosurgery and from a lot of different angles. And so when I look at Calgary, I think a major strength is not just, I've just described to you the depth, you know, the sheer amount of cases and the sheer amount of experience you get here, but also the breadth. And so we really do have everything. And it's something I'm proud of because it's not every program can say that. So things like you don't need to go to plastics to get your peripheral nerve. We have a world leader in Dr. Raj Mehta, who's our chair, that does that. Adult hydrocephalus, many programs, it's just kind of willy-nilly. Mark Hamilton's runs the Adult Hydrocephalus Clinical Research Network. We have HIFU, everything. So we certainly don't have to send our residents away. Sometimes our residents go and do community rotations, like to Kelowna, Victoria. Right now, Matt's on the Rock in Newfoundland, and Bridge is going to go to Mississauga. So we do have a community rotation because just to give the residents sometimes a feel for, you know, just in case they ever want to practice in a community setting. All right, so some of the programs, I just gotta keep an eye on the time. So again, peripheral nerve. So Dr. Mead is our chair, and he's not only, you know, the chair of neurosciences, but a peripheral nerve surgeon, and also has still maintains a basic science laboratory. So a great surgeon scientist role model. Probably our strongest clinical program is spine. The Calgary Spine Program is known internationally. 14 faculty, and now we have 5 of those. Michael Yang just joined us, one of our own grads, went to Miami to do minimally invasive stuff. So he's come on and added, and do a lot of research as well. And there's the crew. Vascular and stroke. So if you're ever, our famous line is, if you're ever going to have a stroke, you want to have your stroke in Calgary, Alberta. So the Calgary Stroke Program is definitely, like not maybe, it's definitely the best in the world, and that's with our neurology partners. and everything. To say you get state-of-the-art care is just the beginning. So the neurosurgical part of that is John Wong, open and endovascular, and he recently got his MBA. So he's also teaching in innovation and like how to be an entrepreneur. He's an expert in. Dr. Sutherland, I told you his relationship with NASA. He's our residency research director, and Dr. Mitha, who's a surgeon scientist as well, and he has a basic science lab, open and endovascular. I told you about Dr. Hamilton. He's the leader of the Adult Hydrocephalus Clinical Research Network. So all things MPH run through Dr. Hamilton in this world. Pediatric hydrocephalus program, I run that. So I'm very successful ClinEpi lab. I've now mentored 8 neurosurgery residents, 4 American and 4 Canadian now. ETVC, we're one of the few sites that do ETV-CPC, or the OG sites of ETV-CPC. Calgary epilepsy program is also huge numbers. The Hayter and Starveld, and from every standpoint, lit, HIFU, open, electrodes, depth, approaching the problem in a multifaceted way. So you get all, say, oh, where does your program specialize? All in the above. Functional modulation, Dr. Kish right now is on a sabbatical, but she'll be back next year, and she runs the HIFU, but also Dr. Gerges, and she has a basic science laboratory and he has a clinical laboratory. Neuro-oncology, Dr. John Kelly, he has a basic science lab. Starveld and Hamilton also do oncology. All right, the residents. So we are the 2nd largest program in Canada, 5th largest in North America, right? We used to be 19, but we've had a lot of graduates lately. 16, we're down to 16. And I'll talk about research in a bit. That's again from last year. So poor Catherine and Elizabeth, they're excluded. Albert, Stefan, Magley have moved on. So just Albert's peds doing Vanderbilt. Stefan is in Toronto with Lozano doing functional, and Magley's at WashU doing spine. All have multiple great job offers, by the way. Okay, so I say to everybody who will listen, in Calgary, we have a mentality of training neurosurgeons plus. In many cases, that plus is research, but it can be leadership, medical education, business administration, program development, anything. And we have the infrastructure to do amazing things in research, but also the infrastructure to do just about anything. And so we just want the best and brightest, and we'll just to prove that we don't, some programs only take from their home province, and I don't know, you can argue that maybe socially the right thing to do. I don't believe in that. I believe in going after the best. And so we're widely spread about where they went. These are where they went to medical school / grew up. And we cover all 11 provinces, the 11th province being Saudi Arabia. So we have one Saudi, Abdul, who's fantastic. He'll be a chief coming up. Okay, so research. So one of the things that really puts us, we're very proud of, let's just put it that way, is our research. And so that vision statement is the heart and soul of Calgary. So I go around talking to anyone who will listen. So don't do research because you think you need to do research. Do research if you like to do research, and then you'll find your way. And Calgary will help you. That we want you to obtain your surgeon scientist career goals. And scientist is a very fluctuant word now. It's not just basic science, could be clinical, like I said, med ed, engineering, innovation science, whatever. The world is changing. It's not just killing rats anymore, although we do kill rats too. Research productivity. Yeah, this just shows that our neurosurgery at Calgary dominates Calgary. And then this just shows, this is our faculty, that we're second in the country. This is an American study that was done. And even though we're second in the country and we're much smaller than many other programs in terms of staff, but we're number 2 for academic productivity. And I would say, I think it's a fair thing to say that our residents are even more academically productive per capita than our faculty. So the future is even brighter. Clinical investigator program. Every university has one. Ours is excellent. Mine was crappy during my residency. I'm sure Toronto's is better now, but it was just terrible. I think this is a major growth area in all of Canada. So our CIP program is just phenomenal. We really dominate it. Like we are this clinical investigator program, some cardiac surgery, the sprinkle of other people, but they fund 2 or more years of research. And so if you stay in Calgary, it's a great way that you're funded all your research years. But we also do a phenomenal job of finding funding, because I'll explain it if you don't stay in Calgary. All right, so here, my new slide. So this is our vision statement. So what I'll harass at you from the beginning, from July 1st, 2023. What are you going to do, and what are you going to do with those research years, and how are you going to turn them into something productive? As I say to everyone, I am paying a lot of taxes, and taxes are paying for that research year. Do not piss it away. Like a lot of programs piss it away, and that makes me angry. Like, do something major with it. It could be PhD, it could be master's, could be something. Like, just find your way. We are really good at that. I feel like we're not stuck into boxes. We're not stuck in the old way of thinking. I mean, don't get me wrong, the old way of thinking has a lot of merits. And just some examples, just make sure I'm not over time. Our recent graduates. So Albert got simultaneous PhDs from WashU. The other advantage of Calgary, we have a lot between Dr. Mita, myself, Dr. Hamilton. All of our collaborators are American. We have a lot of international collaboration and a lot of outreach. So to help you get fellowships, to help you get jobs, we have a loud voice. Albert went to WashU doing proteomics. Now he's going to become a pediatric neurosurgeon. Stefan, PhD in Calgary. McGill went to Harvard to do medical education, because med ed programs in Canada are not wonderful. So Northwestern or Harvard's where you probably want to go. Rita, who's one of our chiefs, she's not a PhD candidate anymore. She just defended about a month ago. So looking, you can read the slide, but seeing like role of microglia in trauma. So health economics, we have 2 residents that health economics. David did a postdoc with me, and we did this big economic hydrocephalus model that's just rolling out and should rock the world a little bit. Nick, concussion. Nick's fighting. He did a master's in clinepi with me, and he's fighting and says neurosurgery needs to take over concussion again. We gave it up. We gave it to neurologists and physiatrists because it's not really a surgical disease, but he thinks that we are the neuro kings and we should be leading this effort. So that's what his life's going to be dedicated to. Sandeep did clinepi with me and Dr. Mitha. Health economics, Matt, he went to Stanford, works for Neuralink with Elon Musk company, and got a master's in engineering. So the reason I'm showing you this is just the themes. Number 1, we put our money where our mouth is. So this isn't, and what number 2 is, again, you can do almost anything. The Calgary residents can do almost anything, as long as you can clearly delineate to me and the program what and how that will help you. I always make the joke, I want to do a PhD in Ibiza, Spain. Nope. Unless there is some earth-shattering research that I'm not aware of, but that sounds like you just want to go and party. So no. But I want to go to the Karolinska in Sweden and work with this famous lady who's doing this amazing work I want to take what she does, and like here, Branaven's a good example. Branaven is a PhD. He's in New York doing a postdoc, learning. He's a GBM guy, but he's learning from Amy, very famous metastases researcher, and he's learning some techniques with her. He's there for 3 years. And then when he finishes, he's going to set up a lab and kind of steal the way she looks at metastases and apply it to his GBM work. And so, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, that's the type of thinking. Oh my God, but 3 years at Columbia, how are we going to work that out? No problem. I mean, not no problem. It's a lot of work for me and for him. However, he's going to be easy as hell for me to sell when he graduates, right? He'll be dominating the job market. Okay, last thing. Yeah, bottom line is the only thing that matters really is success. And I didn't update this slide's a year old, so I apologize. But of our last 25 graduates, you see most people do a fellowship. And the reason, do you have to do a fellowship nowadays? Not absolutely, you don't. I would say, I think the number was 62% of Americans do a fellowship and 92% of Canadians do. And you can see that almost 95% do. And that's because we attract academic-minded people. I think that's why we're a little higher on the average, and great fellowships. And then jobs. These are over the last, how many years? 15 years or so. So generally we produce academic people, but not always. And like, that's how we got the Kelowna rotation. 2 of our graduates moved there and sort of have dominated that market. And now we have a great relationship with them. And so, yeah, still, we can talk about the American thing. A strength, again, is the American thing that I have a lot of experience there. Dr. Gerges does. And so how to navigate the American visa system, the American immigration system, we do a really good job in preparing our residents for that. Okay, I think that, and so this is important. So we might have one of those virtual things. I don't find them super useful, but we might have an open house kind of thing. But what I love to do, I love to spend my time, because, you know, when you have those, you guys all get competitive of who's going to ask the best question, or sometimes you get shy and stuff like this. I really want to have, if you're really serious about neurosurgery in Canada, I just, even if you're like, I hate Calgary, I'm never going to those hillbilly places or whatever, I don't care. I still want to meet you. I still want to meet all my future colleagues. And so anyway, I would ask that you try to reach out to me in between now and CaRMS. I'd love to have a virtual coffee, 30, 60 minutes, whatever, just one-on-one. And then you don't have to, you're not showing off, you're just asking questions that you care about, and with some degree of privacy, just trying to reproduce the elective. So anyway, please, there's my email. This is the most important slide. Email me if you're interested. It's not death, you know, we're not going to not rank you or not invite you for an interview because you didn't sign up to have coffee with this jackass. No, it's whatever. Like, but I would like to get to know you and try to help, you know, let you know about Calgary in more detail. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Riva-Cambrin, for a great, fantastic presentation as always. It was a pleasure to have you here again. I'm going to open the stage to questions now. I can see already some raised hands. Someone please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Could you also comment on the away electives for next year as well, for Calgary's program?
The away electives? Let's see, we're playing it a little bit by ear. It's usually the PGY 3s, and so we haven't really discussed it yet. So before, it was just something I did because during COVID, we had a ton of residents and not enough patients. And we had started talking about a community rotation. And then I said, okay, well, I need our guy, like the PGME started saying, well, maybe all the surgery people need to take an extra year. And we're like, no, it's not these kids' fault that the pandemic hit. We can't punish them. So to distribute it, we went to the community, and it's been a huge success. And so we don't need it anymore. I mean, like I said, you get 1 million cases here. We don't really need it, but it's been a success. I think the 3s like it to go because you don't have a chief overlord, you know. And so even though it's probably going to be a pain in my butt, like we'll be a bit short and I'll have to be super creative, it's such a success that I almost have to keep it going. So that should tell you right there, like it's a very resident centric, perhaps too resident centric, like maybe I give in too much, but again, this program is for them. I'm just the caretaker. I just want to build a program that just, I mean, you guys are going to be looking after, bottom line is you're going to look after me. So I want you to be awesome. And so I want to produce awesome neurosurgeons in the future. And so in case I have a neurosurgical pathology, I need you to be great. Like, so. Sure. Should I just pick? Next on my list is Ryan. Ryan, no N in there.
Hi, Dr. Riva-Cambrin. Good evening. Thank you so very much for that wonderful presentation. It's very appealing. It makes me think that why haven't I considered earlier? So my apologies for being so honest, but at the same time telling you that I loved it. You haven't published yet your quotas. Are you planning to have any IMGs this year? And if such, would that be an impediment for those that haven't gone through the Alberta IMG program first for them to apply?
We don't have, I think only outside of Saudi Arabians, we do not, I think only Toronto has the one IMG spot every year. We can take a Saudi every year. We certainly have capacity. We just wait till there's a great person like MacDougall. Like some programs are, the Saudis are like crack, you know, they're hooked on it, you know, because they're manpower and stuff. We don't need that. We're independent, and but I do like having, international people here. But to answer your question, so we don't have a dedicated IMG spot. I'm not promising anything. There is discussions at PGME that Calgary might take 3 Canadians this year, but we're in negotiations for that. So anyway, so no promises. As it stands now, just consider it that we're just going to take 2 like every other year. Toronto takes 3.5, we take 2, and everyone else is supposed to take 1. But you can see not everyone follows the rules, right? So it's okay. Irene? No.
Yeah, great. Thanks so much for your talk, Dr. Riva-Cambrin. I just had a question regarding kind of the vision for the future of your program and what changes, if any, do you anticipate in the program over the coming years?
Yeah, we're always changing. Some of the things, this community thing's kind of taken on a life of its own. And I think I want to expand it, not just to Canada, but like maybe international, you know, like if someone's like, you know what, I'm just here, screw Canada, I want to go to America and then make millions. Okay, let's go do an elective down there. Let's go to, I want to, what it would be like in England, you know? So anyway, I don't want to promise the world or anything like that, but that's one thing. It's really taken on a life of its own. And so I think having a PGY3 get away for 2 to 3 months, might help, you know, or third world elective, something like that. I might just make it like a wide open thing. And so anyway, that's something exciting we're talking about. We have this new cadaver lab course we're doing once a month is fantastic. Our fellows sort of do the bulk of the teaching, but really we just have 4 cadavers and then just have at it. And you know, we have a little course. You're supposed to do this and this and this in the 2 to 3 hours, but you can just sort of take your time, try to do the pterional approach. No one's yelling at you. Nobody yells at you in Calgary anyway, but no one, you know what I mean? You can just take your time, have a textbook there, talk. Your chiefs can help you, fellows help you. It's been super popular. And so, yeah, we're expanding that. We're doing some crazy things this year. Like we're going to practice EVDs, and then we're going to leave the drains in the dummies, and then we're taking them to the CT scan, and we're going to like get some popcorn and show everybody's pass, and then we'll laugh and just, you know, just kind of make it a fun thing kind of thing too, and to see how we're doing. So
great. Awesome. Thanks so much.
Dr. Riva-Cambrin, thank you so much for the presentation. I had a question, actually I had two questions. One of them you actually just answered, but the second question I had is, I'm wondering about kind of during training from kind of PGY1 until chief year, how many cases do typically residents, a very rough estimate, how many cases do residents get to, complete, and how many of those cases are within their chief year?
Ooh. Okay, good. Well, this is an easy answer. The easy answer is we don't know. However, we're getting close because Canada did a shitty job. The Americans do a really great job, and I've stolen it from the ACGME about the case logs. And so Calgary were the pilot project. So we started case log, a formal case log, like we log like the Americans, and that's really important because when you get a fellowship, sometimes the Americans say, if you want an endovascular fellowship, how many angios have you done? And about 20 is not an acceptable answer. You have to show them a case log. And especially, how about showing them a case log that looks exactly like their case log so they know how to read it, So anyway, I pushed that nationally, and now I think it was a successful pilot, and so nationally we're going to do that. Now, to answer your proper question is, we got to wait a few more years to see, and then I'll tell you, like nationally, you do 700 cases, and of which 400 are in your last year. It's probably more like, I don't know actually. And then how many are you doing versus your colleagues, the other PGY5s in Calgary? And then how about the PGY5s nationally? Like, we're going to have a database of that, and we'll have exact numbers kind of. But if I had to guess, yeah, that'd probably the guess. I would guess that's like a meaningful, like lead cases or the surgeon cases. You probably do about 700 lead cases, and then 400, 500. I think our chiefs are doing about 400 to 500 cases a year. I think that's what it looks like for the last couple of years on their case logs. So every 6 months I meet with them and go over their case logs, but I've just been doing it for individual training. I haven't done it from a programmatic standpoint, but
that's
so I
awesome.
wish I had better answers, but right now I'm just pulling them out of my butt. So.
No worries. No, that's great, and it's awesome to hear that Calgary is piloting that.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Riva-Cambrin. This ends 6 hours of Zoom the last and 12 program directors. We will continue this tradition again next year. We hope to see you again next year too. And of course, if any students have any questions for Dr. Riva-Cambrin, do please send him the email. We'll also put it on CaMSIGN as well. Thanks to all of you for staying, and hopefully these sessions have been informative for you. Myself, Pedram, and Mohammed, appreciate your support. Have a good night.